see how. You guys remember each other, right?
You look really familiar.
I was with CSA as well.
It's Joe Higson, nice to see you. You are
I'm Ivan Hernandez. I
Ivan,
was at
yes.
Palm Glades.
Another former CSA.
Yes,
I
sir.
was actually working in Mike in their office. In
Yeah,
Carlsbad,
I remember.
so,
Yeah.
So are you on your own now, Ivan?
I will be.
Okay.
I will be. Just, she told me about this, and I said, well, you know what? If I eventually want to do this for real, then I might as well start coming. Even if it's not this year, next year, 2 years,
Right.
at least I get a head start on it all.
Sure. Yeah, it just keeps growing.
Yep.
And
It sure does.
I'm working for a company that's based out in Temecula, California,
Oh, really?
called Charter School Management Corporation. Indiana, Ohio.
Oh, wow.
So I've got like accounting, we do back office services for charter management companies. They'll outsource some of their
Correct. general
ledger work, accounts payable, and AP stuff to us. So, every state has its own accounting. So Florida's got the Red Book. Texas has their own accounting strip. And it's pretty interesting.
It is. Everywhere's different.
Yeah. So there's a lot of growth in a lot of states.
Welcome to the 8x8 audio
Press
testing
1.
service.
To enter your conference ID, then press pound.
When did you leave CSA?
About
Enter your
2 or 3
conference
months.
ID, then press pound.
Yeah, both my wife and I did. Sandra. I don't know if you remember Sandra.
Please
She was
record
in
your
the office
first
as well.
and last name
yes, that
after
was
the
your
tone,
Yeah, she
then
was
press
working with
pound.
Merced.
She left too.
We both left
No.
at the same time.
You know what?
You are the
But,
only person in the conference.
Jeanette's hanging in there, man.
Yeah. She doesn't have a choice now.
No.
She doesn't have a choice now.
But it was just a little, even though they had a lot of schools, it was very mom and pop-ish.
And that was the main issue.
And I came from the other end too, because I was working for Charter Schools USA
Oh, that's right.
before that. So I've seen like
So you've
both
seen
ends of
a
the scale.
Huge, yeah, you've seen a huge company.
And Yeah, it's funny. It's like when you go from state to state, I'd say about 85% of this is transferable to other states.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good thing. Definitely a good thing.
You get into some of these states like Indiana, where you are the LEA, and you don't have to go to the authorizer and say, "Mother, may I?"
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of nice. You get the keys to the portal for all the federal grants.
Wow, that is.
A lot of Hey, Napoleon, how are you, sir? Good. Shelley? Shirley.
Who's a C?
Nice to see you again. How
Nice
are
to
you?
see you again.
Getting nervous? Which is interesting, you know, you come to every one of these authorizers in Florida works differently. And some of them are a real pain in the ass to work.
Oh, yeah.
And some of them are
A lot.
friendly and
Yeah.
but when you're on the state level, you don't have you kind of cut through all that crap. Yeah. And you end up just dealing with the state DOE and the feds, which is actually it's a lot easier.
Yeah, I can imagine. The district level, like you're saying, it's a pain.
It's more reporting, you know, the monthly, the quarterlies, the annuals.
Yeah.
And they all have their own little quirks because then you're dealing with all their different departments, the curriculum department, their budget department, their finance department doesn't want it like this. They want it striped with painted red, you know. And
Oh, wow.
Yeah, me too.
For those of you who just came in, if you haven't been here before, please grab a binder, or you already have your binder from last time. There's papers back there and clips to add to your binder. And if you could please sign in, I'd appreciate it. And I'm almost set up, so
You see it?
we'll start in just a minute.
I didn't.
I was up at 4:30.
Why?
No, you can't miss it.
Now I
I was wondering what you said when you were like, right,
now I
like,
get. I assumed it when you said I'm going to leave early in the morning.
oh,
That
wow.
was yesterday, and that's why I was like, oh, I have to work full day.
No, no.
Good person. I know.
That's crazy. From my
Kind of nice of you.
yeah, last week I'm not very good with
Curtis, the fish person.
Can you tap that microphone there for me, please? Can you tap that microphone over there for me? You're not on yet, so you get your turn. Try again.
Automatically go on it as well.
Sorry. I should have done this before the people in the room.
Wait, you all.
We have one more to get turned on. Testing, testing, 1, 2.
He was waiting right there. I was just gonna say that no one does 25.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2. All right, I think I'm all set up. Now let me switch this over to the screen.
I'm Debbie.
There were only 10 because that's the number of people who had signed up who are going to be here.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Karen. You're good. You're good. You're good. I don't want to be a trooper. Exactly, right? Not that it's not attractive. It matches. I know, I tried to get it to look good on the match.
Pop at 8:30 and so I can't make it get over there.
All right, good morning, everybody. I apologize for not being ready on time. I tried to get here early today and get all set up, and even though I was here before 8, it still didn't quite get there. But thank you all for being here. My name is Curtis Fuller. There are a lot of new faces. For those of you who were not here last time, you're not alone, so welcome. It's great to see all of you here. If you haven't grabbed a binder, please do so if you don't have one. And if you do have one, hopefully there are enough handouts that you could steal to insert into your binders. If not, maybe switch it out and I'll deal with it some other time. With that, let's go ahead and get started this morning. Today, our agenda is that we're going to start off talking, we're going to do introductions first. And then I'm going to hand it over to Kim and Christy, who are going to be talking about special education needs in charter schools. They do a lot of consulting with schools throughout the state, so you'll be able to learn a little bit more about special ed. Then we're going to talk about the things that you were supposed to have done by now and see where you all are, and hopefully you're all on track and ready to go. Then we'll start talking a little bit about enrollment and lottery and CSP grants. And sometime around 11 o'clock, we're going to be joined by 2 attorneys who deal with charter schools. And they're going to talk about common legal issues that new charter schools face. They're not coming in person, so hopefully all of the tech will continue to work correctly because they're going to be joining us online. But they'll be able to answer some of the questions you might have about legal issues that you might face as a first-year school. Then I want to go through the policy manual, kind of step by step in the different sections and things that you need to kind of think about including. And then we'll talk about budgeting, curriculum, and inventory, and then hopefully we'll be done around 3 or 4. We're scheduled to be done around 3. I think we'll be done by 3, but I thought that last time too, and I think we went to like 4:30 last time. So hopefully we'll be on track today. I cut out way more slides than I did last time, so hopefully we'll be a bit better this time than last. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Curtis Fuller, and I operate the Charter Support Unit for the state of Florida. I work for a company called Building Hope, and we have a contract with the state to do this work to help schools throughout the state. So that's who I am. I was the principal of a high-performing charter school in Pinellas County, Pinellas Preparatory Academy, for 7 or 8 years. Before that, I taught special ed and regular ed in Wisconsin. And then I moved here and took over the principalship. And then when I got burnt out being a principal, which unfortunately happens pretty quick in charter schools, I took this job where I support charter schools throughout the state and provide support. So I would like to take a moment to go around the room, especially for those of you who are new, so you can kind of see who's here. And so if you could introduce yourself by your name and your school's elevator pitch. And if there's more than from you from one school, in many cases there are, you can just one person give your school's elevator pitch to let us know what your school is and where you are in the process. So we'll start here and we'll just work our way around.
My name is Vanessa Glenn. I work for Polk County Schools Charter Office.
My name is Melissa Brady. I'm director of charter schools for Polk County. My name is Karen Whiteham. I'm on the board for Cypress Junction Montessori. I guess our elevator pitch is that we're going to be bringing Montessori education to students in and around here, even all Polk County. So it's been kind of a crazy ride for us, but we will be opening in August. We'll kind of make some needs in Montessori education, mixed-age classrooms, hands-on learning, especially for our older children being really ingrained in the community. So downtown, so facilities actually downtown Winter Haven, so they'll have that opportunity. So Cypress Junction, look for us opening our doors in August. Yay. My name is Katrina Hill. I'm also on the board for Cypress Junction.
I'm Tasha Kepler, also on the board for Cypress Junction.
Hi, I'm Joe Asen. I'm with a Charter School Management Corporation. We provide back office services such as compliance reporting, budgeting, accounting, accounts payable to charter schools in the state of Florida.
Hi, I'm Melissa Aguilar, and I'm working with, we're in the pre-plannings of a school out in the Redlands. It'll be an agribusiness, agri-science, culinary arts, farm to table program, starting off K to 8 and then growing into a high school.
My name is Ivan Hernandez, and I'm also part of Melissa's group.
Liz Nicotarian, charter school in Titusville, Florida. Legacy Academy.
Yes, we're at the Legacy table. My name is Charlie Munford. I'm board chair for Legacy Academy. Charter school in Titusville, Florida, K through 6, elementary STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math. Liz has introduced herself. she's our community liaison. Napoleon Carroll is our vice chair. Benjamin Warren is a supporter and is my ex-husband. Davis is our secretary, treasurer of Legacy Academy. We're still trying very hard to open in August 2016. We should know or make a decision this Monday. We have a couple of facility is our biggest issue, finding the right facility for our school. We have a couple of options on the table that we're vetting, and we should finish vetting by Friday because we have to finalize our CSP. We made it to around stage 2 of the CSP. We have to submit that on the 25th. And we're here to learn.
Up here in the middle.
Brian Bethune from Kids Community College out there in Tampa, Riverview, more specifically. We are a K through 8 school. Currently, I'm here because we're actually opening high school next year. And so I'll be the director of the high school. And elevator pitch, the small community, keep a small, passionate community, small classrooms, personalized instruction, and all the big keywords you gave it. Dedicated to the success of every child.
Great, thank you for being here.
I'm Carrie Becker. I'm also with the community college, and I'm on the Orange campus out in Florida. And I actually started Monday. So I've been in public school for 15.5 years, so they sent me here to learn all about charters. We too are opening a middle school within the next year and a half. And next year we're adding 6th grade, and then we're expanding after that. So to absorb it all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamar Clark. I'm assistant principal at Rowlett Academy in Bradenton, Florida. We're a newly converted charter school, and we are a school for performing arts and communication with a strong emphasis on leadership development and leadership skills. So we're expanding to a middle school, and I'll be the future principal of that middle school, which is why I'm here today. So nice to meet everyone. Thanks for having me.
My name is Carol Sumter, and I'm the CEO of Sharp Term Consulting. And what my company does is we actually work with new and existing charter schools, and we focus on getting the operation to run effectively and efficiently so that the principal can focus on making sure that they give the support to their students and the teachers. So we take that operational piece off of them, and we help them build a playbook. And so once they have the playbook built, if a person leaves the organization, that knowledge doesn't leave with them. And when they get ready to open up another school, they take that playbook, and basically that is how they open up the school. And we tailor it to whatever the mission of the school is. Operations generally don't change, but we can tailor it to whatever we have as an operational mission.
Good morning. My name is Isabel Villanueva, and I am currently a principal of Aloma Charter High School in Winter Park, Florida. Our school's mission is to help at-risk students prepare for attain a standard high school diploma and prepare for post-secondary success. I'm here because I will be taking on opening up a new one of our schools named Econ River, and I wasn't there myself. I was just joined by our regional director sitting to the right of me, so he can give you our elevator pitch for our
Well, good morning. My name is Dan Mullins. I actually work with Accelerated Learning Solutions, and we're the management organization that oversees Aloma High School and some other schools that we have in Florida. And what we're trying to do basically is to help at-risk students earn a standard high school diploma and prepare for post-secondary success. We have a very fine-tuned model to do that, and we've seen a lot of success with students that would typically be dropouts, but have come into our program and have experienced success and earned their high school diplomas and have changed lives as a result.
My name is Debbie Ford. I work at our Children's Preparatory Academy. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Finance. We're a school from K to 8 it's comprised of all ESE students. And we work with an educational/therapeutic model.
Okay, very good. Yes.
My name is Christine Owie. I'm the president of Collaborative Educational Network. I was one of the first principals of a charter school when we had 33 schools in the state. 20 years ago. So I started when I was 12. And so I was also the executive director for the Florida Charter School Resource Center. And so we served a lot of the charter schools in the areas of special education. We used to do what Curtis basically does, sort of in a different scale. And then that funding, the federal funding went away in 2005, and then I opened up our firm. And so we specialize in technical assistance training, mostly a lot of special education. We assist schools with getting open. Once they get open, we do appeals. We do lots of different things. We're busy a lot. We're happy to be here today with Curtis. We work a lot with the CSU. We're here to help you. We have a wealth of experience. I'll let Kim share a little bit about her background. She's been doing this just a few years as well, so we're happy to be here today.
I'm Kim Kavanaugh. I was with the Florida Department of Education for 10 years in the Bureau of Exceptional Education and Student Services over ESE monitoring, complaint investigations, due process hearings, all things regulatory, the liaison with OSEP, the U.S. Department of Education Office of Special Education Programs. So when I left the department to go to work with Collaborative, it was to really help charter schools and school districts, because we do work with districts as well, make sure that their programs are being built and run and operating the way that they're supposed to be, and pretty much keep everybody out of trouble and to make sure the kids are successful. But it's the ESE kids.
And just as a caveat, we're here to help the charter schools, but we also do work with school districts. So, and one of our main focuses is we want to see the kids be successful. And so a lot of times, people say, we're just charter schools. Collaborative is about what's right and what's best for kids. So we like to always have that in there.
Okay. So for those of you who are repeat customers, I apologize, but I'm supposed to give this little disclaimer before I give presentations. The Department of Education basically sponsors the support unit through the CSP grants, which many of you are recipients of. One of the things that the state put into their federal grant application that they put up to the feds was that schools that are in their first few years of operation need additional assistance, because I don't remember if I left the chart in here. I did. This chart represents the number of schools in the years in which they close. So 45 of the schools in Florida that have closed during their first year of operation, whereas only 4 of them have closed during their 8th year of operation. The reason being that first year schools have a lot of things to face and a lot of issues to deal with. And to be honest, most of them are not academic. And so the idea of the support unit is to come in and help you provide support to those areas that a lot of schools are failing in the first few years, to give you help early on. So hopefully you can be successful and not end up one of those statistics. So we offer a variety of free services to charter schools. Once you have your contract, we have a support hotline. You can call me whenever you have questions. We can come out to your school and visit, spend a day there and write a report about things we see and things you might want to think about for the future. We can meet with your governing board and answer questions that they might have, or do a training with your governing board. We can't do the statutorily required training. I'm not certified to do that. But we can come out and just talk about like best practices and how should we put together our agenda and how can we try to stay more on task and things like that. So if we can ever be of any assistance, please feel free to call and let me know. But the disclaimer is that I'm not an attorney, so I can't give you legal advice. And I cannot be your financial planner. You wouldn't want me as your financial planner. So any advice that we give you is really general. And you may want to follow up with other professionals after I give you advice to see if you think that is effective advice or not. So there was this news story around Halloween about this company that's getting started, and they develop really fancy wheelchair costumes for Halloween kills.
Yes,
It was so cool. So I searched for ESE pictures, and that's what came up. So I threw that in here. I thought
We need those pictures. Those are awesome.
So that's a nonprofit agency. They're looking for help with these elaborate things that they build for the kids. It's really cool. But anyway, so with that, I want to hand it over now to our ESE presenters to talk about ESE and charter schools. And I need to open up their slides because I told them I would do that for them. Do you have any questions before we get started, though, while I'm looking for their slides? Okay. Christy and Kim, just so you know, in the past, this group has been very questioning. They ask lots of questions, so don't take this morning as an example, but they usually give you lots of feedback as you go through. So hopefully they'll tell you what they need to know. All right, New School Institute, March easy. And full screen. And it's been a long time since I've used PowerPoint. Where's the present button? There it is. There you go. I don't want that. Let me switch. No, I don't. There you go. You can, you can walk with this if you want to, but just don't move the ball because I'm not using it. So it's showing this screen up there, and here's your slide presenter view.
Okay, so how do I move between?
Just hit the button.
The button there, okay. I'll take it over here.
Or you can just, or we can just sit here and hit that,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Let's see if we got what the-
Don't like my elaborate setup here.
This one?
You have your remote control.
Ah, that's all right. Not blocking it. I feel like I'm going to take off on this Starship
I know.
Enterprise, all of these computers here. Wow. Cool.
Okay, you got it. So are we?
So we kind of, yeah, and so one of the things, I think our approach today, and you guys can ask questions, sometimes ESE is sort of like the afterthought. I think you're so concerned about getting your school open. It's like such a, get the application approved, get the contract, to get the student, you're trying to get everything going. And all of a sudden the kids show up and you're like, oh my gosh, what do we do? We've got these kids who are ESE, we have IEPs, now what? And so what Kim and I want to do today is kind of walk you through and hopefully give you some tools and some things to think about, about the program itself and how you set yourself up for success. And so I'll let Kim kind of walk through, and she's what we call the weedy person. So if she gets too weedy, I'll click along a little faster because I know you guys want to get out before 4 o'clock. So.
And I did want to just let you know, most of the time, what I first want to say, don't hold a question in your head, ask it when it's timely. Well, getting ready for this time around, we've done this a lot. I'm going to kind of switch it up because I realized that the questions that we get are they're preemptive questions. There's a fundamental flaw in the questions and the timing of the questions. So what I want to do this time is I'm going to talk really fast so that we'll have time to talk and discuss it afterwards. But I want to kind of lay some groundwork and then see what those questions are. If you've got a little bit more of the message that we're trying to send. So very quickly, everybody should know this. Everybody here has either written a charter application or has read them, which is probably more painful actually than writing them. And writing them could be pretty painful. But there's a whole lot of words in there. And no matter how hard you try, when you're opening a school and you're worrying about lunches and transportation and desks and special education and English language learners and, it kind of gets lost in the shuffle. So this presentation is about, no, really, for this population, you do have a commitment and an obligation, and so we're just going to focus on what that already is, but you may have already forgotten it, because it's been a while since you wrote your application. So first of all, what is the authority? Why do we even have to worry about this? You've got federal laws and regulations. Everybody knows IDEA. You'll see citations throughout here. And unfortunately, if you ever get in an awkward situation, you'll hear people throwing around, well, 34 CFR says, 34 GFR says, okay, that means that they're throwing federal regulations at you. And that's the backbone of what you have to do for students with disabilities. Each of those federal laws and regulations has an associated state statute or rule. So Florida does everything the feds do and layers on some additional requirements. So when you see statute and rule, that means you live in Florida, so you have to do these additional things. All right. Everybody knows the whole piece about ensuring access and equity for all students, that students with disabilities and students served in English for Speakers of Other Languages programs, English language learners, ELLs, must have an equal opportunity for enrollment in the school. I heard some conversations earlier about lottery systems, and when we were having an internal discussion over here about the whole idea of outreach and marketing and making sure that everybody in the community is aware of your school. So you can say, well, I don't discriminate at all. It's a blind lottery. Okay, but if you're not actively outreaching to a full range of families, then you're probably not hitting this as hard as you should. This happens a lot, less so now than a few years ago. There's an idea like, okay, I'm a charter school, so not all those requirements apply to me. That's perfectly true. However, any requirement related to students with disabilities does apply to every charter school. There's nothing in the world of disabilities that does not apply because you're a charter school. Which, when we start talking about what does a program look like in your building, that's really important to remember. All right. You probably, during the course of the application process, have had conversations and have been told, like, okay, you can relax a little bit if you think this, do I have to be able to meet the needs of every single student with a disability who might show up in my school? Well, if you were in another state, North Carolina, for example, charter school in North Carolina is its own LEA, its own district. As a student who's dual sensory impaired, they're deaf, they're blind, they're in a wheelchair, they have orthopedic impairments, they have medical, and they enroll in your school, they are your kid. Well, Florida's not like that, because you are actually, your charter school is a part of a larger LEA, which is your school district. The obligation to meet the needs of every single student who walks through those doors lies at the feet of the district, at the LEA. So there's a little bit of flexibility there because we have that kind of a model for sponsoring charters. Yeah.
I will say some districts may disagree with that point, and you may have to argue that point with occasional districts.
Yes. Definitely. Arguing the point is also part of in the blood of PSE, arguing a lot of points. So the federal law has laid out that not every school building in a district has to make available every possible service for every possible student. But as a whole, any student's needs need to be met within that district.
And so the argument that we often make with districts and with schools is, does this district provide all of those services in every school?
And if the answer is yes,
Then, okay,
you're a
then it
school in that
applies.
district and it applies to you as
Yeah.
well. The other piece that we need to be thinking about here is that no matter where the student is, any decision about placement, and placement in special education is an odd word. It means the amount of time the student spends with non-disabled peers versus the amount of time they're pulled out and only with students with disabilities. And it means, it also kind of refers to the types of services and supports that the student is getting. And it kind of relates to the location those services are being provided. Is it the school the child would attend if they didn't have a disability, or is it a special school, or, so there's the idea of placement is kind of big in special education land. But any decision about where the student's placement should be has to be based very specifically on the unique needs of that student. It cannot be, oh, I looked at his file and he has this disability, and therefore this is his placement or her placement. That cannot happen. The biggest, there's federal law, there's a mirroring state rule that says the same thing, is parent C. Unless the IEP of a child with a disability requires some other arrangement, the child is educated in the school that he or she would attend if non-disabled. Most of the time, that means the zoned school. With school choice, it means the school of choice that the family enrolled the student in. So a charter school that a family has chosen, or the zoned school, that is supposed to be where the students, that's the first place that those needs need to be met. And every school district's traditional school buildings struggle with that as well when they get very high needs kids at work. It's usually challenging kids more than high needs kids, I'll say. Behavioral issues tends to be where the rubber hits the road. Every traditional school building in the state of Florida struggles with how to meet the needs of a lot of those kinds of kids. And the charter school is in exactly the same situation. They need to be dealing with those same challenges in the same way. So that's soapbox on that. All right, so administrative services. Part of your contract with the district includes an arrangement whereby some administrative services are provided by the district.
It's part of the 5%.
Yeah, as part of that 5% holdback. There's not like a locked-in list of what those things are, but Florida statute and rule, as well as federal, identifies what some of the kinds of supports might be that a charter school would expect. And then ESE administration services, test administration services, processing teacher certification data, student information system, including equal access to whatever the district's MIS system happens to be. Those kinds of things, they're pretty typical. But again, it's not a closed list. Florida has a model contract that has to be the starting point, as you all know. It's the starting point for a contract between a district and a charter school. Now, you're allowed to do any strike-throughs and additions. It's just the starting point. So it's not like anything in there is, we're not saying it's in the model contract, therefore it has to be in your contract. We're saying, read what's there, think about what is going to support you and your school best, and push to have those things included. Think about what kind of changes would be good for that contract, better serve your school and your students. So things like professional development related to IEPs. If somebody drops the ball, if something goes wrong with a student, some services aren't being provided, the student's needs are not being met, procedural violations have occurred, it's a school district. It's an LEA that's responsible, and it's the LEA that's going to have the state complaint filed against it, and it's the LEA that's going to have a due process hearing request. Now, as the school building and the school administrator and the teacher who was responsible for that child, you're going to be sucked right into that. However, the entity that's having to respond is the LEA. So it would behoove any district to make sure that their charter school staff are as well trained and well prepared on the details about how to best develop IEPs, how to best figure out what services a student needs, how to most efficiently and effectively track the services that are being provided and document those services. So in the event you're challenged, it's a lot easier for everybody to demonstrate what's actually happened. Access to any electronic IEP systems or forms that the district's using. One of the things in the model contract says initial evaluation for ESE placement, and then any other supports and services as agreed to by the charter school and the district. So again, remember, somebody can go in and strike through this whole thing and start from scratch. Our recommendation, you look at the one that says initial evaluation for ESE placement. Think about what that means. You are one little piece of a larger school district. The school district is the responsible party. The school district has definite desire to make sure that only students who are truly eligible for ESE are found eligible, and that students who don't really have a disability or don't meet the criteria aren't placed in the program, but also that students are overlooked. So that the onus is on the district to make sure that the right kids are being evaluated and found eligible for the right programs, and that we don't miss anybody. That is a thing that, yes, that's what initial evaluation is about. However, there's this whole other thing called reevaluation. For every 3 years at a minimum, you're going to be looking at those kids. Every kid with an IEP in your school, you're going to be re-looking at them and figuring out, do I need more data to say he or she continues to have a disability? Do we think we had language impaired, but really I don't think that's it. I think there's all these other things that are going on. And it's not about a language impairment. It's about attention deficit and other health impairment, or it's about behavioral issues, or it's about a specific learning disability. It could be a range of things. The model contract is silent on who pays for any standardized, formalized psychological testing that would be involved in a reevaluation. So a lot of times, schools and districts, they enter in, it's like, okay, initial, the district will pay for that because they want to make sure their psychologist is at the table and their date, they want to make sure that's clean and tight. Well, the reevaluation is looking at the same thing. If the reevaluation is saying this child has an intellectual disability, they thought he just had a lisp, but now we think he has an intellectual disability. It would be good if when the contract was being negotiated, there had been conversations about when it's something that significant, changing the category of the disability is a huge thing. And one would think that a district would want a dog in that fight. They would want to be at that table and have it be, the professional evaluators that they are depending on to be involved in that process. So that's just like thinking about the things you're really going to have to do on a day-to-day basis over time and making sure that you thought about that when you're contracting the ESE sector. Yeah.
That's also a budgeting decision, because hiring those people to come in and help can get expensive if you have to do a lot of them. And not all districts will agree with Kim's assertion that they want to be at the table either.
Yeah.
Because I just got a call about 2 weeks ago from a school where there was a kid who had speech and language, and now they were testing him for SLD, and the district refused to pay for the evaluation, and she couldn't understand why. So we were trying to explain to her that yes, it's a new service. However, he is currently ESE. Once he's classified according to your contract, it's up to you.
Right.
And those are the kinds of nuances that so what happens is we get calls a lot, probably the same exact call. This is violating, like, what do we do? If you'd at least had the conversation, like at the contract time, you would not be surprised. You know, when it comes time to a reeval, when we're thinking about adding IND, we've had this conversation. We know that the district is going to stick to the contract. But most of the time, those conversations were not had until here we are, we got a child who needs. And now we're starting to fight about this. We shouldn't have had that fight and come to resolution earlier. So.
How many of you are still negotiating your contracts?
You're going to want to be as part of that process, especially if you're still involved in it, collaborating with the district to figure out exactly what those other supports and services might be. And there's some confusion actually within the language of the model contract, even about there's this role in any IEP team meeting or an evaluation team, this role called the LEA rep, the local educational agency representative. Well, an LEA rep is a district level position or designate. Most school districts of any size at all people in every school building, from the principal, the AP, the guidance counselor, it can be an ESE teacher who is designated to serve in the role as the LEA representative. In order to do that, though, there are some things that they have to meet. They have to know about they need to know about general education, they need to know about special education, and they need to be knowledgeable of the resources and services that are available within the district, within the school and within the district. And then that person can be designated to like run these meetings and to be the final say, and the person who says, okay, this is the way the team has decided, this is the team's decision. So you want to make sure that you figured out with your district who can serve as that. Some districts will say, we want our district staffing specialists at every table. Every time you have an IEP meeting, district staffing specialists will serve as the LEA. Others say, you're on your own. It's your school building. You figure out who you want it to be. Others will say, it can be any appropriate person from your school, unless the purpose is to determine eligibility or to do a reevaluation, at which point we want. So it's going to be negotiated, but make sure that is clear. Because we've had a lot of experience with schools that will call and say, well, what your contract says. And in the contract, it's silent on who the LEA representative is and when they're going to be at meetings and when they're not going to be there.
So Polk is here. Do you guys send somebody from the district to the IEP team meetings? See, there you go. Right. So somebody for every IEP team meeting, is it?
For the initial.
For the,
So we're the district that, or one of the districts who in our, I would say 100% of our contracts right now, I just wrote a note. To myself, because we're all, for this year, they're done. Sealed, signed, delivered, but it is initial only, and then upon request. And then because of our staffing problems right now in our ESE department, we're way under capacity. We've had issues this past year in trying to get to follow-ups if they are extenuating circumstances like you just described. So that's our big issue right now.
And upon request, when there's some definition about what might constitute a reason to request, is really a good answer. Because routine meetings, you don't need to be, it's like we're just keeping on. But when there's something
big,
complicated going on, the other thing people sometimes say is they misinterpret this section of the contract where it says the LEA representative doesn't have to be there. The district may choose whether or not they send the LEA rep. There must be a person in the role of LEA rep, whether it is a school district person or your school building. There's always a signature line on everything that says LEA rep, and somebody's been designated as that.
I used to be an ESE program specialist, and we used to get a lot of IDEA money. But as charter schools, we don't see it directly. Does it go through the district?
We're talking about the money in a little bit.
and that's a good question.
And the reason I brought up the money is just because in working with 2 different counties, there's one county where the principal is the one that decides if a child is eligible for ESE using an RTI method. Then you've got the complete opposite. So I wonder if how is that, if it's just
and we'll get to
odd.
that, but
okay.
We've spent.
There's not a happy answer to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a nice.
I guess I didn't expect a happy answer.
Yeah.
Just what it
Here
was.
we go. Federal funds. Mhm.
It seems so clear. The feds say that with respect to charter schools that are public schools of the LEA, which is the way Florida works, you're all a charter school, you are a public school under your school district. With one exception, because we do have a charter district, but that's another.
In Polk.
Yeah, that's another situation.
Mhm.
Yeah. The district, federal law says, the district must serve children with disabilities attending the charter schools in the same manner as they serve children with disabilities in other schools, including providing supplementary and related services on site of the charter school, blah, 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 read it. Here's where it gets complicated. Every school district does that differently. And many school districts would be hard pressed to explain to you in what we call like can you do a shiny sheet? Can you give me one piece of paper with bullets, preferably on only the top half of the page, that tells me, what do you do with your IDEA dollars? And as a charter school, I get equal access to that. Trying to tease out exactly what your district, the districts are struggling to explain, because it does differ. If you're sitting in a meeting like this, and you've got somebody from, their schools in another county, or heaven forbid, they have schools in 5 counties, and you hear somebody say, well, no, my district, this is what they have to do. Take it with a grain of salt. If that's what they have to do, it's because in that district, that's what they use their federal dollars for. That may not be at all what your school district uses their federal dollars for. And the decision about what this looks like is based on your school district's budget and how those dollars are allocated. And in some cases, the way it's built up, the way the district is spending the money, there's very little that's flowing into school level services. It is all top heavy on more district level supports, and you don't have kids that need those higher end things. They may be legitimately telling you that our dollars are going for the deep end kids, and you don't have that. Our federal dollars are. We use our state dollars for everything else. So there's no easy answer.
Do you know if there are any really good models of how it's being done? We have a unique opportunity because we have a new superintendent. He's very open to new and different ways of doing things.
Which district are you in?
Brevard.
Brevard.
I was just going to say, I know that there's been a lot of changes, and Brevard is one that is in the middle of
Mm-hmm.
doing a change.
The one that I've liked the best personally is Palm Beach. However, they're changing it.
They pulled back on it.
Yeah, they used to
Sure
say
did.
you get X number of dollars per ESE kid of federal money. And to me, that seemed fair because you're getting an allotment for every kid and it's easy to budget on and you can work off of it. At the beginning of this year, they turned around and said, you're not getting that anymore. And the charter schools were in an uproar because there was no notice. Made the newspaper and there was this big political battle, so they gave it back. My guess is they're gonna give them notice next time and they're gonna take it away again. But to me, it seemed that that was the most fair and easy way to do it because you have something to budget on. But they're the only district that I know that does it that way. And I don't know of anything else.
It's very odd because other federal, even IDEA, you may or may not know that a school district, the dollars that they get through IDEA, they're supposed to like look at all the students with disabilities who live within the boundaries of that county, and including those who attend private schools. And they're supposed to take that pot of IDEA dollars and divide it by the number of students with disabilities, including those in private schools. And then take that proportion. So say you've got 100 kids with disabilities in your district, 10 of them go to private school, nonprofit private schools, and 90 of them go to your school district. You're supposed to take 10% of that IDEA pot. You must take 10% of that IDEA pot and put it towards services to kids with disabilities in private schools. It's a mathematical calculation. You count heads, you do the division, and you know where the dollars have to go. That is why this part is different. I don't know, but it would be a lot easier if IDEA required that same proportionate share.
And there's an opportunity, maybe if they reauthorize, when they reauthorize IDEA, which is maybe coming up. So, I mean, this has been a problem that's been ongoing for 10, 12 years, that districts, and we worked with your school a lot in Manatee. And let me tell you, they were all kinds of scary hiding things. So, yeah.
Okay, and no, so everything we talk about here is hypothetical. If a district, so you've got what I call program people, and then you've got money people. And so if you are trying to figure out what services you have, which you should tap into, and nobody can figure out, nobody knows the difference between FTE dollars, which are state dollars, and IDEA funds, which are federal funds, then they get really, like, everybody knows about the matrix. You have a 254 or 255 kid, you get more money. That's state dollars. That has nothing to do with your IDA dollars. So if the district doesn't know, if they're conflating in their heads the source of the money, did it come in through matrix and weighted funding? Or did it come in through the grant, through the IDEA grant? Then they're gonna have a hard time telling you exactly how much money we get. And that has definitely happened.
They're getting promised one thing, but then it turns out that that was based on a matrix calculation, not on an IDEA dollars calculation. So Florida tried to fix it with the language in the statute about,
Curtis, I'm stuck.
You're down here in entering chat message.
What?
I don't know.
Oh.
Presentation, sorry.
Oh, there. Can I, okay.
Keep going. Okay, so Florida's charter school statute has a section about qualifying for reimbursement for federal funds. It says, it sounds really good. Submit a plan to the district for how the money's going to be spent. They have 30 days to review it and approve it or give you feedback on it. Make sure that your expenditures comply with all, you're not trying to spend money on things you're not allowed to, food, things like that. Submit reimbursement requests 30 days before the date set by the district.
That's all you have for that.
Okay, so that all makes perfect sense. Problem is, we've yet to hear from a
Anybody
district,
who's
from a district charter team. Orange may have been working.
Yeah, but I don't think they got it.
We've yet to hear from a district charter school combination where they've really nailed down a clearly understandable plan for what the dollars can be used. It's like, it should be good. Okay, come up with an idea, get the district to agree, and then what this is how I submit my invoice and I get paid 30 days later and life is good. They're still struggling. And I don't quite understand why. Now, that is not required, that's an option. And so maybe that's part of it is people are still not really comfortable because they don't know what to ask for.
DOE thinks that if we could come up with a plan like this and share it with districts and schools, that this would be wonderful. So this could be our sole task for the next 5 years and it would be good, but yeah, all right, that's where we gotta go.
All right, so meanwhile, here's your, so you've got some amount of dollars that you don't really know how many they are. Tell you, but you do know what your state funds are, and state funds are the majority of what pays for students with disabilities. That's the other myth. It's not like the district is supporting their ESE programs with their IDEA funds, and that's how they get to do it, and you're stuck with just your regular kid dollars. No, the district's pretty much feeling like for their run-of-the-mill ESE kids in all those school buildings throughout the district, it's their state funds that are supporting it, and the IDEA is just to supplement that, not to supplant it. So that state dollars is where you're going to be supporting this program. All right, what's that program supposed to look like? You've got special education, which is, by definition, it's specially, and they're quoting, specially designed instruction to meet the unique needs of a child with a disability. So what is specially designed instruction? That is adapting as appropriate to the needs of the student, the content, methodology, or delivery of instruction. Special education is done by an ESE teacher or service provider. Okay, so gen ed teachers, most of the time, can't provide special education. That's what special education service providers do. Then we have this other category called related services. So those are things like counseling, special transportation, OT, PT. Actually, in Florida, you can, if a child has a language impairment, then they would get language therapy as a special education service. If they don't technically have a language impairment, like, that meets the criteria in the rule, but they have another disability, say autism spectrum, and it significantly impacts their language and they would benefit from language support services, then they can have language as a related service. So in Florida, depending on the source of the disability, it might be either. But if a student only needs a related service, we see this a lot when charter schools are left to their own devices. He needs occupational therapy, he can't even hold a pencil, he can't do all the stuff. I'm saying he, because it tends to be boys that this happens with. And we have access to an OT. So we're gonna make him other health impaired and give him OT. Well, no, the only problem was that he needed OT. He doesn't need any special education. So he should not have been an ESE student.
Should have a 504 plan.
Yes. There are classroom accommodations, changes to how instruction is provided, how the student is expected, which is presentation, how the student is expected to respond, how the student participates. It can be differences in the kind of instructional materials. And accommodation can't change the fundamental nature of what the student is supposed to learn. That would be considered a modification and a watering down of curriculum, and you don't want to go there. Examples of classroom accommodations that you have to, that are commonly provided for things like answering questions orally, using large print, watching video with closed captioning, listening to portions of text on tape rather than reading it. And we have a caution here. In Florida, there's a requirement in the statute that says if you provide a classroom accommodation that's not allowable on the state assessment, the parent has to sign consent for that to be provided. What makes this confusing is classroom accommodations are about the day-to-day teaching of the student. And there's a million things that you do to help children learn. The assessment is this, I'm sitting here in front of the computer, I'm on the clock, I'm very limited in the type of accommodations that even apply to a testing situation. I can have classroom accommodations that are about behavioral things. I'm giving him little stickers every 3 minutes so he keeps his hands to himself. Well, I'm not allowed to do that in the middle of a testing situation, and I probably wouldn't even need to do that there. Does that mean I need parent consent? Because I'm not allowed to do that during the standardized test? We would argue no, because it's really so separate. This requirement about the consent came up when there was a long period of time where in Florida, everywhere, if a child was struggling to read, at some point, 6th grade, 7th grade, okay, you know what, we're not doing decoding anymore. We're just gonna give them books on tape. We're gonna concentrate on oral comprehension. Can you understand and can you comprehend abstract and sophisticated content if we talk about it? And that's a great thing, and that's very important. But should you have really stopped teaching decoding? No. So there was a decade ago, there was a big problem with that in Florida. And kids were then sitting down to take their FCAT at the time. And they really had been not receiving any direct reading instruction for the year. They were only getting comprehension orally. So this law was passed to say, if you're going to accommodate to the extent that you stop teaching something, if you say, here's a calculator, I'm done with the times tables, just use a calculator. You need the parent's consent to that. Because when he goes to take the math test and they say, no, you can't use a calculator, you just set the child up to fail. So figuring out when those consents are required is a little bit tricky. I'm still teaching him the math times tables, but I'm also 10% of the time saying, relax, use the calculator. Maybe I don't need consent now because I'm still teaching the basic skills that I was supposed to be targeting. So then we have, that's classroom accommodations. Then we have testing accommodations. That's the list that comes in the manual that changes every year, and that you don't see the manual till you're ready to give the test, but you needed to put in the IEP a year before what they were going to get, so that gets confusing. But those test accommodations are very explicit, and they need to tied to what the teachers were doing in the classroom. If I don't need extra time to complete my routine classroom assignments and my chapter tests, why would I need extra time to complete the standardized state assessment? There needs to be a time in there. There's a whole other category of services called supplemental aids and services, which can be very wide. Those are things like tutoring. If a student needs a paraprofessional, not if a classroom needs an extra set of hands, but if an individual student needs a para to help them function and get through the day, and that's a whole other issue, figuring out if the student really needs it, that would be a supplemental aid and service. Behavior intervention plans. It's just a variety of things that would fall into the category of supplemental aids and services. You need to be thinking about those for every student. Supports for school personnel. Again, they're supports for your school staff, but they're student specific. So a lot of school buildings run like sort of ESE 101 at the start of the year, differentiated instruction, meeting the needs of students with disabilities in your classroom. Those are not things that you would put on an IEP. They are supports for your staff, but they're not. It's Christy's IEP. They're not about Christy. Now, if Christy's deaf or hard of hearing, and she's going to be sitting in a 4th grade classroom, and Christy's teacher needs to know some things about DHH kids, so we're going to give that teacher special training and special support, that would go on Christy's IEP, because it's about her individual needs, and that's why these people are getting this information. If it's how to teach reading to auditory learners, no, I've got auditory learners all over the school, and that's just about being a better teacher. All right, so this is like, those are all the things that your program needs to have, and you need to be thinking about, how are we going to do this? How are we going to provide that? What might I be expected to do? What is reasonable? What's a reasonable accommodation that is not going to financially shutter our doors because we can't afford it?
You have 20 minutes.
When we look at, so like what, how big does that range of services have to be? So we look again at the model charter school application evaluation instrument. Again, it's not binding, it's not a rule, it's not a statute, but it clearly lets us know what the state of Florida, Florida Department of Education is expecting from your charter schools. What they're expecting is that the ESE section of an application for a Florida charter school should demonstrate an understanding of the requirements of the school to serve all students and to provide a concrete plan for meeting the broad spectrum of educational needs and providing the student with quality education. This is new language in the new application format that's being used right now, starting in February. But it's reflective of the state trying to ramp up and clarify that message with very few exceptions. They're your kids. They came up in the lottery, they enrolled in your school, they're your kids, and you need to have a plan to do that. All right, so how am I going to do that? Well, the overarching goals for the whole school, but for ESE, are primarily you want your school, and I'm putting words in your mouth, to be an inclusive community that supports access and equity to educational programs. Can't imagine anybody saying, no, that's not what we want. You want rigorous education for all your students, including students with special needs, whether they're English language learners, whether they have academic concerns, sensory motor issues, behavioral concerns. We want a rigorous education for them. You want to be efficient in your use of resources and staff. You don't want to be just foolishly spending money on supports that you don't need or that could be provided in a more fiscally responsible way. And you want to fully comply with all statutes and rules, because ESE is the place, that's the program that's going to get you on the front page of the paper, that in your budget. They're going to get you on the front page of the paper in ways that you don't want to have happen.
All right, so what do you need to achieve those overarching goals? Well, you have to have a really strong multi-tier system of support. Everybody in this room, your MTSS, so yep, I know that is great. Yes. But for real, it can't just be pages in the application. You have to have a very, we were talking about the operation, the Bible, the manual that we just talked about. Transfer this and open up another school. You need to have that kind of documentation and system for that MTSS and problem-solving group. Those are the people that are going to sit and steer your school. They're going to be that's the people that decide, that determine if your curriculum is effective, if your teachers are effective, what needs to happen to shift the ship. You need to have dedicated time for collaboration and team planning among your instructional staff. If you don't have that, you're not going to meet the overarching goals, and you're not going to have an effective ESE program, let alone any other program. You need to have a range of services and supports. There has to be variation and flexibility in the type and intensity of services that you provide. There was a time in Florida where a charter school would say, this is what we do. We do inclusion, we have one person, consults with our kids. That's what we do because we're a charter school and we're small. Or because we're a charter school and we're big. But that's our model. Or whatever your reason happens to be. That no longer applies. You have to be able to demonstrate that there's flexibility and robustness to the services and the supports that you provide. You're going to want to make sure that all the plans are being implemented as they are supposed to be, and you must have parent participation. That's another, what we found, schools that are opening with more novice administrators, people that maybe don't have years of public school administration under their belt. They don't understand the law says parents have to be invited, and they have to come to these meetings, and they think it's a recommendation. It's not a recommendation, it's a requirement. You need to be very aware of that. We're going to jump through this because it's on the slides that you have in your handout, so you can see the things that you need to be thinking about as you achieve those goals. And I want to get to the slides on what service delivery models might actually look like. So there's a thing called course code directory. Course code directory. There's part of it that's just the actual course code directory. These are the courses that are offered and the details about them. There's also a narrative section.
Does anybody not know what the course code directory is? Because we haven't talked about that yet. Don't be ashamed.
Okay, it's okay.
So I think there's a link to it somewhere in the PowerPoint, but also you just go in and you Google Florida course code directory, and it's updated every single year. And there's a little, it's online. You can go to the grade levels that you need. It's going to give you the course codes for whatever it is you're teaching in your school. There's also a section called narrative. That's a narrative chapter. The narrative chapter has a wealth of amazing information that you need to know about credentials, teacher credentials, ELLs, students with disabilities, any kind of specialized programs that you have, your career and technical education programs. It's really, it's not very long. You'll read it and you'll just be highlighting, going, okay, we need to remember that, we need to remember that. Part of the section, part of what it includes is a table that I've modified a little bit that shows for ESE kids, students with disabilities, these are some ways, beyond ways, that this is what services look like. This is how you would build your program. So the first one, the most common and the least intense, is teacher-to-teacher consultation. So in these slides, what you'll see is the first column is what does it look like? This one, a gen ed teacher provides instruction, and an ESE teacher provides consultation services to the gen ed teacher in accordance with a student's IEP. Because the IEP says Susie's teachers need consultation from the occupational therapist or whatever. and certification requirements. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the general ed teacher has to meet certification in accordance with the course number that they're teaching. And the ESE teacher just has to have any ESE certification area. And then there are some, if you have kids who are visually impaired or hearing impaired or dual sensory impaired, there are some additional requirements. That's all available there. And then there are some overarching things like the consultation needs to be face-to-face, needs to be documented, needs to have notes about what the topic was or the areas were being discussed. And I'll say, historically, this was not considered a direct special education service because that ESE teacher is not touching the student. Over the last few years, as the focus is increasingly become on teaching the general standards, highly qualified gen ed teachers teaching general standards, or if a student isn't on those standards, then they're on access points, and they're in an ESE access points course, and they're being taught the access points by a teacher who's knowledgeable of those. In the past, there was this blurry space in the middle for just low performing kids. We taught them not the regular standards, but not like special, like super cognitively involved kids standards. We did this made up middle thing. Well, there is no made up middle thing anymore. So because of that, at district discretion, you'll want to have this conversation with your district. Do they accept teacher-to-teacher consultation as the only ESE service that a student gets? Some districts will say no. The ESE teacher has to lay hands on it, not the directly. As well, although you still get teacher-to-teacher, that's going to be a district decision, so you're going to want to make sure that you understand what your district's expectations are with regard to consultation. Co-teaching is a tough one to fund, very effective, but we're talking 2 teachers, 1 ESE.
It's a scheduling nightmare, and you really have to figure.
And if you don't get to put more kids in the wall, some states co-teaching, like if I could have 4 classrooms and 4 teachers, and like I could just keep adding more kids. Florida is also about the classroom itself, so you don't get to have. I can't put 35 kids in a classroom because I'm doing co-teaching. I've still got my single classroom and paying for 2 teachers. So this is hardly ever the solution, but it's in there as an option, and there may be situations when it's good. Inclusion teaching and support facilitation, very common service delivery model. 2 or more teachers are assigned to a group of students. 1 is responsible for only 1 student or a small group. So you've got the general ed teacher teaching the general ed course content, and the ESE teacher working with isolated students or small groups of students. They do not, the ESE teacher doesn't have to be there every day for the full period. They may only be scheduled to be there for half a period, or 3 days a week, or there are a variety of ways. The risk for this one is people hear that and then they say, oh, so my ESE teacher, she's going to actually, there's a 90-minute block, and she's going to spend that 90 minutes across 5 classrooms.
It's a scheduling nightmare.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So really, nobody should ever be doing more than 2 class periods in a day. And that's only if you really believe they only need to be in there for half the period. So you need to, you need to be thinking about not burning out the teacher, but it is very effective because they're there, that the contact with the gen ed teacher is immediate, it's consistent, and very helpful, and they're working with the kids. But again, the schedule, we used to have a picture that a teacher gave us. She
Yeah.
went into, we were doing an evaluation.
We did an evaluation in a large district, and she had like a 11 by 17 piece of paper, and she was trying to map out the classrooms that she went to in a given week, and
It
for
was
how many
so
minutes, and
appalling.
the students that she was seeing during that week. And it was like a maze of craziness.
You can't see 180 kids with disabilities
In a week.
Can't happen. Just can't happen.
Yeah.
Sorry. Then you'll, in here, we're not going to talk about it, but there are roles and responsibilities for what inclusion might look like. Dual certified. This is another very effective, under a couple of caveats, it's a very effective way to make sure that your students with disabilities are getting the services and supports that they need in a fiscally responsible way. One teacher provides instruction. That teacher is both the gen ed teacher and the ESE teacher, and is able to provide that specially designed instruction in accordance with the IEP. Now, that individual teacher has to meet the certification requirements in accordance with their gen ed course number, course code, and certification requirements for ESE. Now, the caveat here is having a credential does not make you a good teacher. So just because you've got all your gen ed teachers to go out and take that, read the book and take the test and get stamped their ESE certification does not mean that that person can really do a good job and be all things to all people. But many teachers are able to do that. There are many amazing teachers, and one reason they are amazing is because they have a strong ESE background. If you hire them because they have both credentials, you feel they are a strong gen ed teacher and they're a strong ESE teacher, you can then they are able to implement the IEPs for students that are in that classroom. And you aren't bringing another ESE teacher in, and it was very effective.
And one of the things we're doing with a lot of our new clients is we're having them pay for their teachers to go back and get the certification with ESE, because it also helps them with the strategies in the classroom. A lot of times the behavior is a big issue. And so going back and getting that extra certificate is not that expensive, and taking the test. And then it also gives them that ability to provide sort of that dual certification. So.
Can I ask a quick question? And I'm sorry, this may have been answered, I stepped out. So for a situation like that, where you have a dual certified teacher that's certified both in the content being taught and special ed, they would be able to service the ESC students in the classroom, but only if they are in need of a facilitator.
Whatever, okay, so I've got.
Not like, it wouldn't be like if the child has a need for resource, you wouldn't be able to.
Okay, give me 1 minute.
Okay, I'm sorry,
No,
I'm sorry.
that's a perfect segue.
Yeah.
Because in fact, I don't even know what this is, and we're gonna go down that road. ESE service, special education is a service. Resource is an amount of time. Special education services are location neutral. So
Doesn't matter
I
where they
can provide those, I can push into a general ed class and provide you with the service. I can pull you out one-on-one and provide you with the service. I can pull you out into an ESE classroom and provide everybody with that service. The service is the same. What I'm doing with the student is the same. The location and the setting I'm doing it in will determine whether he's a regular level kid, a resource level kid, a separate level kid. So this leads us to, we're going to jump ahead, and the very end of this presentation, we put the slides about, okay, so what are the questions we get asked? Charter schools pick up the phone, or their students pick up the phone and call us and say, our school, this person, this child just showed up with this IEP. How are we supposed to do this? What are we supposed to do? Okay, well, first of all, you're supposed to have had a couple of options from those service delivery models were supposed to be available in your school. You're supposed to have a whole slew of those accommodations and supplementaries and services in place, but all of this infrastructure is there. So now the decision about what do I do when shouldn't be being reactive. I have this system in place. Now I look at that IEP and I say, first question, can it be implemented exactly as written? Every single thing on here, including the amount of the service, the description of the service, the amount of time spent providing the service, and the location, general ed,
special ed, whatever it is. Can that whole IEP be implemented exactly as written? Yes or no? Who's good? We got it. Ooh, this kid was getting some pullout in this area. We don't have a pullout period, but we do have support facilitation, and we do have in the fourth grade, which happens to be where this child's placed, we do have two teachers who are dual certified, and they're really good ESE teachers as well as fourth grade teachers. So now we're gonna look, what were his goals? How far below grade level is he? What are the behavioral kinds of things that we like? What do we need to do? Because we can, education is an art. It is not a science. IEP writing is the biggest art in the world. No IEP program lets you plug in a description of a kid and out pops goals and services. Because everything is contingent on something else. So here you've got the kid and the school he was in, they for whatever reason, they did all little three pull out and no push in. That could be why it has pull out. You're allowed to, there are more than one way to be effective with a student. You can pick the one that works for your program. What you can't do is just say, we only do this. So you're gonna sit down, you're gonna have an IEP team meeting, you're gonna look at exactly who that kid is, and what he or she needs, and then figure out how you're gonna do it in your school. It may require some amount of pull-out. It may be that what the content is so intensive, he's so far behind, and it's such specialized instruction and specialized program. I do need to do it in just with another group of kids that need that. Or I may be able to embed it within the general classroom. So it's that resource isn't a thing. Resource is an amount of time I pulled somebody out to give them the thing.
So the services would be determined by the IEP, and then you would just put the location of which the service is. So a dual certified teacher that can provide the goals and the accommodations within that classroom, then you would just maintain everything the same except for the location of
And
services.
I'm gonna say, so what are the class size, class caps? Is it
1 to
18,
1 to
22.
18 and 22.
Yeah.
So all the policy recommendations on any kind of inclusive setting, whether you're doing support facilitation, but particularly if you're relying on a dual certified teacher. You can have 22 kids in a fifth grade classroom. Is it appropriate to have a gen ed dual certified teacher with 6 kids with IEPs and have 22 kids in a classroom? No. Are you gonna meet some kind of a compliance checklist? Yeah. I have dual certified teacher, I've got IEPs, I've got the kids with the IEPs are in that classroom, that teacher serving the kids. All this looks perfectly good. And you just set the teacher up to burn out and run away screaming, and you set the student up to fail, and you set the family up to be incredibly disappointed in charter schools because they don't provide the services that my kid needs. On paper, you had it, you nailed it, but in reality, you didn't. So when you're using that model, you shouldn't be capping, you shouldn't be putting half the kids in the classroom as ESE kids, you shouldn't be capping those classrooms.
So the question is, like a smaller charter school, if they're unable to meet the IEP, how does that?
Give me an example.
How do you not meet the IEP? Tell us.
I'm thinking maybe a person needs para the entire day, and the school is small and like 4%.
Why does the student need a para all day?
I have no idea what's going on with the question.
Right, but this is part of it. There's a whole world of things that kids get that they don't need. I mean, anybody, do I need a para for physical things that are never, ever gonna change? That's one thing. Many times when you look at who's getting paras, the discussion didn't involve the fact that that's one of the most isolating things you can do to a student is have a one-on-one para. And any para usage should really be tied to a plan for exactly what is that person doing and exactly what are we doing to teach this child the skills that they need so they don't need that para, et cetera, et cetera.
Can I give an example that I
Yes.
think might help where you're trying to go? This is what I do with So little tiny school, child is now being diagnosed with a disease where he will eventually become blind. The charter school cannot afford a vision and braille teacher and all of that. We have district schools who provide all of that. So what happens? The district says, it is unfortunate that the charter school cannot provide these services because our district schools do provide them. Now, the problem we have.
But not every district school.
Provides those services, but you have
Right,
one district
And
school.
it actually happens at the child's own school provides those services. The unfortunate part is the parent does not want the child
To go to
the
that.
charter school.
Right.
So
That's
that's
where
where.
Yeah.
So that work, yeah, that's the most difficult part, but.
Yeah.
That's also in that kind of, many districts, one of the things that their IDA funds are used for is paraprofessionals. I mean, that's a more common thing to see. So that's another place where, again, all these things are tied together, but you're gonna go back and say, is this an appropriate thing to use our IDEA funds for? Nothing says you need to use your IDEA funds for all the ESC kids in your school. That's part of what it's for, is I've got this unique kid, with a unique need, and can I go to the district in our agreement? That's the dollars that I'm.
And I will say that in your case, in a charter school, because it is smaller, a lot of times that student had some of those services because they were in a larger school. And so just now that they're in a smaller school, a lot of times those same services on the IEP are not necessary because they're in a smaller setting. And we've seen lots of times that the IEP may look completely different because now they're in this different place, that the goals may look very different and what the needs are. And so it's important to have an IEP team meeting and sit down with everybody and talk about where that student is. And it may be very different.
Because the flip side, when we said, you look at that IEP and if it can be implemented exactly as written, you're good to go. The flip side to that is not, if it can't be implemented as written, tell mom, we're sorry, we don't provide that. That is not the flip. The flip is what Christy just said. Okay,
So
let's get all the brains together.
sit down.
And really, the other thing is, an IEP, I don't care how long it is, I don't care who wrote it, it's a snapshot. It's not the full portrait of the child. So you're gonna want that sit-down meeting and let's look at all the available data. Let's figure out really who this kid is and what your child is, and figure out what it is. Like, how can we massage this program to meet those needs? And there will be times when the answer is, it's just not.
Not gonna.
And if I can just offer some words of advice here is, if that ever happens, one of the things that I think you really need to have open dialogue with your charter authorizer in your district and make sure that they are well aware of the situation first before the parent calls the office. Because they'll come to you first and say, well, I'm not happy with this situation. I want my child has been here since pre-K, is now in 4th grade. Because now you're abandoning a child that has become part of your school family. Because then lawyers become involved. But the other thing is too, is that you really have with your principal, whoever's having this conversation with the parent, make sure that they really truly realize that this is not, we're not trying to not serve your child. It's that we really cannot. And I think in most cases, parents don't understand the law. And so to have a real good grasp of what it says, but to do it in a very warm way and not send the parent a letter saying we can no longer serve your child. I think they're just.
Which happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. And that's, we see it all the time. And so that's what you want to do. You want to create for yourself, because down the road, it's just going to become a mess if you don't establish that with your principals. Because most of you are not probably going to be the principal of your school, but that you really have those conversations where you cannot coerce a parent out of your school, even if you cannot provide the services, and the services have come after the fact, and this has been a diagnosis that has come well after his enrollment. But you can certainly have conversations, and sometimes they're just going to be a muck anyway. Like in this particular instance, I don't think we're going to see anything easy come out of it. But also you're dealing with parents who are just now learning that their child is going to ultimately become blind. So you've got a lot of human, you've got a lot of emotions.
That we trusted is now saying,
right.
Oh,
And I think
sorry about your life, but we just can't handle it.
Yes.
still going back to the original, I guess, well, legally, I guess is what I'm trying to understand as school.
And it's not black and
That's
white.
my question.
Yeah.
What's the
It's not
ultimate
black and
outcome
white.
of
Right.
the exam?
The
The ultimate
district have
outcome for
responsibility.
this particular family is that this, well, without disclosing the school, I mean, there are, okay, so let's just say it's a regular school. It's a school that, okay, it falls under the district, okay? In that instance, then it is like what has been described. The district schools are ultimately responsible providing all services to all children. The charter school must provide services that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they must provide the services that they have brought the child in on. So if you've accepted the child and the child is now in your school and, you know, all of a sudden you decide that you can't
We
handle
no
it.
longer,
We no longer can
our
do
budget
it.
this, we lost 50 kids.
We can
And
no
there's- So
longer.
those are two different things.
Right.
The child had received a traumatic brain injury and now needs this, is one right.
Mhm.
We lost 50 kids and our budget can't support what we were providing him, you're never gonna put
Yeah.
him on that.
And I think
Is
if you make
there a scenario where the student would stay at that school because that's what the parent wanted, and then the district would provide services?
That's the communication with the
Yeah,
district.
it
That's-
sure is.
That's all, and there are districts that would do it in a heartbeat and there are districts that would.
Say no.
Yeah. And the other thing to remember is that the majority of times that charter schools have contacted us about counseling out a student, it has nothing to do with, they're going blind or they had it. It has to do with they kicked the principal. They threw a desk. Okay, there's not a school building in Florida where a principal hasn't been kicked. I guarantee you. That's what happens. And so there is, the bar for dealing with behavioral challenges, districts don't, the world isn't full of center schools for challenging behavior. They're here and there, even districts with cluster sites or, I don't know what different districts call it, different things, those are getting fewer and farther between. And school buildings themselves are expected to deal with challenging behaviors that aren't full-term, you know, severely emotionally disturbed kind of kids, but just like regular, really naughty, really bad, really need to learn coping skills and replacement behaviors. That's most school buildings, that's what they do.
And I think
So
if you also provide, you are able to demonstrate a good faith effort in trying to make it work real well. Sometimes the parents kind of, if the parent's the one in denial, you know.
Which is one reason
the
we
district will support you.
strongly recommend strong behavior management training prior to even opening your doors, because reacting, it's really hard to reel it back in. But if your staff is comfortable with positive behavioral interventions, it's going to be, does this thing still offer you this training? Yes, they do, and it changes all the time. The focus has shifted. It's all grant funded, but that is still
The positive behavior support. Yeah. And so I think she had a question behind you.
It was just the ultimate legal.
What happened?
I think we have the same.
I actually probably would love to tailing off your statement as well. So in a charter school, you have your lottery process. In your lottery process, you're not allowed to ask these questions about a student.
Unless it's an ESE school, correct me, Curtis? If I have an ESE school, then I am allowed to have part of my application is. Okay, here.
I don't think we have any ESC schools here though, so. Oh, we do have
So
one?
in the environment that we have here, brand new charter school, you can't ask these questions, but now you have a situation where you've done the due diligence and research to budget out for the ESC, and you find, like in your situation, you can't offer services to, let's say it's a group of kids, let's say it's 3 or 4 kids, but they've been accepted into the school. How do you address that problem, or is that a partnership with the district to address that problem? Because not only is it going to be an issue for, because especially for the first year, not only is it going to be an issue for that first year, but it could also be an issue as far as a branding of the school, because a lot of things happen on social media. And the last thing you want to have happen is you have a set group of parents, 1 or 2 parents can blow up a school. And they start going to social media, talking about not providing services, not taking care of kids, discriminating about whatever it is. How, is that a district
And
school?
I'm gonna defer to Curtis on this, but there's multiple things at play. One is we can anticipate based on local area, the percentage of students with disabilities you expect. You can project what your enrollment will be, and based on that, you plug those numbers in, and magic numbers, things fall out, like how many teachers you need, what kinds of teachers, supports, et cetera. That's about a budgeting thing. That does not in any way, if you end up with half your kids are ESE kids, that's unfortunate. But that doesn't buy you any more flexibility. It just means it's the ability to have a bit of a nest egg or something to help you through that first year or two. But just saying it ended up, we needed we needed 2 SLPs and it's not in the budget.
So I mean, it really is, and we work with her, you have to be very thoughtful in your planning.
Do not underestimate ESE staffing needs.
And what we do when we write the application, it's a tedious process at looking at the area where you're going to be and looking at the demographics of the surrounding schools. And we look at a 4-mile or 5-mile radius, and what is the ESE percentage? We don't just base off even the district average. We look at those demographics carefully and predict. And then it's like we come up with a number and we count on that number and then we predict the staff. And Curtis, sometimes we disagree because we'll predict a 0.8 ESE teacher. And I always say, we're not going to hire a 0.8. It's going to be a 1, And so we need a whole teacher. We know that. So count on a 1 full-time teacher. And, and then when the lottery happens and you get, this many students, this percentage, and maybe it works. And I'll tell you that most of the time, it ends up happening the opposite way the first 3 years. We get fewer ESE students. So, but we predicted we need 1 full-time ESE teacher.
So let me ask a question. This is kind of a legal or business or opportunity cost one. So if the laws are I have to service these kids, I have to do that. Then is the principal possibly looking at a situation where they have to give up another program in the school possibly for that year to make sure that they have the funding to support this question
all the time? And we would be the last people ever to say, do away with your music, do away with, never. But it's about ESE dollars don't support ESE programs.
Yes.
And I think, and that's maybe
that's a misnomer.
Misconception that my budget that comes from the ESE guaranteed allocation and however my IDA dollars,
weighted.
If that's the money that's not sufficient, okay, well, that has nothing to do with anything because you've got all other places you can cut. You can, like, whatever it is, you fix your own bathroom, don't call that one. Do whatever you need to do, but
As a principal, I remember many times plunging.
yes.
Yeah.
Painting.
Vacuuming the floors.
Snaking.
Just to come out and
Mocking.
tell you what's wrong is gonna be $200. Yeah, so that's the other thing you need to remember is that budget, and that is the thing that especially if you haven't come from if it's not district people, like Rowlett is a conversion school. The people that started that school knew exactly what they were getting in for, and that their ESE income would not pay for an ESE program. It just doesn't. So those dollars are coming from other places, from being really frugal, clever, begging.
Now, I'll tell you a funny story. It was not funny, but we did for a district that I will not name. And we went into schools in a very large district and told the principal that the superintendent was looking at their ESE dollars. And when we said, these are the dollars that this school is getting, and you only are paying for this many ESE staffing specialists, and you actually need 3 more. And he said, you mean I can't pay my athletic director?
I pay my athletic director.
Honest, that was a true statement in a very large district in this state. because that, they were using ESE money to pay for their athletic director.
And this is
So-
not a charter school. This is
Not a charter school, no. Regular school. So there's a case that they're paying for other things. So it is a tough job, but I mean, two biggest pieces that you need to consider is you have to have your student enrollment and you're gonna have whatever you get. And you wanna make sure you keep your teachers, and that you pay them well. And the rest, as a principal, you're gonna have to take on other responsibilities. And as a board member, you wanna make sure you keep your teachers and your principal happy and your parents.
I don't, there's a school out there right now that is running a very high percentage of students with disabilities. It's not an ESC school, but it's a very specialized school. And the list of things that they don't have, the principal, it's staffing, but it's like the principal is hands-on in classrooms. The manager,
She's like an office manager, back office person.
hands-on. Every single person who works in that school is hands-on in classrooms. This is, and the list of, we don't have a registrar, we don't have a this, we don't have a this. We have every person hands-on in classrooms, and they are running in the black, and
They have a fund balance of $370,000.
But they don't run top
They
heavy.
have 46% ESE students. I mean, it's incredible. Dual certified teachers, yeah.
They pay for the people.
Yeah, they invested in the people.
But it was very strategic. We know our population. We can't have a registrar. Somebody's just gonna have to, when somebody shows up, go under the desk and do what they have to do, we can't afford that. But it is those kind of really, really hard decisions.
So we only touched the surface today, I think. So we're gonna leave some of our cards in the back, and so if you guys have issues, call us. If you want us to help district people, we work with districts. So, we're available. We're here to just help you guys, answer questions, support you. We know what you do is tough. We're here to help in whatever way that we can. So thank you, Curtis, for inviting us today.
Thank you for being here. Any other questions for the Collaborative Educational Network here?
You mentioned a lot, you focused on a lot of the special needs of ESC. Are the higher gifted students also fall into that category? And is there anything, I know that you don't have a lot of time, anything to consider or to look for, or do they fall into the things that you covered as well?
It's very similar. It's easier legally to justify having teachers with gifted credentials. It's called gifted endorsement. And okay. Most districts are much more limited in the range of service delivery models that they have for gifted students. And that's not a good thing, but it is a legitimate thing. And you can be, there's not an expectation that you have as wide a range of opportunities and service delivery models. The supports that they need are, they don't need the same kind of supports. It's about rigor and pushing beyond the general curriculum. That's a whole lot easier for a gifted endorsed teacher to do within a regular classroom than it is to teach a child who can't read, who's sitting in a 5th grade classroom. That's really hard. So, yeah, everything applies, but the answers are a lot easier.
But each district is different though, because some districts allow you to do
Yes,
that.
that's
And other
exactly right.
districts, it's either,
In
And
lieu of
some
service.
districts say
it's
we
either
don't offer
gifted
gifted
Services,
services once
they'll
they
give
get out of
in lieu of
elementary
money.
school.
Yeah.
So that's
it depends on the district too,
Right.
yeah.
And that's exactly my point when you sit down with your authorizer to find out if you're going to provide, right, that federal pot of IDA money. Is it going to pass through to the school, or are they going to give you services in lieu of that money? And if they say services, say, great, give me that list.
Right.
I was never able to get the list or the money from the district that I worked with. And I had a good relationship with them.
I don't think they even have it.
No,
And they're like, I can't, I don't know. Or they said, we thought this is what we we're doing, and then they actually tracked back the dollars. No, that's, we were paying for that out of weighted funding. We didn't realize. That was out of the
Okay, thank you very much, Kim and Christy, for being here. I think they're going to stick around and be here at lunch, so you can chat with them more if you'd like to. You're welcome to stay. It's up to you. So moving on, we're supposed to be joined by our attorney friends at 11 o'clock, and we're almost there. So I'm kind of watching my email to see if they email me that they have any problems, but hopefully they're going to pop up here if everything works the way it's supposed to. So if you see some people pop up there, let me know. There's a couple things that they brought up that I didn't have on the agenda today that I thought we should probably talk about because I thought they were good topics. So rather than going into the next part of my presentation for only 10 minutes, I'm going to jump around a little bit and touch a couple other points. We're lucky to have a district person with us here. You're not leaving the room, are you, Melissa? Okay. One of the things I wanted to mention, I don't know if I've mentioned this before at other times that we've met, but came up earlier is your relationship with your district is so extremely important. There are people in the charter industry who will give you different advice than what I'm about to give you because they see the relationship as adversarial between charter schools and districts. I am not of that mindset. Yes, I will sometimes say things about districts that maybe are a little discouraging because I get frustrated having to deal with a couple of them. But for the most part, your relationship with your district really needs to be good. And it's the kind of relationship where you should send like Christmas cookies and things to try to build it up. Chocolate is good. But like when I was a principal and I had an issue, if I had an irate parent call me and just scream at me, my next call would be to the district. Not because I wanted to whine or complain or anything like that, but I wanted to give them a heads up. Hey, you may be getting a call from, this is what we're doing. And you'll find that if you do that, your district is going to be a lot easier to work with when they do get those crabby phone calls because they know you're being proactive in dealing with it. If they get those calls from the angry ESE parent because you're not following the IEP, or from the parent who thinks that you shortchanged them out of the lottery, and they don't hear from you beforehand, they're going to start wondering what's going on. And then you're going to feel like they're breathing down your neck. But if you're proactive with them and let them know what's going on, keep them informed, you're going to have a lot better relationship with them. Do you have anything you'd like to add to that? Okay, I'll wait. I'll say one more thing. If you're from a district like Miami-Dade or Broward, where they have hundreds of charter schools, they may not want you to call every time. So you kind of need to fish out that relationship a little bit with your district coordinator and figure out what it is that they want to hear. But I was from a school, when I was a principal, our district had like 7 charter schools at the time. So we had a pretty close relationship with our advisor. So that was an important piece for us. But,
I completely agree. I have 25 schools in Polk County, and we'll have 28 new schools, or 28 total schools for next year. But we never, I mean, even with having that amount of schools, we like getting the phone calls first. We don't typically, we usually get the phone calls from the parents first. And then we always follow up. So if I get an irate parent and we sit on the phone for 3 hours with their arms like this because they're going on about whatever, we take very detailed notes and then we call the principal right away and say, hey, what's going on? Sometimes we'll do a school visit, go walk around and talk to teachers or whatever, but it's always nice to get the call first. So if there's a brewing problem, it is a good idea to call the authorizer. And then what Curtis says, start to develop a relationship. I'm only going into my 2nd year in this position with the district, and so this is really my first brand new group. And so we have really tried to cultivate a very collaborative working relationship, and I think it's pretty good so far. And we're doing that because in the past it's not always been very amicable, and so we want to make sure that Polk County is known as a school district that works with their charter schools, not against their charter schools, and we start to bridge some of the gaps that may have happened over the years for no fault except for the fact that we grew very fast, very quickly. Vanessa and I are the only staff members in the charter office right now, so we're still trying to grow our office. But with all of that, I think definitely begin to cultivate a relationship, even if there is not a relationship in the district where you are and it has been hostile or not amicable. It's probably if you're brand new to the scene, begin breaking down those barriers and continue to talk to them, call them, set up meetings, go face to face, because it's really nice to put a face to a program. But those are all really good things. I think we're starting on a really good foot and being successful.
at the training that you are required to attend in May, and I'll give you the dates at the end, Last year they invited 2 or 3 district people who came. I think it was like Hillsborough and Miami-Dade and Palm Beach County. Their district representatives were there. And it was a good conversation where the district was kind of telling you that as well. But there are people in the industry who poo-poo that advice and, say that you should look at it as an adversarial relationship. So I just wanted to throw it out there. I don't think that's a good idea. But others will disagree. So I got an email that Melissa Gross Arnold is on the phone. So let's keep our fingers crossed and hope we can hear her. Melissa, can you start talking so I can see if my speakers are set up right? That's not a good sign. Melissa, are you there? With us, she said she can hear me. So let me turn this volume up. And then let's see here. What other volume should I turn up? Why don't we take a quick bathroom break? And then I'm going to play with my computer some more here and figure out what the problem is. And see if we can figure out how to get her on the line. Melissa, can you hear us? Melissa, I think I gave you my text number. You said you could hear us in the email. So if you can still hear me, can you either email me or text me? And I'm going to play with this other phone over here and see if I can figure out why it's not working. So I should be hearing feedback in a moment. Testing, 1, 2. All right, so I have the wrong speaker hooked up. So let's bring this over here so I can see it. Somebody's calling me. Hello, this is her. Hi. So I've got to switch screens here. Hold on a second. I've got 3 monitors to put my laptop in. It's really confusing. What's behind? Oh, so that's cool. Okay. Is there a link there that you can join the call? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. No, the video call is what you want to do. Uh-huh. Okay, so it was doing it as a new video call instead of putting you in this one. It was, what was the email address? The email that she set up for you? Melissa, I'm Gross Arnold. I emailed it yesterday. MLISSAGROSSARNOLD @gmail.com. Melissa, Rose, Arnold, Gmail.com. Let's see if it's searching the name result. And it might give you like a warning saying this is broadcasting. Okay. Can you close out of that one and then cut it to again and then maybe? Okay. Can I click on the video again? Do you have another tab open? Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna send you another one just in case. Gmail.com. Melissa Gross Arnold at gmail.com. Okay, sending it again.
I thought you did, Eric. I just said Eric.
So when are you guys looking to open up a new house? Broward or?
I'm sorry, Miami-Dade.
Is there a anything button that you see?
It's gonna be called it's the agriculture. Miami-Dade, actually, yeah, out of South. I'm really excited about that.
Does it say which email address does it say for me? Does it say email address?
Oh, no, and there's very little options in that area as well. When it comes to
What are you guys doing for construction?
the buildings actually exist, so it's a matter of we're repurposing the use of the building.
Is it a district facility?
No, it's a private, so privately owned.
It's maybe it's connected to the system.
High 60 something. High 60 something.
That's nice. That's like a nice district middle school. Like 1,500 students?
No, I think at most will be just over 1,000.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't see you yet.
We're probably looking for, I don't
Let's
know
can
what
you close that one out one more time? I'm gonna try to remember and then I'll start maybe it'll look.
And it's great.
And if this doesn't work this time, then I'll try switching over to GoToMeeting and we'll just do it.
Sure. Don't work and meeting with the architects, trying to keep those things in mind. That's really nice. Very different perspective than most builders usually is like we build it. They're more like this gentleman is more like you're the one that's living the building after me, so I'm pretty sure that's really professional. It's kind of cool because it's kind of cool, I think.
Certain things you don't have to maybe infrastructure.
You see our screens? You see the
I mean,
event-
I just so it does have to have so it does have certain things. No, I already have that. More so like the trusses they have, reinforced and stuff like that. They have to have additional interior stairs to connect because it's kind of up until now. So they're gonna have to have stairs inside. So it is pretty significant construction inside, but nothing like the building from and it's a heavy duty building. It's like cinder block, coral.
Do you see the audience?
Join. I'm here.
Fantastic.
Yay.
Okay, so I'm gonna hang up then because we can hear you on the speakers. Can you hear us on the computer?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let me introduce to you all. Thank you for your patience taking that break while we got this all set up. Melissa Gross Arnold and Sean Arnold are of the Arnold Law Firm, and they are located in Jacksonville area. And they deal almost exclusively, I think, with charter schools and the issues that they face regularly. So they do a lot of charter applications and defense appeals. They also do a lot of ESE law and some employment law for charter schools. So they have a lot of experience with charter schools and the common issues that they face. So I asked them if they wouldn't mind taking a few minutes to talk to you about the common issues that charter schools face in their first couple of years. So here's the audience. Whoa, the camera's not. This is kind of hard to do backwards and sideways. So here's the audience. 25 people with us, Melissa and Sean, and I just broke the camera. So
we're getting busy, Melissa.
Yeah, we're taking the Mr. Toad's Wild Ride right now.
Guy sitting in front wishing he didn't sit in front now.
He's happy he wore a tie.
All right. Go ahead, Melissa and Sean. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thanks so much, Curtis, and thank you all for coming to Polk. It says a lot for opening operators to be getting together and getting your education up front. This will be so invaluable. If you don't realize it now, you will as school begins to open. This is my husband, Sean Arnold. He'll introduce himself as well. What we thought you would want to hear about it, and Curtis has been hearing from you, is what are some of the things that we hear about from schools just starting? What are the common mistakes for a school just starting? And before we get started, can you hear us okay? You can nod and I can actually, this is so great. Fabulous. I guess I could start by saying, I don't want to scare you, but maybe I do. I want you all to be, there used to be a program called Scared Straight, and you all it may be just preaching to the choir, but this is the time for you to gather all of your resources, exchange your cell phones with one another, because when you look around, these are your fellow resource people. These are people that who you should be speaking to as you're opening your schools, bouncing ideas off of one another. They are your peers, and they're going to be very helpful to you as you start your school. One of the things that Sean and I, as we were talking about, well, what should we cover? One of the biggest mistakes we've seen beginning charter schools do is they try to answer it all themselves, and they don't use their resources. And later on, they end up speaking to someone who said, I wish you would have spoken with me. I wish you had done this, or I wish I could have talked to you then because I could have told you about X, Y, Z. So use your resources, gather those cell phone numbers now, and then speak to one another. The other, and I heard a little bit about it before when Melissa Brady was talking to you, ask your questions now. Don't let those issues build up. If you have something you don't understand about what you need from the district or what is happening at your school, ask those questions sooner rather than later. The only thing that happens from adding it later is that it becomes more urgent, and then it becomes more difficult to address. So we're going to cover a couple of different issues, actually more than a couple, and then we're going to open it up for questions, because we know you've gotten a lot of details from Curtis, from Christy, and from Kim, and we know you have questions as well. So we're going to look at compliance, taxes, hiring and firing, governing board, FTE counts, cash management budget, the roles and responsibilities of your governing board versus staff and the district, and the school district relations. And then we'll hear from questions from you. Did you want to say something, a few things before we started?
Yeah, I think the opening part is some of the things that you're going to hear from us are things that you have already heard and have already covered. You would be surprised how often we get questions about things that seem fairly basic, but as you become busy, it seems like operators lose their focus on some of the things, or think that they have it and don't go back and look carefully at the rules and things that we do. We practice in this all the time. We deal with the legal aspects of it. However, when we have a conversation with a client, we're going to open up the webpage, we're going to pull out our book, we're going to look at it and go through the rule to make sure that there's understanding. And we have experienced operators who have done, in operation 10, 15 years, who make some basic mistakes because they lose their focus on some of the basic things such as compliance and governance. Melissa handles the majority of the transactional things. I handle more of the litigation. So I end up dealing with the issues more when schools have something that may end up in the court system. And oftentimes it could be avoided. The ounce of prevention beats a pound of cure definitely applies in these situations. So as your teams get bigger, as your governing board members will rotate off and rotate on, compliance becomes a huge issue. You may know better, but the folks who work with you may not. And so it becomes, you really have to keep your eye on the ball on compliance.
So that's a good introduction. In compliance, some of the key areas we're talking about are your charter contract, Sunshine Law, Public Records Act, your opening requirements, the ESE and ELL, which is what Christy and Kim just covered, and then don't forget compliance with your student testing. On the charter contract, I know that Curtis went over that in detail, and there is a whole seminar on Know Your Contract, Know Your Charter Contract that the Charter Support Unit has. Do that, have that be something that you review and your key leaders review, and then all of you have your charter contract. Know what the requirements are in it, what are your deadlines, and start your data gathering now for renewal. You need to know what your performance standards are in that charter contract, and you take responsibility for gathering that information. Don't rely on the district. The district may not even have its process set yet for how it's going to renew you. So take responsibility for that and be gathering your data so that you can do continuous improvement. On the Sunshine Law and the Public Records Act, those are also two areas where there are seminars that the Charter Support Unit has. When it comes to the Public Records Act, the broadest overview I could say to you is the Public Records Act covers just about every document capable of reproduction that's coming in and out of your school. Part of the Public Record Act is a responsibility to maintain records, to retain them for a certain number of years or a certain number of days. And there's a whole schedule that the library service puts out that specifies how long each document has to be kept. What you need to remember is that there are only a few documents that get kept less than 3 to 5 years. So if there's something that you're thinking about throwing away in your first few years, the default answer I would have is probably no, don't throw it away. And I'll give you an example. Right now, there is some confusion, I'd say, across the state in how documentation must be kept for student attendance. So your student attendance is directly tied to your funding, but there are some school districts where it hasn't been made clear to the individual schools. Do they keep the individual pages that the teachers sign and give to the person who's putting it into the system? Do the teachers have to put it into the system? There's a lot of transition right now as the state goes to electronic records. We've had clients who threw away their source documents. Now, they may not have felt like those documents were needed, but those documents were public records and they weren't permitted to throw them away. And now they're in a position where they don't have backup documents to prove that students were present, and that affects funding. So it's just an example. When it comes to documents, I know it seems like a lot of paper, but even the electronic documents, I know it costs money to store those things, but in general, the Public Records Act does not provide for destroying any of those documents within those first few years. The opening requirements, I think Curtis has gone over those, but your charter contract will have some opening requirements, but most of you are from districts that have an opening checklist. If you don't have that already, go ahead and get it. See what the deadlines are, because the district is going to be looking for documents from you. And if they have to come after you to get them, then that affects that relationship that you all were talking about with Melissa Brady just a few minutes ago. If they feel like you are the type of school that they have to come after to get what they need, then that puts in their mind that you're going to be a school that's not going to be in compliance. And that's not the way to start off that relationship. Another thing to think about, if you haven't already, is your computer capability and the capacity for testing. Testing is going to be so important, and we could debate back and forth about whether this much testing is right and the best for kids and all of that, but the bottom line is that testing is tied to accountability, it's tied to performance, and a lot of the testing is computerized. So if you don't have the computer capacity, the number of computers, the types of computers, the connection, then you're going to have problems, and your kids are going to experience problems in testing, and that will lead to poor performance. So check that out on the front end. There are notices that come out from the Florida Department of Education that give you opportunities to check whether your computers are at capacity and are connecting. So go to the Florida Department of Education and sign up for those notices. You'll get them when the district gets them. And then if you haven't heard from your district coordinator, you can be asking them, when do we participate in this computer setup? When do we make sure that our computers are going to be adequate for testing?
Melissa, can I jump in there for a second?
Absolutely, Curtis.
My experience is that, not to default districts on anything, but my experience has been that districts are terrible at passing that information on to charter schools. It's just not something that they think about. The superintendent gets it in their inbox and it doesn't filter its way down. So there's a website you can go to on the DOE, and I don't remember, it's called Paperless Communication, and there's check boxes where you check which of the things you want, check all of them that could possibly apply to you and flood your inbox, but that's the only way you will get those notices.
That's exactly the one I'm referring to. I'm glad you had the name of it, Curtis, because I get that every Friday. I get these FDOE memos. There are about 4 or 5 of them that I get every Friday, and most every one of them are things that will affect operations of your school, or at least you should be aware of them for when they come down and impact you. The next issue I wanted to talk about is taxes. And I believe Curtis has touched on this a little bit, but if you haven't done so already, you need to make sure you apply for your sales tax exemption and you're not paying for sales tax when you need to get that, when you could qualify for a sales tax exemption. It does not require that you be a 501c3 tax exempt organization. The sales tax exemption for our state is based on the school use, and so that's something you could do right now with the Florida Department of Revenue. The other is, of course, the 501c3 tax exemption. You need to get those applications in if they're not already in. Something that we see that happens with charter school nonprofit corporations is if it has taken you a couple of tries to get your charter application approved, your corporation may have been formed a couple of years ago. Be aware that if you don't file a tax return for 3 years in a row from the date you're formed, you cannot get retroactive tax exemption. And it's a problem that several of our clients have run into. And what it means is that if your revenues exceed your expenditures in any of those initial years, you will have to pay tax. And that's not a bill that's really fun to pay. And what happens if you're not exempt from the federal taxes, you will then have state corporate taxes to pay as well. Property tax exemption is another thing to think about. Those applications are due by March 1. So depending on where your facility is, if you own the facility, you absolutely want to make sure to get that in by March 1. You might, if you own the facility, there's a statute that allows you to get that tax benefit in the first year, even if you did not own the property as of January 1. And if you lease the facility, you need to make sure you're working with your landlord so that they get that tax application in and there's a tax exemption for the portion of the property you are leasing. Again, most of these commercial leases require you to pay the tax unless there's an exemption. So it's incumbent on you to make sure that that tax exemption is granted. Deadline has just passed. It was yesterday. However, you can still, your landlord can still file it late and be able to get it to apply for the 2016 year. Hiring and firing, do you want to talk about that? Some of the pointers there?
Sure. As many of you came from district backgrounds or something like that, a big disconnect between obviously what you have in situations where you're dealing with employees of school districts and you is that you're not dealing with unions, you're now dealing with being a right to work state, which means that basically these employees are now at-will employees. Generally, as long as an employment action takes place for no discriminatory purpose, you're allowed to take actions that you need to without having to go through the processes that you would have to do at the district. This is something that you're going to do on your own. This is not something that the districts are going to get involved with. And so you need to make sure that your HR systems are in place. If you're a smaller school, that's going to be more difficult to handle for those of you who use your outside agencies such as ADP or something like that. They will provide some of these information for you. In any other situation, documentation is going to be huge. Make sure your employment contracts are in place prior to the start of the year. I have situations where they come back with contracts. A client right now who did one because of an issue with the management company, didn't get until October, and now they're wishing to enforce provisions of the charter of their employment contract, which are different than what they had last year, particularly about accrued pay that happens in summer prior to the school opening and things like that. And it's very difficult once the year has started to then go through and address those issues. Make sure your employment contracts address things like, are you a 10-month pay period? Are you a 12-month pay period? How is it that you pay these things forward? In addition, if you want to do things, you can enforce things such as teachers who leave early. You can have them forfeit certain benefits. You can have them forfeit their accrued time. You can, if you want to pay them, you can make it so that they don't get paid to the end of the year. those types of situations. You can also potentially hold their final paycheck to make sure that you get things like lesson plans and other things like that done prior to it being implemented. But again, these are things that must be out there prior to it. There's generally 2 steps that happen. Generally, there's an offer, and then there's a contract. And oftentimes, clients who haven't talked with us ahead of time or worked with the contract send me, when I say, well, send me their signed contract, they send me their signed offer, and that basically is nothing. So make sure that these things are in place, and if the contracts is signed and executed ahead of time, it's amazing how easy the hiring and firing process becomes. When these things do not happen, that becomes the source of really where our conflicts are. The overwhelming majority of folks choose to be private employers as opposed to public employers. However, if your board has gone a different way, if for some reason they want to offer FRS or things like that, and they decide to be a public employer, understand that brings a whole different realm of issues in. Background checks, there are several things that need to be done with background checks, and I'll make sure that those happen on time. We had a situation where somebody failed a background check and it occurred afterwards, and then that person was separated from the charter school and ended up getting arrested for a rather serious offense on a child. And thankfully, the employment never really took hold with the charter school, and so the charter school didn't have to deal with it. It went back to the district where the person came from. So make sure that those things get done ahead of time.
Before the employee has contact with students.
Absolutely, yeah. And
that timing is the issue that the school ran into. They brought this person in as a sub, and they hadn't passed the background check, and then it turned out that something in their background might have caused an issue. Right. And then they did something else.
And then when he went to the district to run his background check, he was arrested on the spot for solicitation of a minor on the internet, basically what you would see on the TV shows. And that would have been a very embarrassing situation to have that happen on your grounds. In terms of certification, out of field notices and things like that, those things have got to be done by our governing board. They have to be done ahead of time. We have had clients who have lost funding because of it, and understand that if those things, the state's position is that those things are not done, that entire group of students that teacher taught, you will lose all funding, every one of those students. I don't know how else to explain that. I mean, it is the third rail that you just absolutely do not want to touch. And so,
those notices would be approved by the governing board and sent to parents before the FTE count. So it's before your October FTE count, and the districts don't necessarily send you the letters. They don't necessarily tell you which teachers they consider to be out of field. So those of you, especially middle school and up, there are so many more certifications that teachers must have. And this is another one of those where you should try and figure this out for yourself. We do have some districts in the state that send the out-of-field letters to charter schools, but they don't always do that. And some send the out-of-field letters the last day of the FTE count. And at that point, it's too late for your governing board to approve them, and it's too late to get them to parents.
Yeah, remember that you have another step that you have to go through. It's something that's already happened from the district, usually through their consent. They have already approved these letters. You are a different level on the food chain, and you have to make sure that you've done this ahead of time. Termination issues, again, make sure that you have documented what it is that you're doing. Make sure that you're not going to have things such as a whistleblower claim or some kind of issue of discrimination or anything like that. Anytime that you're dealing with any issue involving termination, always make sure that you have multiple people present for those conversations, so that there's no question of what happened in those conversations. In terms of a few of the other things that we were going to discuss, do you want to pick up starting at governing board?
Absolutely. And one of the other items in hiring and firing on the background checks, the school districts handle the background checks mostly, but there are other types of checks you can do on your own, such as doing an internet search on your employees. And we have had this situation in the past with some clients who they just relied on the background check that the district sent to them. There were no statutory disqualifying offenses in the background check, but when you clicked on the internet, you found
some embarrassing things, we'll put it that way. And so
Right.
you want to, go to their Facebook page, go to their internet. Basically, think of the fact that if this was your child in this classroom, what would you do? You're going to check up on your teacher. You're going to see if there's anything out there. So do that type of stuff, even if it's just a 30-minute cursory look. Normally, if there's something there, you're going to find it really quickly. You can find, there may be some outlandish things. There's some things that are unsubstantiated, but you have to put your eyes on what your parents are going to see, because the next thing that's going to happen is they're going to bring it to you. And we actually found a parent. We had a situation where a parent actually found that the teacher had lied on their application about what their background was. And this teacher worked in a school district for 15 years, having been disqualified. They were disqualified from working, and it was a parent who was a private investigator who discovered it. And this person had been hired as the principal of the school, and they were disqualified from being a teacher. So that brings a little bit of a problem. This was the first or second year of school. And so
they didn't need to be certified to be the principal.
Correct.
But they put themselves out there
And
as being that way.
we had 15 years of this person lying on their application, renewing it, saying that they had not been that. So yeah, I mean, that's your first step out the door. You now have to call your lawyer, and I basically had to cross-examine her and ended up terminating her. So your principal was terminated prior to opening. It's just not a situation you want to be in. So, and it wasn't something that was very difficult to do, but it was something that the district's not going to do. So take another level of it, of this, and understand that you are running a private, not-for-profit corporation. Treat it like that. Treat it like those employees who work for you represent you. In a much smaller scale, or a much bigger proportionate scale than what a teacher in a school district school that may have tens of thousands of employees will look like.
Right, and looking at their Facebook, the kids are going to look at the Facebook. The kids are going to look on the internet. If you look at that Facebook and you see communications from a teacher to students that you think are inappropriate, those same things are going to happen in your school. And so that's another step to vet teachers and make sure that they're going to have those boundaries and recognize an appropriate relationship with the student.
And just one quick point on that. One thing that we put in all of our employment contracts is a social media contract and a social media agreement that they will behave themselves in certain ways. And it lays out the ways in which they're allowed to and not allowed to communicate with students and parents and other things like that. It's rather lengthy, but at its heart, basically, it says that the teacher is on duty 24/7, and that includes social media. So therefore, you will conduct yourself when you are outside the classroom just as if you would conduct yourself inside the classroom. It's the same code of ethics that attorneys live by, whether we're in our jurisdiction, out of our jurisdiction, on the job, off the job. If we act out at a kid's basketball game or something like that, it's something that's sanctionable. And so you should tell your teachers basically to act the same way.
So we talked a lot about the school and operations, but we haven't talked too much yet about the governing board itself. And so those of you in the room, I believe you are the upcoming school leaders, but the governing board members are going to be looking to you to connect them to the school. And there will be growing pains. Just, that they're going to be there. Accept them like that. Don't take it personally. Take it in stride. There will be, this is going to be the time where the governing board members are going to move from a more active role maybe in the opening of the school, where they're doing more things to get that opening to occur. And then when school actually opens, they're going to transition to more of the policy role. They will not be involved in day-to-day management, or they really shouldn't be. The school leader should be in charge of that day-to-day management. So you may find that you need to have those conversations with your governing board and it to help make that transition more smooth. The governing board itself should have all of the organizational documents for the school. And what I mean by that are the articles and bylaws for the corporation, and you should have those too. They should have the charter contract, and they should get the financials for the school every month, whether they have a meeting or not. They should also have a copy of the insurance. It's amazing to me how many governing board members don't realize that they are indemnified from liability. And it's going to help you with recruiting as well. Some folks don't want to be governing board members because they think they can be personally liable for what happens at the school. And that's not the case. As long as they're not engaging in criminal activity, they are not personally liable. So there are some things like that, some real basics, but they could be answered up front by those governing board members having the bylaws and those governing board members seeing the certificate of insurance. Just a couple of more areas, and then we're going to open it up to questions. You all had asked Curtis, I think in earlier seminars, about contracts for the schools and how to protect the school's interests. Just a couple of thoughts on that. We really believe that it's worth the time and the funding to speak to an attorney about a contract. Now, if you're worried about the cost of having an attorney review a contract, then you review it first. Review it first, and then when you talk to your attorney, tell them what your concerns are. Make sure they know what you expect to get out of the contract and what you need. That will help reduce the legal fees that you have. But the number of times when we get the call from the client and they've entered into a contract and they're concerned about it, or there's a dispute, we look at the contract and it's completely inadequate, and it's something that could have been addressed on the front end. An example that we had was a security contract. The security contract, these are for security officers in the school, folks who would have direct contact with the students. The contract was 1 page long. It had no insurance requirements for the security firm. It had nothing in there about background checks. It had nothing in there about how the school could interact with the security officers or supervise them or have any control over these.
And to tell you how that can get out of hand, we had a situation where a security officer detained a student at a dropout intervention school, and the school ended up being the subject of an EEOC complaint because this was a subcontractor who was there. So the school was potentially looking at a civil rights claim against them in federal court for the action of a subcontractor. And so in that instance, it turned out that the person acted appropriately, but it's just to give you an idea of what happens if somebody comes on your campus who is not proper. Then some of the immunities and defenses that you would have would go away, and then you could have some real exposure. Even if you have an employment policy in place, lots of those are very expensive, and they're going to have very large deductibles, like $25,000 or more as your deductible. So even though you may have insurance for this, understand that the initial payment you're going to have to make to defend it is going to be pretty steep.
So we know you also have asked questions about enrollment and preferences.
Sure.
And Sean, did you want to cover that?
So understand what it is that the preferences are that are in your statute or in the statute, and then understand what your contract says. We have a situation with a very successful school where the preferences that they actually had to have a lottery of folks only within the preference group. And with that, they ended up having folks who have siblings, children who have siblings at the school who weren't able to get in because they didn't meet the lottery. So know what your preferences are. Know that you can only have, for instance, you can only meet one preference. Let's say that you're the child of an active duty military person, but you have a sibling who's already there, and maybe your grandfather's on the governing board. That doesn't mean you get 3 entries into the lottery. You still only get 1. So understand that you know how those things work. And those are difficult conversations to have. Hopefully your schools will be so high performing that you're going to have situations where there's such a clamor for and such a wait list. Also understand that once the lottery is held, then if there still is, there's still leftover students, that there's going to be an existing wait list. How do you rank order them? You need to make sure that you've done that ahead of time. For instance, one of the best policies is just to say that you timestamp every application that comes in. So therefore, if somebody shows up at 7:30 the first morning and is first one to get their application in, but they did not make it through the lottery, then they are number 1 on the waiting list. Also understand waiting lists can come up at any time. If you have more demand than you have for seats at your school, you have to create a waiting list. So we had, again, a very experienced operator, school that's been, I think since 98 or 99, who ran into an issue with this. Where they weren't doing this. So again, it's not just a first year or second year thing. This gets taken off. Sometimes again, you become so busy with everything that you have to make sure that you have the systems in place and that you're revisiting these issues. Do you have a BBK that's associated with your school? Again, same type of thing. Are you giving preference to them? Are you giving preference to, do you have a feeder system set up with another school? Do you give preference to those kids? So just make sure that you've thought of these things. And again, hopefully all of you will end up in the situation where you have a waiting list or you have to have a lottery because there's more demand than there is supply. But when you end up in that situation, make sure that you have your policies set forth, that your governing board has approved them, and that you're implementing them.
One of the other questions we know you've asked is, what can you ask of a charter applicant coming into your school? And this will depend on your charter contract. Many charter contracts will explicitly state that you cannot ask any questions regarding student behavior, grades, or their educational needs prior to them being accepted for enrollment. There are some school districts where, and I'll give Sarasota as an example, where they require the school to find out ESE status and then to put their level of service on their website. That's not the vast majority of school districts. So look at your charter contract and see if there is a restriction. The main thing that those restrictions are trying to do is keep you from actual or appearance of discrimination. And so once you've accepted a student for enrollment, then you should be able to ask these questions. You need to prepare for this student. So if you don't know before they actually come to your school that they have an IEP or a 504 or they have these other needs, then I would argue it's hard for you to prepare and serve the student's needs. So once you've had your lottery and you've accepted the student for enrollment, that's when you ask those questions. You have another series, maybe you have another series of forms that you submit to or you ask the parents to submit after that. That's where they give their immunizations and the emergency contacts, and you can ask for whatever else you think you need to know from the student. They're accepted for enrollment, so you are not asking for the information for the purpose of deciding whether they qualify for your program. You're asking for that information for the purpose of being able to serve that child. So there's a distinction. Just a couple of other things that we wanted to mention just out of hand. Cash management and budget. I know Curtis has talked to you about this, but where I see a big issue is when charter schools get their monthly payments, they don't always understand why they got paid what they got paid. And the invoices from school districts differ in the level of information that you receive. Make sure you understand it. Do you agree with the number of students you're being paid on? Does it match what your charter contract says should be paid? The charter contract is going to talk about how payments are going to be made in those initial months. Make sure that matches. And then make sure that whatever's being deducted out of your payment matches what you think should be deducted out of your payment. Ask those questions ahead of time, because I can tell you, if you ask them 6 months down the road, it's a lot harder to get it worked out. The other thing that asking early helps with is it helps your resource people. It helps the charter support unit or the DOE or your lawyer, because it gives us more time to be able to help you before cash flow becomes a big problem. Be prepared for funding adjustments. The state now has multiple funding adjustments. Some of them relate to having 1 FTE per student, but you have your October FTE count and your February FTE count, but there are now these other subsequent adjustments. And usually charter schools just have them, they don't realize that's happening until they get their monthly payment, and it's lower than what they expected. So be aware of them. Being on the FDOE paperless transmission, that's going to help you be aware that that's coming up. And if you get paid more than you think you should be paid, don't spend that money. Put it aside. And that's another reason it's important to know what you're actually supposed to be paid, because that way you'll know if you're being paid too much. Believe me, there's going to be an adjustment by the district, and they're going to pay you lower in a later month, and you're going to need that money. So save it, don't spend it until you've actually earned it. We've talked a little bit about the FTE count and the record keeping. Just make sure that you are complying with whatever attendance requirements are. Make sure your teachers are signing their daily attendance records and you are keeping those either electronically or hard copy. And that's the overview, I think. Do you all have questions for us?
It'd be unusual if they did not.
Threw a lot of information and we'll give them a second to process.
Absolutely.
They may just be afraid of talking on camera. Yes, go ahead, Joe.
What other contracts would you suggest taking an attorney's eye to, other than the one that you mentioned with the security folks? Can you give some other examples?
Some other examples are
Yeah, I think the first one would be your employment contract. Make sure that you have that. That's going to be, and that can be from your school leader all the way down to your teachers, your non-instructional staff. It's not necessarily as important to have them because they're not going to be on renewed, yearly contracts. But employment contract is definitely one.
I'd say all the different services. So I'm not necessarily talking about your phone and your internet, but when it comes to security, we did talk about that. There are some technology contracts that you might want to get reviewed by an attorney because they have a financing component to them. And that may be something that you want to have reviewed by an attorney.
A management contract.
Management contracts, absolutely. There should be separate representation between the management company attorney and the school's attorney. And that's one of those that you'll be required to have to show an arm's length transaction.
Thank you. A lease purchase agreement for facilities?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That, and just like your lease itself, even if it's not a lease purchase, having your lease reviewed by an attorney is important. Especially if you are leasing a facility that is not typically a school, there will be a lot of provisions in there that are not acceptable for a public school. And one example I can think of is standard provisions in commercial leases say that the landlord can enter that facility at any time for any reason.
They can take the objects that are in there as security for the loan, which isn't correct, because if it's purchased with state funds, that those items revert back to the state in case of a default. So there's lots of things that are.
So those are two examples. Number one, they can't enter when students are present without a background check or without being escorted by someone at the school, right? So you want to line those provisions out and make the provision comply with the background requirements for public schools. And then as Sean says, you need to make sure that they don't believe that they have a landlord's lien over any of the property of the school purchased with public funds. So those are examples, but there are others. Those are just a couple.
Later on in our agenda, when we start talking about CSP grants, I'm going to touch a little bit on this, but that thing that they were just talking about in particular, if you have that in your lease, could you prevent you from getting a CSP grant? I've had the CSP office say that you have to go back and renegotiate your lease or you don't get the grant money.
And Curtis, I think you'll probably cover this, but the CSP grant program they do have some state guidance documents that you can go through and get some ideas about what the standards will be when they review your organizational documents.
We're going to go through that today, actually.
Great.
Do you ever run into situations with charter schools when they are contracting out for a service or product, and there's a certain process that they have to follow, maybe it's a state fund law or a use of federal funds law, and they haven't followed that process? Do you ever run into situations like that, or they didn't meet the threshold requirement?
Actually, we run into that a lot, and that's one of the reasons that you need to make sure your contracts with your vendors have what they need to have. One of the other things we didn't mention is that if your vendors are doing something that you would ordinarily do, so for example, if you have a management company and they're or even a back office company and they're handling your financials, well, they're required to comply with the Public Records Act with respect to the documents of your school. So your contract needs to include language in it, and there's now a statutory requirement for that language to be in your contract that says, vendor, be aware, you must comply with the Public Records Act when these documents are in your possession, and when this contract ends, you are required to for returning those documents. So that's an example of a state requirement that must explicitly be included in the contract. And as you're saying, a state or federal requirement, if you want a vendor to comply with a state or federal requirement, then you need to put it in that contract and make sure that they follow it. Make sure you are monitoring your vendors. I think that's the other takeaway from that.
Any other questions? Wow. This is the first I've ever seen.
Curtis, I'm not sure if you all have talked about federal funds, but something especially for new schools, there are processes for putting together plans and making requests with plans for Title II, Title I, and IDEA funds. And that's something that, and Curtis, are you all planning to talk about that?
Because it's so different in every district, I wasn't planning on it because it's very district specific from what I've seen.
So my word of caution is that on Title I, especially for a new school, make sure you know whether your district is using free and reduced lunch forms or some other method of determining eligibility for Title I. Duval is a good example. In Duval, they no longer use free and reduced lunch forms to determine eligibility for Title I, and it's another process that is used. And then for districts where free and reduced lunch form is used for Title I eligibility, make sure those forms get in, that they come back from parents, that they get processed. The state and the federal law provides that you must get Title I funds in your first year within, I believe it's 5 months after opening or after a significant expansion. So we've also heard some horror stories about charter schools being told they could not get Title I funds in their first year, and that is not correct. They establish Title I eligibility by that free or reduced lunch or some other standard in their first year, and you can get those funds. Be very careful though. The state has gotten very strict on the ability to get reimbursed with any federal dollars. So you cannot get reimbursed for an expenditure you've made before your plan is approved. So if you are getting IDEA funds, Title I, Title II, and you want to be reimbursed, you need to have your plan for those funds approved first, and then you can purchase the item and get reimbursed. It's something that has always been the case, but it is being enforced now even more carefully at the state and the district levels.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if it's too big a topic, but thought about fundraising, about outside funds we donate to schools.
Are there any legal issues they need to be aware of with regards to soliciting fundraising?
Yeah, generally, you are allowed to do that. You should again have some kind of expectations of what it is that they're getting in exchange for the funds that they're giving you. There are some limitations about putting, in each, and this is going to be in each district. We have a situation right now where we're working with a district about being able to put advertising banners like in the bus loop or something like that. And each district takes a slightly different tack on that. Some people have gone as far as to like name a building after somebody and those types of things. Make sure that, that would be something to talk with your district about. And then in terms of those types of agreements, and particularly if there's a licensing or anything like that that's going on, that would be the type of thing that we need to review. Obviously, initially look at your charter contract and those types of things. And then fundraising, in what capacity is it going to come from, and then who's it coming from? Sometimes you have governing board members who will do that type of thing or provide in-kind services. And we've had some issues with somebody will donate the stuff, but they want to they'll donate their time or they'll donate the things, but they want to reimburse for materials. And so you have to kind of navigate some of those things. But it's a great opportunity, and some of our more financially successful schools are excellent at fundraising.
Just make sure, I think one of the issues I think about right away with fundraising is that if you have any items that are purchased with private funds, make sure that you are separately accounting for them in your inventory, because those items are not purchased with public funds. They would not go back to the school district. Those items also can if they're no longer of use to you at another time, you don't have any restrictions on selling them and getting those funds back to the school. Something else that you might encounter is professional fundraisers, and just be very careful about their fees and what their expectations are. Again, they're going to have a contract, and how much do they get out of the funds if they get a percentage or an hourly rate. What is it that they're going to get back? I think what Sean was alluding to with the in-kind services from your governing board members is being careful to avoid conflicts of interest, because your governing board members cannot get any direct or indirect compensation from the school. And so sometimes they run into that where they really have the school's best interests at heart, but the conflict of interest laws that apply to governing board members restrict what they can actually do and get paid for or reimbursed for.
Right. For instance, I'm going to donate my time, but you need to pay my subs, and those types of situations too. Yeah, and that's not allowed. We have a situation with somebody who's having to pay back the school monies that were paid to his employees. And then that can be a little bit of a tricky situation. So you're going to have a lot of people who want to do good things for the school, but if you have to think about it, if you have to question it, it's generally a good idea to run it past us, because that type of thing, again, on the backside can be a lot more expensive. I'm sure this person didn't intend to spend to not only donate his time, but to spend several $1,000s paying for other people to do something. I wasn't sure that was what he contemplated doing it, and I don't think it's a person who's an excellent resource, but I doubt next year they're going to agree to stay on the governing board. So, and it's a shame because that situation could have been avoided.
I've had conversations with different attorneys on this topic, and I don't remember where you guys fall on the opinion, but do charter schools need to register as a nonprofit who's soliciting contributions if they're doing fundraising?
That is such an interesting question, Curtis. Because we have helped many charter schools register as nonprofits and register as fundraisers, and the government agency accepted their money, accepted their financials, and blessed them as properly registered fundraisers. And then we tried to register one time, and someone from the agency told us, well, you don't have to do that. There's an exemption. Here it is. And so depending on the reviewer, there's an exemption for public schools. So that's why I think it's such an interesting question. It's not a very high fee. And so I would just either put together your application and submit it, or give a call and get something in writing from them saying you have an exemption. I hate to say that, I hate to give answers that, well, this is a gray area, but I feel like it's a gray area because we have had in our firm quite a few charter schools who have registered as charities, and they weren't rejected because they were exempt. But then we've had one that was rejected because they were exempt. Same type of corporation, all charter schools. So
yes, you should register, and I heard another attorney say that you have an exemption, and I couldn't remember which side of the fence Melissa fell on, but I know I'd had that conversation with her before. Can you remind me what?
I can argue both ways, and you wouldn't want to be in the position where the school district said, well, you should have registered. And then what do you say? You could say there's an exemption, but it doesn't cost a lot, and it gives you a level of credibility to have your name there as a registered charity.
Which state agency handles that registration? I don't remember.
I can email that to you along with the link.
That would be great. Then I can pass it along. Thank you. Okay, lunch is here and sitting outside in the hallway. So unless there are any other questions, I think we should just thank Melissa and Sean for their time. One of you, I text messaged you a question when you were talking about employment. It's a complicated one, so I'm not going to ask it over the air, but I thought if you knew the answer, you could chime in. But so if you see a text message and don't know who it's from, just ignore it. All right, thank you, Sean and Melissa, for being here. I appreciate it. And those of you in the room, if you want to go out and get lunch and then come back in, and as soon as everybody gets back in, we'll just keep going as we eat because we are behind schedule again, of course.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Three. Why, are you going to stay the whole time?
I think I am, man.
Last time we went long. I'm hoping we won't today, but I counted you because she told me this morning you were coming, so I counted you in watch.
Oh, okay, thank you.
No, yeah.
Carry all of
colorblind,
that.
so it wouldn't
Okay, that's true, yes.
Although I do have certain things. These
Chargers.
are all my regular USB micro ports. These are the special ports.
The packaging, yes.
This is my mobile conference room with the speakers and the camera and the.
So you have certain bags for certain things.
This is my hotel charging
Units. Wow. Is this your Opa card or is this mine?
I was actually the racer.
That they were the appeal that we did. Yeah. Are they doing?
They're going to be closed down soon.
That's what I thought. Adam Emerson called me and he was like,
I should not say it like that.
Well, we figured they probably shouldn't.
No, I think it was like a scanned copy. Yeah, it wasn't like. Oh, but you can't sign.
Here's the sign. This is the very first thing on the CSP agreement. Total funds requested. If we're open in 2016, we requested $500. I didn't show you the copy. This is a copy of our sheet. We're requesting the entire award in 2016. If we're not open until 2017, we can only request until we have.
Nobody thought, huh?
So I can't even ask the superintendent to sign this year until.
Right. Yes.
We can't do anything until we do the budget. The operation. Either you open in planning or
Yeah, 2 days. It was
submit it.
we don't.
The second part of the CSB. Either you submit it as a planning grant or an implementation. There's only two ways. So I can't do nothing. I'm stuck. And so Kelly from Gary's office, my finance people, she's saying, she just sent me, because we haven't done anything on our CSB. Because we are waiting. She said, if we're applying for $25,000, or $500,000. So in the end, we get the guys. We give you she said, so Kelly said, I know you've been working on the facility, but you made good decisions, and next, so we can proceed. They've got work to do. I've got work to do. And in order to get everything signed, and it to be in time, they want to start like they want to start it. So could they start? No, you wait for my time. Well, we already know that basically, it's the whole process. They're not going to wait until the last.
How are you?
Doing well. This hits the spot right now.
Oh, I know. I was like, oh, I can't do donuts in the morning.
What's that?
I was like, I can't do donuts. I want food.
Oh, yeah. I didn't have one either.
Do you live in Florida?
Do I live in Orlando?
We do. We're in Orlando.
Well, actually, I live in, I guess I kind of live on the outskirts of Winter Park. I live close to Loma and Summerlin.
Oh, okay. I live in Avalon Park, so close by.
So it's very interesting that you have kind of like a system, sounds like, to set up a school like you have.
So let me tell you how this came about. So my entire career, I've rebuilt teams and put processes in place and improved operations for companies. And so I went and worked for a charter school system in Texas. They're almost physically killed me doing that job.
What was the name of it?
Uplift Education. So they have been in business for 14 years. They had 14 campuses, 38 schools. No SOPs, no best practices, outdated processes or outdated policies and procedures, and nobody generally on campus who understood the budget. So I'm also a licensed attorney. So when I took the job, I told my boss, I said, somebody's going to jail because it was really the Wild West. I've had a lot of bad teams. That was the worst.
Wow.
And so like you had things that were simple stuff like, here's my favorite. I had 3 schools. The first thing I did was I met with my leaders and I said, tell me about what's going on with your budget on the money you collect from parents. So you do fundraising, kids bring in money, parents bring in money, and you get to use it. There was no communication on how they were going to use that money. Nobody knew how you annotated collection of that money. So when I was looking at my biggest school, the guy said, oh, we were $18,000 short. Well, how can you have a deficit of spending money if you don't have it. Somebody's approving checks, but shouldn't be approving checks. So when I set up a meeting, he said, oh no, it was a mistake. I went to finance. We have an extra 22,000. So how do you go from negative 18 to positive 22? So of course, the lady finance is double. He wouldn't tell me. And then finally, when they checked it, it was a negative. They had booked a donation for technology in the wrong account. Then I had another school, and I love this school. They did a fundraiser where they collected like $8,500, but it cost them like $10,000 for the project.
You're
They
building one of their
booked the
buildings
revenue, but
now,
not
or you helped them.
how
And they're
do you
wanting to
do
do a
that?
second school in Hillsborough.
So you have things
we'll
like
write the
that.
application.
Then you have
So then
situations
now.
where
I just drove by their school in Pasco
you
yesterday.
couldn't understand why.
All right, so
our
I think
events
it's almost
were
finished. It's getting close.
So there was a process
Pepin
in
Academy is like
getting
half a
an
mile
event
down the road.
scheduled,
Yeah,
communicating
I
with the
visited them
parent,
yesterday.
all the websites
So
that
she's
walking
in-
information. It was
Yeah, we walked to lunch at
It
the little
was the
place right next to
most
Pepin.
challenging job.
So they want to
Physically,
do a
emotionally, and intellectually.
replication.
I had. It wasn't.
So we were talking to Jenna last night while we were driving down here.
But because
Hillsborough, in
they
my opinion,
grew
is the
so
fairest
fast,
district
and it was
to
still
submit an
growing,
application.
That's what I think.
and nobody
I mean, Jenna
understood
seems to
the
be pretty
concept of
straightforward.
standardizing
She's still strict,
procedures, like
Yeah.
but
finance.
she
Why
knows
do
the
you
law
keep-
and doesn't
why
try
do
to play
you keep
games like
hiring
other districts do.
people?
Right.
Well,
They
they
just
just hire it because you have
copies of
38
the
schools or 14 different locations doing it 14 different ways.
Okay.
So you always add people instead of
It would be
saying, okay,
cheaper
this is what the
So
process
if
is
every applicant just
for
bought an iPad
doing
and
everything.
handed it an iPad and a thumb drive,
So
it would be
this
cheaper than
date,
making all
you
the
have to have your
copies.
timesheets.
And then they could just review it on the iPad.
If you don't have it by this date, you have to wait another 2 weeks. for
I
the
have,
next
nobody
check.
listens to me.
It was.
Although now there's a page limit on the
It
application,
was a
so.
Wild West. It was crazy. So when I decided to leave, I was very sick physically because I was working. I had at one point I had 8 schools in charge of 5,100 students, and I ended up in the academic side, which I never wanted to be in because that right there really would put you in jail. I had
I'm so glad that I'm no longer doing charter applications. I cannot even tell you.
Principal refused to see the parent, but we found out the day before the child of the parent, the parent of the child was in the emergency room because she fell on her face at the school, busted her teeth, and they never got a call as to what happened. So when the parent,
Are you going there from here?
the principal decided.
Why don't you come to our cocktail party
It was
tomorrow
more
night?
important to do an observation than a conversation. So I just happened to be there.
Have you met
Have you met
um,
IEP in place that nobody was following?
I didn't bring it out.
the lady in Broward who I kept telling to call you? Did she ever call you? Her name is, I'm so terrible with names. Aline Surya.
So it was just like craziness. So what I decided was, since I was going to take some time off anyway,
She's trying to do charter applications, but she's kind of doing them on her own, and so she struggles because she wants like a group to do them with. And I keep telling her that she should reach out to you, and that maybe you might be able to do some kind of like a consulting thing with her.
give them processes and
Curriculum
procedures
and STEM stuff.
that
She
when
was
you
the
find another school,
she was the
the hiring
dean of the College of Education at Broward College,
set it up themselves,
and she retired about a year and a half ago from there, and is just doing consulting work, and she runs a bed and breakfast in Idaho.
the school is
But she's coming tomorrow night, so you can meet her.
be able to grow. And they're not limited to
The
putting out
dinner is in
fires
Palm Beach.
the first 3 years, barely having it, and having a great idea. But the pain of opening a new school has been so bad that they don't want to do it again. So they end up limiting themselves to one school.
The Seagate Hotel and Spa.
But I,
Yes.
yeah, so I'm all about the operational piece and the day-to-day because that's what breaks down.
Can I finish my brew quick and then we'll get started?
Upset parents because
Today lunch was sponsored by the company I work for. Just pretend that's my advertisement. And next time, I think probably ADP is going to come do a little presentation in July, and they're going to pay for lunch in July is the plan.
yeah, the first one, we did the first one, this is the second one, and then there's one in July. And the third.
So what districts do you work with, or which schools do you work with?
I actually just started my business.
So those of you who've worked in schools before, have you ever run into an experience where you have a teacher who says that her voice isn't strong enough to teach and needs a microphone and speaker? And has your school provided that as an accommodation for the teacher? And if yes, what system worked well?
And then I have another district in Georgia that
I can find out what system works well, because my sister-in-law teaches the
My wife is a vocational rehabilitation counselor, and one of her clients needs something like that, and she doesn't know what to use. And I've never used one. Lightspeed is what they usually use at the conference, but they're expensive.
Oh, that's right.
All right, back to presenting.
Now, what did you hear? Where did you get it?
I got it at Emory, and I'm licensed in Georgia. I just don't practice.
So were we all good to keep going? If you've not seen it before, that system that I was using with the Arnolds for doing the broadcast and what I've been broadcasting this all out with is called Hangouts. It's free. So if you ever need to do like video conferencing or something with your staff, I've heard stories about teachers who get together over the summer and do like Hangouts like that to start doing some of their planning for the fall. And my January meeting, I think I talked a lot about Google Apps for Education and tried to sell you all on that. That's free with your Google Apps for Education account. So that's a service. If you've not used it before, I like it. It works pretty well. Hangouts. Mm-hmm.
Just look into Google Apps. Yeah, Google has a ton of things that you can use. Google Classroom, a bunch of different Google Apps. I went to a seminar last week. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I think you can have up to 8 people in a Hangout, and their camera pictures all show up on the bottom, and whoever's talking comes up on the main screen. Google does another. Were you at the Google Certified Teacher Training? Is that where you were at?
I was at the Google Summit in Boca.
Was it provided by Google or was it a third party?
Third party.
Okay. I don't know if they still do it, but Google used to do this thing called Google Certified Teacher Trainings, and you can search online when it is. Like sometimes they'll actually have it at the Googleplex, where you can like go to the Google campus to do it, and it's all free. But you have to submit an application and you have to make a video about why you think you'd be a good candidate to go. And so you have to be accepted to go to the training. But I went one year when they had it in Texas with the ASCD conference, and I was blown away. I thought I knew kind of services they had to offer, and I was blown away. 2 days, they just threw stuff at us all day long about all the different things that they offer and you can do. All right, so first thing I wanted to, is it okay if I sit? Can you all hear me okay? All right. First thing that I wanted to talk about was the new school checklist and kind of go through where we should be if we were following that. You don't have to follow that, but it's what I put together as a recommendation. So 8 to 12 months prior to opening, so these things should be pretty much done by now. You should have applied for your 501c3 application. If you have questions as I'm going through any of these, just raise your hand. You should have a kind of a docket system set up so that you kind of can keep track of what to do when, and some way of getting yourself organized. You should be just about done or completely done with negotiating your charter contract and have your finalized contract. One of the things to remember is some districts, it takes a really long time to get your signed contract back from the district for some reason. Work on getting that as soon as possible, because the CSP office is going to want to see a signed copy. And if you're in one of those districts, there was one, it took us like 3 months to get the superintendent's signature. It was ridiculous. So stay on top of it. You should have bylaws adopted because you needed to have those to do your 501c3. You should hopefully have started researching bank accounts and hopefully have a bank account set up, although there's probably very little money in it. But have something set up so you're ready to start. You should have how you're going to handle your checks and finances. So if QuickBooks is what you're using, you should kind of have that set up and ready to go. If you're hiring a back office service provider, you should at least know kind of who you're going to start working with so that you can make sure that all of your expenses that are coming up in the next couple months are set up correctly and coded correctly and everything. You should probably have started looking at hiring your principal by now. And I know that is a big money question in terms of whether or not you can hire them yet. But if you were to start now, you'd be looking at hiring in probably about May if you start now. So think of it as a 2-month process. We went through that last time in terms of the timeline. So whenever you want to hire, start at least about 2 months early. You should have, if you have your charter contract, you should have run background checks on all of your board members. If not, you have 90 days after you sign your contract to get that done by statute. They also need to go through the 4-hour statutory training with a certified trainer. And there is in your binder a list of who those certified trainers are. You should have requested from your district, although may not have received yet, a list of things that you need to do for the district. I sent out emails to several districts. All of the when you registered on the RSVP, I asked you what district you're in. I contacted all of those districts, albeit late Friday night, and asked them to send me their opening school checklist. And I got one from, I think, Brevard. And I had Miami's from last year. So those are in the packets that I gave you as examples of what that beginning opening school checklist might be. So those of you who picked up the packets with the binders, they were the last page in the binder. Those of you who have new binders, they were in the front pocket. Those are examples of what you can expect to see from your district. You should have set up your board trainings. My experience is a lot of schools now are going to the online training component for doing their training for their governing board members. And somebody needs to hound the board members to make sure it gets done. Because there's usually 1 or 2 board members who will put it off, and then you run up against your deadline and it's not done. So somebody needs to take on the responsibility of hounding the other board members to make sure that gets done. So about 4 to 8 months, this is the time frame we're in right now. So these things you may not have done yet, but you should be thinking about. You should have filed your corporate annual report with the state of Florida and paid that $60-some fee. You have to do that by, I think, May 1st, if I remember right. Otherwise, you get a fine. So make sure you do that. You should be thinking about your student lottery. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later. You should probably start looking at updating your budget on a regular basis so that you have an ongoing budget that's realistic based on your lease costs and employee costs. Establishing your policies. We're going to talk a lot about policies in a few minutes, so I'm going to skip over that. Your inventory management system, you should have something kind of in place because we're going to talk about your CSP requirements, and that's a huge piece of the CSP is making sure you do a proper inventory. And you should have a process in place for when you start hiring. So when you hire your principal and how you're going to hire your teachers, who makes that decision, what kind of things do we need to do, like background checks. I put a note to myself up there to remind me. That's what the ADAM-FB is, my own little code. They were talking about do the Google search on prospective employees. You may occasionally want to do it on your current employees as well. I had a teacher one time who went to a bachelorette party and had all of the accompanying peripherals and decided to post that all on Facebook. And she didn't have her account set to private. And she taught 8th graders. So that's something that can happen even once you hire people. So have a hiring process and maybe a firing process in place. Select your textbooks. If in your charter application you did not specify which textbooks you are using and you said something like we're going to pick textbooks that do X, Y, and Z, you probably didn't get your charter application approved. But if you were really lucky and were able to get an application approved like that, then now's the time that you should be requesting sample copies of textbooks from all of the publishers. And so you can start reviewing them and deciding which textbooks you want to use. And we're going to talk more about purchasing textbooks, I think, later. But be aware of the timelines because as crazy as it seems, textbook publishers run out of quantity come July and August. So some of those purchases you need to start making like June, end of June, July 1st, like the first day of the fiscal year if you're concerned about fiscal years, because otherwise you will not get them in time for school starting. And having to try to inventory all of your textbooks the first week of school as kids are coming in the doors, it's pretty difficult. And then start developing your inventory lists for like what you want in each classroom, like chairs. How many chairs do I want? How many desks do I want? How many file cabinets and garbage cans and clocks do I need? And just like close your eyes and picture a classroom and write down every single thing that you need to buy so you can start working on those ordering lists. All right, so I already talked about annual report. Preparing for your district deadlines. This is, I'm going to stress it again. I gave you the 2 samples from the districts. You need to get those lists as soon as possible and make sure you meet those. Some of those items on that list, if you do not get them done on time, they will not allow you to open your school this year. Even if you have your lease in place and you have to pay rent payments and you don't get your radon testing done in one particular county, they will not allow you to open your school. So you have to wait till next year to open. So make sure that and you're still required to pay your rent in your lease, even if you don't open. So make sure you understand all of those deadlines inside and out. And if there's something on there you don't understand, reach out to your district contact person and have them explain exactly what they want to you so you can make sure you meet those deadlines and those requirements. Don't put them off till the last minute. Okay, before I go into enrollment, I'm gonna look at my notes to myself up there. Jessica Lunsford Act. Is there anybody here who doesn't know what Jessica Lunsford Act is? Okay, good. Make sure you follow that. You don't, I thought I heard somebody say, what's that?
I didn't hear what you said. I was not-
Jessica Lunsford Act. Do you know what that is? Okay. Make sure you follow that because you can get yourself in trouble by letting people into your building. Melissa mentioned it with the landlord, about landlords coming in. I had a personal experience where church was leasing to a school and the church staff had access to the building throughout the day because they also were in the building, their office. So we wanted their staff members to get fingerprinted under Jessica Lunsford, and the church refused. And there was nothing in the lease. They felt that the law didn't apply to them because they were a church. And we went around and around and never won. And one of the parents was a private investigator and did a search on the church administrator. And turns out that they had a public indecent exposure charge. And that was the reason they were pushing back so hard on having to do the background checks. So if anybody has contact with your kids, they need to be fingerprinted. It's kind of, well, I shouldn't say that, no. If they're going to be alone with kids, they should be fingerprinted. If you have a contract with them and they're going to be with kids, they should be fingerprinted. If they're going to have anything to do with any of the money at your school, they should be fingerprinted. Typically, what will happen is your district will have a process in place for fingerprinting. I have heard of one large district that will no longer do fingerprinting for contracted people for charter schools. So you may need to find an outside service that will do that. But you usually, when the district does it, they'll only talk to the principal if they find something that's a problem, and then let the principal know what that problem is and what, if any, precautions need to go into place as a result of.
Chris, doesn't Jessica's law also have to do, if your facility is located isn't there a certain distance that a school facility has to be located where criminals or pedophiles or a certain subset of the
I don't know about that. It wouldn't surprise me. I know there are sexual predator laws that prevent some of that, but I don't know what they are off the top of my head.
So I listened to this when we were looking at our facility, and if it's a new school, the burden is on those that are registered as sexual offenders to not live within a certain distance of the school. But if you're a new school coming in and you plot your school next to where they already live, they don't have to move. They can't move to in the radius of your school. But just because you put a school right next door, doesn't make it closer.
Kim and Christy are leaving, so let's all say goodbye and thank you. As they're trying to sneak out, we're going to draw attention to you.
You're moving to where they already did. They had recorded themselves. They're following the law.
within an area, for instance.
If it's heavily populated by that type of individual, you probably.
There are rules regarding strip clubs and like adult store shop kinds of things. But when you apply for your permitting to get a building, all of that kind of stuff is checked and that would all come up at that time. Yeah. Okay, so Jessica Lunsford's renewal toolkit. They talked a little bit about starting to collect your data now. The Arnolds did. Start to collect your data now for renewal. That sounds silly, but I have a lot of schools that call me and say, how do I go back and prove that I sent in my financial reports when they didn't send me a confirmation? And that happens all the time. And then the districts ask for some kind of proof when it comes time for renewal. Unfortunately, each district does renewal differently. And my experience is that each district is also changing their process for renewal frequently. And so what they have now may not be the case in what they have 5 years from now when it comes time for you to renew. So in your binders, and I don't know what tab it is, but I think it's towards the end, 19-ish, 18-ish, somewhere in there. There's a renewal toolkit that we put together as part of our contract with the state last year. And it's meant to be the dividers in a big fat binder, or 3 or 10. And it's set up so that every quarter after you send out report cards, open up that binder and look at what kind of things do I need to put in the binder for this quarter. Things like financial reports and student assessment data and board meeting minutes, things like that. And just throw everything in that binder around the time you do report cards, or have your principal do that. And then come 5 years from now, you're going to have a lot easier time doing renewal than you would if you had to try to scramble to pull it all together at the end. And my guess is I give that advice and most people probably forget about it and don't do it. But if you did do that and kept it all together, not only would it help you with renewal, but I mentioned burnout for administration is really high. It is highly unlikely that your principal that opens your school will be the principal who will be at your school 5 years from now. So having all of that in one place, easy to grab and put together, is going to help your school a lot in the long run. Master schedule came up both during the ESE conversation and a little bit during the attorney's presentation. Developing your master schedule is complicated on so many fronts. This is probably a conversation I should have with whoever you're going to be hiring for your principals, but I'm going to give you just a little quick overview. You have your schedule that you put together for how your kids are actually going to be in classrooms and which teachers are teaching which classes. But then you're probably also going to have another schedule that you have to put into the district computer system that tries to mimic what you have actually happening into whatever system the district is using and the parameters that it confines you to. My experience, like for example, the system that our district used was either elementary or middle school schedules, but I ran a school that was K-8. So I had my elementary kids were on schedules that were like 5 periods in the computer system, but my middle schoolers were on schedules that had 7 periods for the middle schoolers. So the music teacher taught the elementary 4th period class, which was like from 11 to 12, and they taught the middle school 4th period class, which was from like 9:30 to 10:30. They didn't overlap, but they were both called 4th period. When the district submitted all of that to the state, it showed that that teacher had 37 kids in their class as opposed to 22 and 18, and that would have been a class size compliance issue then. So you need to really understand your district's computer system and how it's going to work with FTE. Most districts will have training for your data prep person or your data management tech. That is probably one of the most important hires other than your principal that you will make, because their work directly results in what you're getting paid. And if they make mistakes in what they put in the computer and how they code the different classes, you will not get paid correctly for your kids. So you have to make sure that that person goes through all of those trainings and gets exactly what they need to know for doing that master schedule. I shouldn't say this. Most of the principals who I've worked with, I'm not saying that most principals out there, most of the principals who I've worked with don't bother themselves to get to know the master schedule very well in terms of what gets put into the district system. They leave it up to their data management tech people. And me being anal and data analytical, I would never let that happen. Every year before FTE, when I was a principal, I would spend a week, I'd pretty much just block off my calendar, and I would be spending most of my time with my data management person and going through and double checking, making sure everything was correct. We did meetings with their ESE staff that week before FTE, where we sat down and we went through every kid's IEP to make sure all of the dates were correct on what was on the actual paperwork and what was in the computer, because that's another thing. You can lose ESE funding if those dates are not in the computer correct. So I spent a lot of time that week before FTE in October and February with the data prep clerk, with the ESE teachers, making sure that everything was correct and made that a priority. So everybody at the school knew it was a priority because I spent my time doing it. That course code directory that she talked about is something that, another thing that a lot of the principals who I work with don't pay attention to that you really should. The course codes that are in that directory align with the course descriptions, which are on CPALMs. That's the best way to get the descriptions. And each course usually has like a page and a half or 2 pages with regards to like what's supposed to be taught in that class. So theoretically, whatever you're teaching, whatever class you're teaching is supposed to align with that code that you're using in that description that's in CPALMs. Perfect example is middle school science. There are multiple ways that you can teach middle school science. You can do 3 years of comprehensive science where you cover all of the science general topics each year over and over and over again. Or you can do first year, oh, I'm gonna forget now. First year I think is earth science, second year is physical science, physical science, and then earth, life, and then physical, because our seventh graders killed the frogs. So
That's a good way to remember it.
So you can code them as earth science, life science, physical science, or you can code them as general science. Whatever textbooks you're using should align with whatever codes you're using. So if you're buying general science textbooks, then you should use the general science codes. But 6th grade teachers, elementary license in Florida is a K-6 license. Some 6th grade science courses can be taught by somebody who has an elementary license. Some 6th grade science courses cannot be taught by somebody who has an elementary license. I believe the earth science was one that an elementary teacher can teach, but the general science course is one that the elementary teachers cannot teach. That is all laid out in the course code directory. So when you open up the course code directory, there's a column that lists which certifications are required for each course. So you need to make sure you're choosing the right courses and then look at those certification areas. And whatever teacher you have, you need to double check to make sure those certifications is what that teacher has. And if not, you could change your courses and like totally change your curriculum, which the district will probably have issues with. Or you could tell your teacher they need to go take the test to get that additional certification, or they need to be out of field. And to get a teacher out of field is pretty easy. Your board just needs to vote on it and say, yes, we agree to put this person out of field. But that vote needs to take place before FTE counts. So that means put it on your agenda in September so that you make sure you make that vote. And then you need to send letters home to each and every student that that teacher teaches, even if it's not a class that that teacher's out of field on. So say, for example, the teacher is teaching middle school language arts, and they have 5 classes during the day. But one of the classes, they have an ESOL kid, and they do not have an ESOL certification. That teacher is out of field for ESOL. All 5 classes worth of kids need to get notification that that teacher's out of field. And you're supposed to keep copies of those letters in the kids' queue folder, or you can send home, you can put it in the school's newsletter if you do a newsletter. That's usually the easier way to do it and less obtrusive, I think. You just put in the newsletter, and then you have to keep a copy of that newsletter in your FTE paperwork that you do. There's a question?
Is there a certain percentage of how many out of field? Is there a limit of the number of out of field?
I've never seen a limit, but I would imagine that if you have 100% of your teachers who are out of field, if I were in Melissa's shoes, I would be coming and knocking on your door and finding out what your hiring processes are.
So there's no magic number.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is common to have out of field. I don't think there was ever a year where I was at the school where we didn't have at least one person who was out of field. So don't feel like it's a bad thing that you have it. Try to hire people for the courses that you're teaching. But if you do have to do out of field, it's not the end of the world. Do you have anything you want to add on that from a district perspective? Okay. FTE certifications, course codes. That's what I wanted to cover there. Out of field. We're going to talk about budget later, but one of the things that was mentioned during the ESE conversation was that you couldn't really anticipate what IDEA funding you were going to get because you kind of were subject to the district's plan, which they can't define. There are other places in the budget where you are also subjected to the district's plan. A perfect example of this is supplemental academic instruction. So in your revenue estimator, when you do your revenue estimator, one of the lines is supplemental academic instruction. And the state will say, we're guessing you should get about this much. But that is a guess. The districts do not have to follow that number. So if, for example, you are running an elementary school, and the district has decided that all of their supplemental academic instruction funds this year are going to improving our high school program, your program does not fit in with what we are funding for SAI, so you will not get that allocation. Most districts now are being really fair with this and saying, well, let's just give you what the state says. But theoretically, the state could say, or the district could say, we're not giving you that because it doesn't fit in the plan. So that may be a question you want to ask in your budgeting process, is ask the district if the state's assumptions on the SAI are accurate. because that could affect your budget. And that number at the school where I was generally somewhere between $25,000 and $50,000. So if there was a significant variance in that, that would have hurt our budget quite a bit. So. Okay, next, recruiting enrollment refresher. We talked about enrollment and recruitment last time. That since there are new people here, I wanted to see if there were any questions or anything you wanted to talk about in terms of enrollment. Okay, we did a webinar recently on the lottery process. There was an attorney who did the webinar for us. It's up here on the screen. It's also in your handouts. If you want to watch the webinar, we talked for about an hour on student lotteries. Be aware that there is very little guidance on what is actually required for lotteries in the state of Florida. So I disagree with something that the Arnolds had said during their presentation, but there are other attorneys who do agree with them. So who you talk to is going to change the opinion on this because there is no guidance from the state. All the law says is that you'll enroll eligible students unless the number of applications exceeds the capacity of the program, blah, blah, blah. In such case, all applicants shall have an equal chance of being admitted through a random selection process. That's all the law says about lottery. So when I've spoken with people at the state, they say that every student that gets accepted to your school should be accepted through a random selection process. So the advice that I give to schools now is that you should set a schedule all year long. Like at the end of every month, we're going to run a lottery and all of the applications we receive that month are going to go through a random selection process, whether they applied on September 1st or September 20th, they go through this random selection process on the 25th. And then we put all of the kids on the waiting list based on the order that they're selected. That's what I recommend. Other people will recommend that, like they said, timestamp and put them on the waiting list in the order that they're received. But because the state has told me that they didn't feel the order that they were received in meets the random selection process, that they didn't like that. At least that was the conversation I had with them, but it was a couple years ago, so I don't know if that's changed. So that's the advice that I give to people when they ask. And if you want to talk to your attorneys and figure out how you want to do it, you certainly are welcome to do that. There are
the lottery process, but the thing that kind of, I guess, sparked my interest was you said preference. So I said that sounds kind of scary to do something like that if it's supposed to be a random lottery.
The law, Florida law offers, I think, 5 or 6 different areas that you can offer preference. You can give preference to governing board members, to siblings of kids who are already at the school, to students of staff who work at the school, military, if you have some kind of a feeder pattern, and if you have, if your board runs a preschool, the same governing board has to run the preschool and the school, and then you can give preference to the preschool kids. That's in Florida law. Federal statute is different. Federal statute says only your founding board members and siblings and children of staff, that's it. So if you are a CSP school, which most of you are, you need to follow the federal regulations until your CSP grant is done. So be aware of that. And that lottery process, when we start talking, I'll wait till we get to CSP. Yes.
As far as the lotteries, the preferences, we're gonna preference staff children.
Mhm.
We don't have our staff yet. So we're running the lottery before we have our staff, so April. So we were planning on holding these spots, so only enrolling up to 90%. Wait till we hire our staff and then run second lottery. Is that common? How do we?
If I were you, what I would do as a governing board is say, these are the number of spots we're filling right now, and not say that we're holding it specifically for any particular reason. Okay. And then a couple months from now, when you do your second one, now these are the number of spots we have available. No, I would say we're only filling 120 seats. And then a month from now we're filling 150 seats. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question as it relates to grade levels. We're doing pre-registration now at this point. In our K through, BPK through 3rd grade, doing very well. 4, 5, and 6, we only participate in one class in year 1. What if?
One class each or one class total?
One class each.
Okay.
456 in year 1. What if we only get, let's say, 6 students? But 6 that show up for 6th grade. Do we have to have 6th grade?
If you've already accepted them, yes.
So
So it's multi-age at that point.
Yes. What I usually recommend schools do, and this is another one of those places that a lot of schools don't take my advice on because they're so concerned about enrollment, is only accept it once you have enough to fill. So figure out what your break-even point is for a class. It's generally around 10 or 11 kids. Once you have 10 or 11 kids, you can pay for your teacher, you can pay for your books and not lose money. If you have less than 10 or 11 kids, you're losing money. So find out what that break-even point is for your school and say that until we have this number of kids, we're not opening this up for the lottery. So
We can do that.
yeah. So when we do the lottery, we don't have enough kids to open 6th grade yet. So we're not running a lottery for 6th grade. We do not have any openings in 6th grade. That said, your district may disagree with me on that point as well, because if your contract says that you are going to be a K-8 school and you don't have a 6th grade class, they may feel you're violating your contract. There was a school that I worked with that their contract said they were going to be K-8. They only had like 6 kids who applied for K-8 for 8th grade, so they didn't accept any 8th graders, and they just said we're going to be K-7. And the district came back and said they were violating their contract, so they had to open it up and do a multi-class age situation for those 8th graders.
So if we see that as an issue, we need to start the conversation with our district to see.
Yes.
If we've gone through maybe 2 lotteries.
Yeah.
And
And what I would tell parents is that we really want to open 6th grade. We need another 5 applications before we can do that. So go find 5 more kids to apply. Go talk to your friends and family. But the important point on the lottery, in my opinion, is develop a schedule and post it so that there's never any question about what your process is. And you want to avoid the appearance of being discriminatory. Even if you know you're not being discriminatory, you want to avoid the appearance of. So be very transparent in terms of your enrollment process and how you're making those decisions and when.
Just to clarify, is the process that you have, let's say, 40 slots in 1st grade? It's not
You
fill
wouldn't.
those 40 slots, just do a lottery from the get-go, and you know that everybody that has applied, if there's only 40 kids that have applied, are going to be accepted through the lottery, but establish the lottery as the process always of.
Yeah. So say, for example, you were planning on having 36 1st graders because 36 is divisible by 18, and you only have 32 kids who apply. You have enough to pay for that teacher, so you want to go ahead and do it. So you doing the lottery, but all 32 of the kids are getting accepted, and then you have 4 more spots open for the next time. Yeah. Does that make sense? It seems convoluted, but
I'm saying to Liz, I think you recommend that we always do a lottery. That you always do a lottery.
even if you have less kids than apply, yeah. It's just you're guaranteed to win. Too bad the Powerball's not like that.
Amen. We may not be here at that point in time. That would be the case.
So after you do your lottery, then you're kind of moving into your enrollment process, and you need to start recruiting people and getting all of the information. That's when you're asking for IEPs. That's when you're asking for like all of the documents that you're going to need. The important thing here, and I already mentioned, make sure your key personnel get trained on how the district system works. I was involved with a school last year where in order to get their first payment, the kids needed to be entered into the district's system by like June 27th, but the district wasn't offering the training on how to put the kids into the system until like July 20th. It sounds ridiculous, but there were several schools that I worked with that didn't get their July checks because the district wouldn't show them how to put the kids in. So make sure that you get people involved in that training as soon as possible and before they go away for summer vacations, because otherwise you may be in a bind. And know in your contract when those deadlines are, because you will have no money coming in, but a lot of money going out in July and August. So you need to make sure you're getting your FTE checks as best you can. So you need to know those deadlines for when your FTE counts are done and how that all works. So read, reread, and then reread it one more time, your contract on that part, because it's extremely important. You are going to have turnover, even though you don't think you will, of kids who enroll and the kids who show up on your first day of school. If you're in a more upper class type of an area where the parents are a bit more on top of things, you probably will have less turnover. versus a area where you have a high minority rate or high low income rate. Those parents tend to be a bit more transient, and I've dealt with one school in Liberty City where they were anticipating about 150 kids showing up, and they had 60 kids show up. And all 150 kids said, yes, we're going to be there on the first day of school, and then they didn't. So you are going to have turnover. So some schools go on the idea of oversubscribing kids. I don't like that and wouldn't do it if it were me, because if you end up oversubscribing and then by some stroke luck of chance, all 150 kids show up, then you end up having to hire teachers that first week of school or being out of compliance with class size. And how many great teachers are you going to find the first week of school? So I personally do not like the idea of oversubscribing, but there again are people in the industry who disagree with me on that and will say that you can anticipate at least 15% of your kids aren't going to show up, so accept 15% higher than what you plan on accepting. There's nothing that would prevent it. Yeah, you can't, if they all show up, you've accepted them, so you need to go hire a new teacher the first week of school, which is not fun. You can't get paid. You can't get paid for more than your contract. So personally, I don't like the idea of oversubscribing. I wouldn't do it if it were me. But there are. No, the people who suggest this say you accept 300 kids, but you know that only 75% of them are going to show up. So by accepting 300 kids, you know you're going to have about 250 on the first day of school. I don't think that's a good business practice. It's not illegal. Schools do that.
You just can't go over your contracted amount with the district.
And you can actually go over your contracted amount with your district, but you're not going to get paid for them. So you're going to end up paying for those kids all by your lonesome.
So what about wait listing in this scenario? Is that a better way to go?
That's what I would do. And I usually was really forthright with my parents who got put on the waiting list, and I told them what number they were on the list. Some people don't like to do that because the waiting list can shift. Because if you accept a fourth grader and then their second grader was a sibling, then they move up to the top of the list, and then the kid who was in second place went down to third place. And why would I move down? But I would rather have that conversation. And I was always extremely open and upfront with parents when I was a principal. And I told them, this is where you are. This is the process. I highly anticipate that before July 1st, we're probably going to have an opening here, or I anticipate that we're going to open up another section, but I just need to wait till we get 5 more kids who apply. I would have those conversations with parents and be upfront and let them know. I always erred on the side of over communicating with parents and keeping them in the loop on things. And part of the reason for that is because I knew that turnover problem is real. And the more you communicate with your families, the more you keep them involved and make them feel part of the family from the day they're accepted, the more likely they are to show up on your first day of school, and then less turnover you're going to have. So I think that communication is essential.
What has been your experience with, you open in week 1, you lose kids the first couple of weeks, a parent taking their child out of one school that they've chosen and coming to your school 3 or 4, 5 weeks into the school year? Is that why people oversubscribe? Because parents generally won't move their kids once?
No, mostly the oversubscription thing is just to deal with the number of kids who don't show up on the first day and just never show up. They apply and then they end up moving out of state and never told you that they're moving, and all of a sudden you have this kid in the spot and they don't come to school. It is not uncommon to have a lot of movement during the first weeks of school. My experience when I was a principal where I was, and this may not be the situation everywhere, is generally the number of kids who we had on the first day of school is about what we were going to have by the time October came. Because if we lose a kid, we're going to gain a kid who came from somewhere else. And it generally worked itself out pretty. I still stressed out about it every single year, but generally it worked out that it was pretty much equal. Student handbooks is the next thing I wanted to talk about. In your binders, I think that's tab number 20, if memory serves me correct. I gave you a sample of the handout that we did the last year that I was at the school where I was. I am in no way saying that this is a good example. I'm saying it's an example that I used when I was a principal. I've learned a lot since then. But I put it in there as an example of the kind of things you might want to think about putting in your packets that you send out. So the one that we did ended up being really long, and we ended up getting a nonprofit mailing permit a couple years, and then we would like mail this out at the nonprofit rate because it was expensive. And then the last year I ended up stopped mailing it out, and I just emailed it out to everybody. And I said, if you need a hard copy, call us and then we'll mail you a copy. And then we did all of the registration electronically that year. Didn't work as well as I had hoped, but it saved a lot of printing costs.
Yeah.
But the packet that's in there is what we sent out electronically that last year. It's just to give you an idea of the kinds of things that you should include. First of all, your student handbooks. Some schools will actually make a handbook that they give to the families that says, you know, bell time and your dress codes and all of that kind of stuff. I never did that personally. That the summer packet kind of took that place. What we ended up doing the last year before I left that I really liked, and I've actually recommended it and helped a couple other schools with it, is instead of doing a handbook, we did a calendar. And we tried to plan out the whole year, like open houses and special events as much as we could. It's almost impossible the first year to guess everything. And then the first 10 pages of the calendar were all of the like attendance policies and car circle policy and all of that kind of fun stuff. And then the calendar was after that. But parents are a lot more likely to hang on to that calendar and stick it up on their refrigerator than they are to hang on to that handbook that you send home on the first day of school. And then after the first year, we ended up having a contest with our kids where in our class they came up with designs for what the calendar pictures were going to be. And so by the time we were operating a while, then we would actually have the kids artwork on the calendars, which is like a huge honor for the kids. So I really liked that when we did it. I think that was a good move, but some schools still go with the handbooks. Some schools just do like a variety of stuff all put together. So the first thing you want to think about is that format. And next is you're probably not going to want to put this together until you hire your principal, because a lot of the procedural stuff and the way your school is going to operate needs to be dictated by your principal and not by your governing board. Your governing board shouldn't be starting to think about, you know, how are our rules going to be for lining up in the hallways. But the principal better be thinking about that. And it's a good idea to have that kind of like your school rules and everything all written out and put in there. So start thinking about in terms of timing, when you're going to hire your principal, how quickly they can get this turned around and when you can get it out to your families so that you can tell your families you can expect to get all of this information at the end of June or whenever the case may be for your school. Some of,
Can I ask a quick question?
yes.
On the handbook idea. So one of the things that with the handbook, it tells all the parents about the policies and procedures that are applicable at the school, and they are responsible for reading the student handbook. So do you recommend at some point having them sign an acknowledgement form saying that they have received information, even if we don't send them the handbook, but it's available online and they are responsible for all the policies and procedures?
When we did it electronically, I don't know if I left it on the PDF that's in there, but on the bottom of some of the page, it says check here to say that you're signing this. And then the last page was a signature page. And we asked that everybody bring that signature page in, that they had checked off that they read all of those pages.
So do you recommend having all of those pages sent in or received from the parents, let's say if you don't get it by the first day of school, by the end of the first week or the second week, and make that effort?
Yeah, we set our deadline before school even started. So we set our deadline usually like August 3rd-ish, somewhere in there, so that we'd have a week to start organizing all the papers that came in. And that way, when we did our open house, usually like the couple days before school started, we could get more in and then we could start hounding parents. There are some things that you need before your kids are in classrooms, like your immunizations. If you don't have those for the kids, they're not supposed to be in a classroom. So some of those things you need to kind of get organized and make sure you have those in place. Some of them, for example, the behavior acknowledgement, you can't keep a kid out of a classroom because a parent didn't sign the behavior acknowledgement form, but you can continue to hound the parents because you want them to make sure that they know the rules. Or when their kid gets in trouble, you can say, well, you said you knew the rules, even though they didn't read it.
So, and then my last question around the handbook is, if you know that your charter school has something that is glaringly different than what a district has about whatever it is, do you recommend bringing that up as you're talking about the handbooks, like giving examples? For example, in our handbook, this is how we handle this, so that in a way that you're not held liable if you didn't cover the whole handbook.
Yeah, I would during like an open house type thing with parents. The other thing you need to do is make sure your district okays anything that's different. A lot of contracts will say that you have to follow the district's code of student conduct. And if you try throwing in a whole lot of extra behavioral stuff, the district may say that you're violating their code of conduct. So you also need to make sure that the district's okay with what you're sending out. Some districts are more strict about that than others in terms of looking at your student handbooks and things. So you'll kind of just need to gauge your district coordinator on that. So the first thing on here, acknowledging policies, is what you were just saying, is I have a paper where the parent has to sign that they've received the important policies. Behavior rules, they want to make sure that they acknowledge that they understand what your rules are, so that if you end up having to suspend a kid or whatever, they can't come back and say they didn't know, which they will do anyway. At least those were the parents I worked with. Maybe I just got all the bad ones. Class selection, if you're like a middle school or a high school and you have electives or classes that the kids need to pick, having that in that summer packet that you send out to kids. Emergency medical release, some districts will have a specific form that you need to use for their district, some won't. So you'll need to ask your district if you need to order those from the district or not. Acceptable use in internet, there's no requirement that you have that, but I think it's a good idea, just so that you're letting parents know that kids are going to be online nowadays, and that they're responsible for the stuff they post. Publicity and photo waiver, that's one that I didn't have the first couple of years, that I tried tracking down after the fact. It was very difficult to get from a lot of people. So just put that in. I have seen some schools, and you'd have to check with an attorney on whether or not it's a good idea, but they say that they put in their policies, and when you sign that you're acknowledging the policies, you're signing you've acknowledged this, that all kids are giving permission to have photos taken for the school unless the parent signs a I do not give permission form. So kind of the opposite of giving permission. So you may want to think about doing something like that. The other thing I think is important, but certainly is not required, is a parent volunteer survey form. And don't just ask for the parent volunteer survey form without also having some way of organizing that information once it comes in. Because build a database or something where if you actually have somebody, you need somebody to come in and help you on Monday morning, and you ask on the parent surveys when they're available, and you have people who said that they are available on Monday morning, use them. Because otherwise, if parents tell you all of this information about what they're willing to do and you never ask them to do it, why did you waste their time?
And also what they do for a living.
Mhm.
Because sometimes once you know what they do for a living, then sometimes you can tap into some of the resources that they have, and they're very willing to donate time or in-kind services and stuff. But unless you know what they do for a living and they know you need something, you wouldn't know. So that's a good thing to add there.
And depending on your community, another thing we used to do that was a huge morale builder, kind of silly, is free labor. But we used to do a volunteer day before school started, like a week or two before school, where we would put a list of all of the stuff that we needed done, like tables assembled and benches painted and walls painted, if you trust the parents to do that. And we used to have, you know, like the Christmas trees where you like hang the kids' names on and you take the kids' names off that you're willing to donate stuff for. We'd do a big thing like that up front of the building, and parents could come in, find something they wanted to do and take it off the board and then go do it. And then we had staff who would wander around and help to make sure things were going the way it was supposed to. It was probably one of the most exhausting days of the year for me, but we got a lot of work done for free. And that's one of the ways that dads can get, not to be sexist, but that dads can kind of get involved. You do that on a Saturday and have, you know, like a big slow cooker full of hot dogs. And it's cheap and easy and it gets a lot done. School supply lists, that's a hard one to build at this point because you don't know who your teachers are and what your teachers are going to want in their classroom. But start building those school supply lists, even if it's a generic one, to get out to parents. And I would caution you against letting teachers completely write the school supply lists because they tend to go overboard. And then you'll have parents complaining that they had to spend too much money on their school supplies. So somebody has to kind of be the adult and managing that list and make sure that it's appropriate. Calendar of important dates is important, so parents have that up front. Days on and off school, early release days if you have any, open houses, things like that. Most of the schools that I've worked with vastly underestimate the complexity of drop-off and pickup.
Amen.
So I think, yeah, I actually have this here. This was the map that I used at the school where I was. And I actually made a video and like walked people through how to like enter the parking lot. And I took like Google Maps and I like zoomed in and said, this is the entrance you're supposed to come in. And this is the entrance you're supposed to leave from. And it was like a 7-minute long video just explaining how to drop your kid off in the morning. And there were still many parents who did not follow directions. The first couple days of Car Circle, I call it Car Circle, but call it pick up, drop off, whatever you want, suicide. I had 3 in the years I was at the school. There were 3 times I had staff members get hit by cars in our parking lot. And most of them were not parents. There were people trying to cut through our parking lot during the middle of drop off and pickup. Which, why would you even think about cutting through a school parking lot? But whatever. We were right on the intersection of 2 busy roads. So, drop off and pick up the first days of school will go extremely long. You will get lots of complaints from parents, and then you'll get a couple of really nice parents who say, "You guys did a great job for the first day," and just try to hang on to those because that's nice. Thoroughly think out every single turn and area you can possibly put a car on your parking lot to get as many cars as possible into the parking lot at one time and keep kids safe. And then think of any possible point of conflict and assign a specific staff member to be at that particular spot at a particular time. And you'll need to hold them accountable because my experience is that they don't want to do car circle. It's a good idea to get orange vests from Home Depot and have your staff wearing them, according to the police officer who came out to our car line after our first staff person got hit. Cones are a good idea so that you can kind of like direct traffic around where you want them. Think about how cars leave your parking lot and go out into the street. If you are on a busy street, it's going to take longer for you to get the cars out of your parking lot onto the street than it will to take you to get your kids into the cars. So you'll need to think about how you can queue up the line so that you can keep it kind of moving a little bit and get the kids in the cars safely. One year we had a parent pick up a child from our school on the last day of school who was a non-custodial child, a non-custodial parent, and did not have permission to pick their child up and took them out of the country. So we were kind of in a hot spot there. So the next year we implemented this policy where we only released kids when the parent or whoever was picking them up had a specific placard that we printed in our school that had certain information on it. And if they didn't have that placard, they had to go into the front office with their ID in order to pick their child up. A lot of very angry parents who cursed at me because it is my child and I can have everything. Go in the office, you can take them home. But after that, so then if the parent sent somebody else to pick the kid up, they gave them the placard. And if there was no placard, the kid did not get in the car with them. So then what we did is we took microphones and bullhorns. Microphone worked better. We put a big speaker system outside with a wireless mic. The range on those aren't great though. But we'd walk up and down the cars and we'd call the names of the kids on the cars to give them a heads up to get ready to get up. And then we'd had all the kids line up in the sidewalk next to it. And once all of the cars stopped moving, then we'd say, okay, load up, and everybody get in the car, and that would be good. Same thing in the morning. We would tell parents, you are not allowed to let your child get out of the car until we on the loudspeaker say, okay, you can get out now. Because I didn't want any kids walking between cars while cars were moving. So you have to think through all of those tiny little details about your car line. Otherwise you will have kids get hurt. And that is a great way to end up on the evening news and is not very good publicity for your school.
Have you heard or has anybody had any experience with Carline? It's an app that a lot of charter schools I saw are using.
One of the schools that we work with has developed a system like that. I don't know if it's the same one you're talking about.
I think basically all the parents are given at the very beginning of the year a number that identifies their child. So
And a
the
key
teachers
fob.
turn on, an announcement's made, teachers turn on your car line, and so they project it on their smart board or whatever. And so, the parent comes in and says 367, and somebody keys in 367 in the classroom that has child number 367. It pops up on their smart board, and the child knows to run out. I didn't know if anybody had
We
it.
actually did a system like that. We experimented. We called it a Google Doc system. We did it in Google. And you actually had someone in the car line with a computer, and they took the numbers as the car line, the numbers were coming in, and it projected onto the screen. One of the things that we did not think about though was what happened if that system goes down. So you have to have a backup just in case you have a situation where your internet goes down. It significantly reduces it. And what the teachers did was they made that a big, especially smaller kids, they made it a big exercise of when can you see where your number is, and when you see your number, you get up, and it was excellent.
So me being the cheapskate, I didn't like buying systems. So I did very similar to what you did is I developed a Google Doc and we had our elementary kids would sit here. Can you see my mouse? up in that top corner in the right was a covered overhang. So that our elementary kids would sit there and our middle school kids would sit out here in this grassy area out here. And then I would have somebody with an iPad out here on this corner. And when the cars pulled in, they would type in the ID number and then it would pop up on the iPads of the teachers who were in the areas with the kids names.
One other thing that I would add on the Carline piece, and this is something also that experience is not the best teacher on, is like if you have situations with siblings in the school and they are in different grades or possibly different dismissal times, how do you prevent that parent from having to go through 2 and sometimes 3, if you have K through 12, different car lines to get their kids? So that would be another one that I would add on your car line for your car circle thought process piece.
What we did for that is you'll see these are color coded, yellow, red, and blue. The yellow tags were kids who only had parents who only were picking up K3 kids. The red tags were parents were picking up anybody between K5, and the blue was anybody K8. So even if they were a kindergartner and their sibling was in 7th grade, their parents got a blue tag, and that way the kids didn't get called until, so that we do all the yellow cars first, and then we do the red cars, and then we do the blue cars, and we'd keep them kind of circulating. This was a 3-year process of getting this to the point where we liked it. I think they're actually still using the same one because I went to look on the school's website and they still had my summer video on there about how to enter the parking lot. So I think they're still using the same process. Hopefully nobody else has gotten hit.
And the other piece of Curtis that I would add to as well is, and I've said this before, when you build this out, building it out to what your maximum enrollment is going to be would be the best way to do it, because then you're only retraining your parent or training parents that are coming in new, and the old parents all know how it works. If you could just build it out that one time and not have to make changes as your population increases.
Yeah. So it sounds like it's such a minor part of the day, but it was my hugest headache every single day. So we during the pre-staff days where teachers come in before kids come in, we would go on a field trip out to the parking lot and walk through the process and specifically show staff where they needed to stand and what they needed to do when they were standing in that position. And I don't mean to make staff sound like idiots, but sometimes teachers don't follow directions very well. And they need a lot of hand holding, just like you did when you were a teacher and had to do with your kids. Sometimes you have to do that with your teachers. Shh, don't tell them I said that. So yeah, that whatever your process that you build there is also going to need to be thoroughly explained to your family. So that's something you're going to put in your summer mailing so that they know what to expect on the first day.
One last thing too, Curtis, on that one. When you're talking about the teachers, it's so critical that whoever is working that car line does not make exceptions, because as soon as you make one exception, you're going to have a blow up with parents who can't get that same exception. So that will be the other piece when you're talking about the teachers, allowing a parent to park or stop while you go, and it will break your car line and people will want to do the same.
Which means also that whatever staff you assign to specific places in the car circle, think about their personalities. If you have a very timid kindergarten teacher who's not going to want to stand up to parents, you may not want to put them directing traffic. They may want them supervising the kids over on the grassy area. And if you have specific teacher just popped into my mind and I almost said her name. If you have one of her, put her up front because she will keep them in mind. All right, so.
Curtis, one last thing. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
So another one of your forms that I would think that you might want to add on there is your free and reduced lunch form. I didn't see that up there because that has immediate financial impact on the first day of school. If a kid is qualified to have free and reduced lunch, but you did not give them the form to fill it out, and so you can't go back and get reimbursed if they have not been paid.
And that'll depend a little bit on what you've decided to do for lunch. If you're using your district, you need to use whatever process your district is. Some districts now are going to, they want it all online. Some, if you're doing it through another school, you might need to use the same forms as the other school. So whatever, however you're doing your lunch, you'll need to find out what that process is. Okay, any questions on the summer packet / student handbook? All right, next I want to talk about the CSP grant. Remember DuckTales? Swimming in the money. All but 3 schools who applied this year were selected for CSP recipients. Is there anybody in the room who did not apply or is not a CSP recipient this year? Okay, so this applies to everybody. Good. So well, I shouldn't say accepted. You were invited to stage 2. If you're invited to stage 2, practically it's yours to lose. They say that you're not guaranteed funding, but as long as you follow all of the rules and do what you're supposed to, you should get you should get the grant. So being invited to stage 2 is a good thing. At this point, it's pretty much yours to lose. At this point, is there anybody who has not submitted their paperwork to the district for signatures? Okay.
We got some March 10th, right?
Your district's probably more flexible because you don't have quite as many schools, but like down in South Florida, you had to submit it by March 1st in order to get the signatures on time.
No, we have not submitted because my grants person, we need to know if we're going to come in at planning or implementation. And we're making that decision this Friday.
Yeah. So as
So I don't
soon
have it
as
now,
as soon as possible, and just keep your grant person at the district in the loop.
I
Yeah.
communicated this morning with our district.
Yeah.
And we're on very good terms. So they know every stage of where we are. We have, but there's 2 different, and I'm sure you're gonna talk about that, planning.
Mhm.
or
So the CSP office will give you training. My experience with their training has been that it's more about form numbers and like the process than it is about practically how you make it work in schools. So what I'm going to share with you is kind of my perspective on how to make it practical in schools a little bit more, and not so much the requirement side of things. Basically, your process is you have your application, you're going to do your stage 2, and then you have to choose to either go into planning, where you generally get about $25,000, or you're going to go into implementation, where you get somewhere between $75,000 and $200,000, depending on your school size and experience, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you're opening in August and you're able to get all your paperwork done, I recommend you go into implementation, because you can get more money faster. And the process for doing amendments takes several weeks at a time. And if you have to do an amendment to go from planning into implementation, you're wasting more time. And the time that you waste, because the receipts that you use for the money for the grant can only be dated after they give you the approval on your budget. So if you submit an amendment in April and it takes them until June to get it approved, and they date it June 2nd, and you bought something on May 20th because you need to buy it, they won't let you use the grant money for that because you bought it before the June 2nd date that was on the award letter. The date on the award letter is the first date that any receipt or purchase order can be made out for. So before you can get your implementation 1 approved, you have a whole lot of paperwork you need to do, and you need to get approved, and they're picky about paperwork. So I'm going to go into that in a bit. But if you don't think you can get your paperwork approved, you might want to think about going into planning, because there's less paperwork required for planning than there is for implementation. But you're adding a lot more time onto your getting your big pot of money, and time is really important. So if you feel that you can do all the paperwork, I highly would recommend that you look at doing implementation and not planning.
Is the time frame that you'd be adding on the full year?
No, you're looking at by time frame, I'm talking about the date on the award letter for your big amount of money. So if you go into planning, you could probably get your planning budget approved in, we're in March. It's possible you could get your planning budget approved by April, because there's not a whole lot of paperwork you need to submit for your planning budget. But you may, your implementation budget, there's a lot of policies and things that need to be approved before they'll give you your money. So if you went into planning, you got your budget in April, you have to spend the $25,000, you have to get them to approve the $25,000, and you need to give them another amendment to move into implementation. All of that's going to take a couple months. So then in order for you to get your $75,000, you're probably looking at best case scenario, July or August, before you could get your big pot of money. And by August, you already have had to purchase your textbooks and your computers. And if those dates are dated before that award letter, you can't use any of that stuff. So there's a lot of schools out there right now that did a lot of purchasing that they thought they were going to use grant money for, and they can't use the grant money for it because they bought it before the grant office said, yes, go ahead. So that's the timeline I'm talking about. The grants office also has a rule which goes over my head and I don't understand. But if you go into planning, it's like a 3-year grant. But if you don't go into planning, it's a 2-year grant. So if you go directly into implementation, you're cutting off a year at the end. But if you're organized and do a good job of getting your money spent, that won't bother you, because by the end of year 2, you can spend all that money. It's just a matter of being organized and staying on top of things. So if you haven't written your budget, is there anybody who's still working on finishing their budget? Okay, so I'm going to show you this. This is CSP budget. This is not something that the state has finished approving yet, but they contracted with us to help schools that currently have the grant, who are ending in May or next year, who still have money left to spend. They asked us to go help them rewrite their budgets because so many schools are having a hard time writing their budgets. And I'm a systems person, so I'm not going to try to write 20 budgets. So instead I wrote a tool that will help me write budgets, and that makes the process a lot easier in my mind. So if you want access to this tool, you need to email me and I can give you access, but the state hasn't officially approved this yet. I have a meeting with them, had a meeting on Monday, but I had to cancel it for health reasons. And now I have a meeting next week, Monday, and hopefully it'll get approved. So what this does is you put in your information about your school and your student enrollment numbers and all that. And then you can come here to this building options page. And I know it's probably really hard to see up there. I don't know if I can zoom in much. I always accidentally zoom in. But basically up here, you type in your search for what you're looking for. So say, for example, you want to buy desks. Down here, we've pre-written descriptions for about 180 different items that people buy with CSP grants. So down here, you can see there's a class furniture desks and there's a teacher desks line. So I want to use this classroom desks. It's line number 16. I come up here and then the ID number, I put 16, and it rewrites all this stuff for me. And there's options in here that you can put in. So each one of my desks is going to cost $60. I need 25 desks per room, and I need to outfit 10 rooms. And so then right here, what it does is it writes the description that the way they want it for the CSP grant. Says purchase student desks for use in the classroom. Cost is estimated at $60 per desk times 25 desks per classroom times 10 classrooms for a total of $15,000. And then you can click this button over here and it'll just copy it from here and put it into the budget for you. And then when you're done on this page, you'll have a list of all of the items that you've added to your budget, and you can just copy and paste this and put it onto the state forms.
Everybody in this room, that's wonderful.
Yeah. So
Hours of work.
yeah, I've spent about 120 hours on this in the last month on this. So the idea being that it's going to help people who, when they're writing their grants, if you've already written your budget, this may not be helpful to you, but if you're still in the process, email me and I can give you access. It's in Google Docs, and it's in Google Docs on purpose, and you can't copy it to Excel, because as I'm making changes with the state, and like, for example, if they say, I don't like the way you wrote the desk description, you need to do this and combine these two things, which they do frequently. Then I can make that change on my side and push it out to everybody's spreadsheet at all of the schools at once. So that way you'll always have the most up-to-date descriptions based on what the state has told me they want to see.
So would that not be good for any state grant? Oh,
I don't know if other state grants use the same
do you have
process.
accounting
But
numbers for me?
yeah, Redbook. The other thing you can do on here is under this long options tab is you can see a list of all 180 some items that have been written at once. So if you're having a hard time coming up with ideas and what you want to spend your money on, you can come in here and like, oh, projector screens, I didn't think about that. Or laser pointers, oh yeah, that'd be good. You can come in here and find them and then just put them on. And then I have videos on the CSU website about how to use this tool and what like each one of these columns does. So if you're going to be using this, I'd recommend you there's like 15 minutes per tab. And it kind of walks you through how each of the tabs work, just to give you an idea. I'd recommend that you watch that to get a better idea of how it works. But it'll hopefully help you with writing it and coming up with ideas, especially if you're like in a high minority area and you're one of those schools that got a really large amount of money. I'm dealing with schools right now that have $625,000, and they have until May to spend another $500,000, and they don't know what they're going to spend it on. So it seems like a crazy problem to have, but there's quite a few schools out there who have this problem right now. So this is giving us a list of things to start with. The other thing I wanted to point out is on this building options page, these fields right here come from the state's allowable expenses document. So if you're purchasing something that may raise a red flag for the state, then there's going to be comments in here about what the red flag might be so that you can address them beforehand. So if you're purchasing, what's a good example? Let's say you're purchasing laptop computers and you say your laptop computers are going to cost $1,600 per computer. When the state gets that, they know that most laptops do not cost $1,600 and they're not going to approve it because it's a highly unusual cost. However, say you're a designing arts, like a designing desktop arts program for high school kids, and you need to have those extra computers in order to do the processing necessary to do the video, whatever. If you put in a description with your budget and show why you came up with that amount of money, then they might approve it. All of those kinds of notes are going to be here on these lines. So make sure you pay attention to them as you're adding things. The state has a website that you need to get used to using called FLCSP, which is very close to my website, except it's a U instead of a P. FLCSP.org. You probably already have access to this site. They probably sent you your username and password when they told you about stage 2. When you go in here and you click on documents, you really need to pay attention to all of those documents. They all need to be approved before you can get your implementation 1 money. And we're going to go through some of them. All of you, regardless of whether you go into planning or into implementation, before you get any money, you need to have your board membership list, which you may think sounds like an easy thing to do. But if it doesn't exactly match the list of board members who's on Sunbiz, they won't approve it. You need to have your nonprofit documentation, which is your articles of incorporation and a printout from Sunbiz. You need to have a GEPA plan, which you've done as part of your stage 2 application. And you need to have an EMO-CMO response. Even if you're not using a management company, you need to fill out that form and say, we're not using a management company. If you are using a management company, you get all kinds of additional scrutiny. But all of those things, regardless of whether you're going into planning or implementation, before you get any money, those 4 items need to be approved. If you're going into implementation, all of these items need to be approved. In tab number 21 of your binder is a presentation that the state did at the charter school conference about their minimum requirements while reviewing these documents. Read through that presentation, and I'm going to go through a few of the items that I have frequently gotten caught up on as I've gone through this process. But that PowerPoint that's in your binder will give you more detail. This is also on the state's website where you can download it if you want a digital copy. But getting to know this document is really important if you want your documents to be approved quickly. So your board membership list, I mentioned it needs to match Sunbiz, otherwise they don't approve it. Your articles of incorporation need to be in there. EMO, CMO response, it's a good idea to make a statement in there that you've had an attorney review your contract and that you have a separate attorney than your management company. You have to have separate counsel. It's a good idea to mention those things. And it needs to be clear that the school is the decision maker. Your governing board makes decisions, not your management company. And not only makes decisions, but doesn't own the material. There have been schools where the grant money bought things and then the school ended up closing and the management company said, well, we bought these items, so they belong to us, but it was paid for with grant money. So that needs to be real clear that the district actually owns the materials that are bought with the state money. Your signed lease needs to be signed and it needs to have a physical address. And like Melissa was mentioning earlier, there needs to be a statement in there that the materials in the building, if the school is closed, revert ownership back to the district, not to the landlord. So there generally needs to be a statement in there saying that the district has X number of days to go into the building and get all of the material. And if they don't see that in the lease, they will not approve it. And if they don't approve it, you don't get your money. So make sure you bear that in mind as you're doing your lease. Co-location, any schools co-locating? Meaning you're gonna be on the same property as another school? Fantastic, because that creates headaches.
Curtis, let me ask one question before we go on. I might not be paying close enough attention. We can still go into implementation if we are still negotiating. If we have not finalized the negotiation of a lease agreement, that will not stop us.
It would prevent you from getting money, but you can go ahead and do the application now. But you won't get the money until your lease is signed.
it could be submitted after March 25th.
Yes. All of these documents that I'm going through now do not need to be submitted by March 25th.
Okay, I just wanted to make
But until they're approved, you don't get your money.
Okay.
So that's why as soon as possible, you want to get them in. Your governing board bylaws, they will sometimes, they will read through them. They will sometimes tell you your governing board needs to go back and change them. If you don't say that a quorum is more than 50%, if you say quorum is 50%, they will not approve it. It needs to be more than 50%. And it needs to be a clear statement that no board members are compensated for their activities with the school. Your procurement policy will be looked at very, very closely. You need to have something in there about market analysis. So if you're purchasing something, you need to find 3 prices and print them out and save them, or print it as a PDF on your computer. Don't just save the link to the Amazon site where you found the price, because the price will change. So print off your quotes. That's basically what your policy needs to say. And then if you're doing a large purchase, you need to have a process for doing bids. And if it's more than $100,000, you may need to do sealed bids, but they're not usually as picky because there's usually not purchases over 100,000. If you're buying something that you can only buy from one place. Yesterday I met with a special ed school and they need to buy Phonak FM systems because Phonak is the only system that will work with the majority of the hearing aids that their kids use. So they need to have something written out that says why they need to buy only Phonak and you can only buy this from that one source. And they need to have it specifically in writing why they made that decision. Your enrollment policy, they're going to look at very carefully. If you have multiple schools, like Kids Community College, for example, if you have Campus A and Campus B, staff members at Campus A cannot be given preference at staff at Campus B. They will look at your enrollment windows and they'll want to see dates for when you're doing your lotteries. They'll probably look to make sure it's on your website and matches what you tell them. Only founding board members, not governing board members, are allowed for preference under CSP requirements. So if you followed the state law and said in your policy that governing board members, kids will be given preference, they will not approve that when they look at it for the grant. You have to say founding board members. And yes, they are really picky about their paperwork.
Can you elaborate a little bit more? Because we're on the planning. Founding board versus governing board. Governing board, you're not.
I haven't gotten a definition.
Okay, so then it's. I seem to be asking all the obscure questions today. Okay.
We had the same one, and the response I got was just a screenshot of founding board members.
But we must have our set governing board member by the time we go to sign the contract with the district, or.
One person has told me that whoever's in your charter application as the board members would be your founding board,
Okay.
but I don't know that that was official advice.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay.
Because
And
we're working with a couple of entities that, they have some people, but not maybe everyone that they want to have on the board. And in order to move forward, we wanted to, it was kind of like a wondering if we can get started with what we have and then add people as we finalize things.
The information that I got, and the reason why they're so specific is apparently in the past for the length of the grant period, they've had so much turnover in the board. So they're trying to prevent, okay, year 1 of the grant, this governing board, and then year 2, this governing board, year 3, this governing board, to preference in their children to school. As far as the origin of it, that is not clear. I think we're just taking the stance of this. Basically, we sent them leading emails. This is what we're doing. Is this okay? And I got, well, yes, there's a definition. So I think as long as we comply with that moving forward, I feel we're safe with that. That's what they're trying to do.
in defense of the people who work at the state, they're nice people. They're not trying to be jerks about all of this. They're trying to follow the federal regulations, and the federal regulations are extremely difficult. So when I say that they're really, really, really picky about their paperwork, I'm not trying to say that they're like not nice people or anything. They are very nice and try to be as helpful as they can. But it is not a black and white world. It's very grayscale for them. Conflict of interest policy, usually the policy that you submitted with your 501c3 application will suffice for this. So there's usually a standard one that I see everybody use, and I don't even know where it came from. I think the IRS, but as long as you have that one, you should be fine. Segregation of duties, they are pretty picky about this one too. They want to make sure that you have everything laid out in terms of financial tasks. Whoever is signing the checks cannot be the same person who's entering information onto the general ledger. And whoever is signing the checks cannot be the person who's reconciling the books at the end of the month. And they want to see that in writing, who by position has that job and how is that done. So you need to make sure that that's written out in your policies so that they will approve that. Most often I see a threshold. So like checks up to a certain amount of money, the principal signs, and once it reaches that threshold, then a board member and a principal have to sign. And that threshold varies by school. Inventory control policy, you actually have to have the specific language that's required for your label in your policy. So in their documents that I gave you, there's a sample, but it needs to have the exact language that's on what they say has to be on their label, has to be in your policy. You need to do an inventory log, and you need to check inventory at least twice a year. I recommend you look at using some of your grant money to buy an inventory system to help you get organized. That is an allowable expense. There are several companies that sell such software, and one of them that I was looking at the other day, I'm not supposed to talk about brand names, but come and ask me off the air. But they actually have like an industry standard one where you can like get a little handheld computer where you go around and scan things and it goes right into their system, and it's not that expensive, and it is an allowable expense for the grant. And you do need to get copies of all of your governing board members' training certificates. Remember before I said you need to assign somebody to be your hound dog to make sure they all get it done? This is another reason you need to get it done soon, because you can't get your grant money until everybody goes through that training. Exhausted yet? So all of that needs to be done before you can get your implementation one money, which is why I said if you're really on top of getting paperwork done quickly, then go with implementation one and get all this stuff done as soon as possible and get it in. The next high recommendation that I have if you're doing CSP is to build a system now to get yourself organized. Each district handles this differently. There are some districts who don't even really look at your itemized reports when you send them in and just give you your grant money and say, okay, great, have a nice day. Other districts will send it back to you 18 times because they don't like the way the principal signed his name on this particular invoice. And you think I'm kidding. I'm not. I've had that sent back to me because she didn't like his handwriting. So each district will handle it differently about how they want to handle that process. The state will ask you for what's called an itemized expenditure report, where you list what was purchased from who, but how much did it cost and how much was in your budget. What I have available, I'll show you a demonstration here. It's another Google Doc that I've been working with the schools that I've started helping as part of our assistance to CSP schools. I'm calling it my CSP tracker, where you put in your actual budget on one tab and you put in your itemized expenditures on another tab, and it totals it all up so you can see how much money you have left per budget line item. Because your first budget's easy, you get it approved, you got 75,000, maybe you only spend 73,000, you have $200 left on this line and $500 left on that line. Your next budget, you're supposed to kind of do a true up, where if you didn't spend this $200, you decrease your budget in that budget line by $200 so that you have that money for elsewhere. Most of the schools that I'm working with, I'm finding, have no way of knowing how much they spent on a particular budget line item. So this tracker tool here is kind of built to help with that. So again, this is going to be small on the screen, but this is a sample. So this line right here deals with English language arts textbooks. This budget was written when the state had a different director, and the previous director wanted things broken out by subjects, and the current director does not. The current director would prefer you just put a line that says textbooks times X number of books times X number of kids times X number of dollars equals your total. The previous director wanted to see it broken out by subject, area, and grade level. So this one was broken out more than it needs to be. But here it says purchase ELA textbooks for an average of $113 per textbook times 224 textbooks for a total of $25,349. So that was what the original budget was for. The amendment said the original budget requested X number of dollars for ELA materials. The actual cost was $24,586. So we're requesting a decrease of $762. So we put them side by side on this tracker so that we can keep track of how much we have left in each line. Over here, it totals up what the running approved budget is for that line. So it's saying our approved budget so far is $24,000 because we had the amendment that took it down. Then over here on the itemized expenditure report, when you submit your reports to the state, you paste it in here and you tie each line of your itemized expenditure report to a specific line on your budget. So these 3 lines right here all deal with English language arts textbooks. So I put in the ID number for the English language arts textbooks. And when I come back to the other page, it totals up the total that was spent on the other page. So it's showing you here how much was spent, and then over here how much is left for each line item. So this tool is a little bit more complicated. I haven't made the videos on this one yet, but I will, and I'll be posting it on the website. You don't need this right now, but once you get your first budget approved, I would look at either developing something like this for yourself or asking me for a copy of this one to use. So that way, a year and a half from now, when you're scrambling, trying to get your last $75,000 on the budget spent, you have a way of organizing it that you know how much is left in each individual area. Won't it be nice having to worry about how to spend money?
Yes.
Any questions on the CSP?
How common are amendments? So right now, especially with Montessori, there's a lot of materials, a lot of lessons, and especially kind of walking you through how to do that somewhat. But like when people were estimating $20 for this lesson, but we actually spent 15. I mean, how specific do I need to be? Because I'm not doing the quotes, I'm not getting 30 quotes on every single lesson. So that's the part that's worrying me, is how exactly I need to be for this budget now.
Now, and you have to, the problem will be if you go over. So if you overestimate now and you spend under, you're fine. If you underestimate now and spend over, you probably are going to get yelled at. So you're better off to overestimate and then amend later to take it down and then respend it somewhere else.
So my strategy is like, we know we're gonna have these costs. Let me overestimate, that's what I'm going with now. Well, if we don't use them, if someone comes in already certified, they don't need to run for the training, then I can recommend it to get a whiteboard.
Right.
Which we don't need day one.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long does it take for amendments to be?
Several weeks. Everything with this process takes a long time. The problem that you'll run into, the biggest problem that you'll run into in terms of spending is if you overspend or buy more than you're supposed to. So say, for example, you say you're going to spend $2,000 and you're going to buy, get math in my head. $100 per kit for $5,000 for computers. You buy the participating, but it costs $5,200. That's not a huge difference. So you probably won't raise a red flag at the state level. You might at the district. The district might just say, no, you're not going to get that money because you overspent. But at the state level, they're probably going to be okay with that because it's not a significant amount of change. If, however, you spent the same amount of money, say you said you were going to spend $5,000 to buy 10 computers, and you end up spending $5,000 and buy 12 computers because you got a good deal, the state's going to have a problem with that because you bought more computers than you said you were going to, and it's a capitalized item. And you're not supposed to buy more than the state approved because they have very strict regulations against stockpiling.
But, so we asked for 10 computers, we buy 10 computers, but then I have more money in another line item. Can we put in another amendment to get 10 more computers?
So long as you have 20 kids at your school.
Oh, right, yes, okay.
If you only have 80 kids at your school and you request 100 computers, they'll say no because you're stockpiling.
How do most schools, because with the CSP money, you pay for it first and you reimburse. How do most schools, most charter schools pull off? Where do they get the money from?
Sometimes after it rains, you see a little rainbow.
Go back to that Donald Duck slide.
Some schools are able, yeah.
And we'll use line of credit and then pay it back.
Mhm.
Keep doing that. That's what we.
Yes. Some districts will upfront some of the money to you. Well, they'll give you 25% of your grant award so you can start spending and then submit the receipts as you go. Some districts will not do that. So it kind of depends on your district and how much they're willing to do. It depends.
a little trick on some districts.
Yeah.
As soon as you cut the check and you're ready to mail it, then you submit that reimbursement that day. You're right on
Because it
target.
might-
Sometimes you can get it back within 10 days from the district if they wire it into your account before the vendor actually cashes the check. But it's, as soon as you press the print button and that check goes in the mail to the vendor.
But there are other districts that require the bank statements before they'll do the reimbursement, so. The district is the fiscal agent for this grant, so you very much have to follow whatever rules the district gives you on the grant.
So Curtis, also like, isn't it also depending upon when it's captured to determine whether or not you spent the grant money up front? So let me give you an example. So you know you're gonna get this grant money and you want to go ahead and submit an order to a vendor. And you tell the vendor, this is my order, but I'm gonna need you to send it to me in 2 months. And then if it's a good and it arrives at your campus after the CSP money has been approved, but you put the order in before it was approved, you're okay, right? You can get reimbursement because you didn't get.
If your order was placed before the grant budget was approved, no, your purchase order cannot be dated until after the approval on the grant.
Okay.
They used to be a little bit more flexible on this and nicer about it, but in October, they sent out a memo saying they couldn't be nice about it anymore. It was worded a lot more technically than that, but that they couldn't be nice about it anymore. Because essentially what happens is there's 3 departments at the state who look at the CSP grants. There's Emerson's office, who's generally charter friendly and wants to help charter schools and will try to be flexible. That's who you deal with. That's the Heathers and the Stacys and the Yolandas of the world. Then there's a state office, grants office, who deals with the feds. They're generally not very flexible at all. And there's no educators there. So when you write your budget, you need to make sure you're writing it for those accounting people because they don't know the educational jargon. So you have your CSP people, then you have your grant office people, and then you also have the general GSA, General Accounting Services, GAS, something like that, who also review the budget now. So you have all 3 of those departments at the state who have to look at the CSP budgets before they're approved. This office got yelled at by the feds because they were being flexible with like approving things that were paying for things that were approved, paying for things that were bought before the budget was approved. The Fed said that can't happen anymore. So then the grants office got yelled at by these people and they had to stop. So this office, the people who you talk to, when you talk to them, it seems like they hold all of the power, but they're really stuck between a rock and a hard place too, because they want to do everything they can to help schools, but they have to follow the federal regulations, and this and the other grant offices are pushing down on them as well. So I spent a day up in their office, and I would not want that job.
Do the 3 of them talk to each other?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
No, they do frequently. Yeah, they're all in the same pod, so they can talk often. But I have had situations where one person disagrees with another person, will give you different advice. To get better now, they're starting to all get onto the same page. The problem that I have is because I've been doing this now for 3 or 4 years, supporting so many different schools, is I got used to the director previous, and I knew how to do it to jump through her hoops, and now there's a new set of hoops. And so if you're somebody who's in a role like me where you've been in the process for a while, the changing of those hoops is extremely frustrating.
So who calls the shots? Adam, Yolanda?
Yolanda generally is the one who's making the decisions on the grants, but Adam is her boss. Yeah. And like I said, they both have the best interests of schools, and they're really trying to help you to get it approved, but you need to help them along the way too. So if you're buying something that doesn't make sense, like if you're spending, I looked at a budget the other day that had $80,000 in marketing costs. First of all, you're not supposed to be doing marketing. So the grants office has found a loophole that they can use by where they call it outreach and recruitment, because that is allowed, but marketing is not.
Same thing.
Yeah, but if you're spending $80,000 on it, that's more of like brand messaging than it is recruiting students. And so that's not allowable. So if you present something that is ridiculous, it's their job to make sure that they can defend it up the chain. And if they can't defend it up the chain, they can't help you. So give them what they need and it'll make the process go a lot easier. How's that for a diplomatic answer?
And Yolanda is more strict than Adam, probably because she'll get blamed.
Yeah.
I get a better answer than I get from you.
Just be careful not to go over people's heads too often because you don't want to make people mad. No, but they really do have the best interest of schools and they want to help and you've been working with your grant specialist and hopefully you've gotten that. You know, they really do want to help. Yeah. All right, any questions? Moving on. I thought we had so much less stuff to cover today, but it's already 2 o'clock almost. Corporate policy manual. We talked a little bit about this last time. So these sections policy manual that's in your binder and go through the key sections. And I was going to tell you what I think are important policies that you need to think about beforehand. And I think I mentioned earlier, for those of you who are new, there is a sample policy manual in the binder. I would not recommend adopting that policy manual, even though it's there. I think it's something that you need to go through as a governing board yourself and look at and decide if it matches what your school needs. If it does, feel free to copy it and use it as best you will. If it doesn't, write something that matches the way you're going to be operating as an organization. So what I wanted to do today was just go through the key points that I think you should talk about as a governing board and make what decisions you should be making. So the first step is I think you need to have a process for how you keep it all organized. So in the sample policy manual, section 3 is all of the employment stuff. Section 4 is all the student stuff. Section 7 is all the fiscal stuff. So come up with some system of getting it organized. So that way, when you add a new policy, you know where it goes in your manual so you can keep it all organized and find it. And when you have board turnover, you'll know where things are. In the sample policy manual, section 2 is governing board. So the thing I would caution you against here is repeating anything that's in your bylaws. I've seen schools where they have one set of rules in their bylaws and a completely separate set of rules in their policy manuals, and they don't align. So if you just don't do any overlap, that way if you say for example, you say that you're going to meet 10 times a year in both your policy manual and your bylaws. And at some point you decide you want to meet quarterly. So you change it in your bylaws to meeting quarterly, but you don't also change it in your policy manual. That's how you end up getting that incongruency. So if you do it in one place or the other, you avoid the chances of that happening. But I would recommend you have a policy in terms of the way the scheduling process works for your board meeting. Like, you have a schedule at the beginning of the year that's set at the annual meeting, and then that's your schedule for the year. Or your chairperson's responsible for setting the schedule, or however you want to do it. I would recommend you have a policy on audience participation. My experience is that most charter school governing boards do not have audience participation at the charter board meetings, and they very seldom have anybody show up until you get to the point where you're looking at firing a teacher and the teacher rallies all of her kids' parents to come in and argue for her. And if you don't have a policy before that point, you're going to be stuck at that night listening to lots and lots of discussion. So be proactive, set a policy about what your process is. And that way, if you ever are in a situation later on, you're fine. My other caveat that I forgot to mention about policies is when I first took over as principal, one of the things I thought would be great about running a charter school is the flexibility and autonomy to not need a whole lot of policies. And we can just do things for what's best for kids. By the end of the first year, our policy manual was well over 60 pages long because I kept asking for more policies on things. The policies protect your principal and your governing board and are your governing board's directions for how you expect the school to be operated. So as much as that flexibility and autonomy is nice, I really do think you need a lot of policies and try to be proactive with them. All right, sorry. Committees. If you are a governing board who's going to be using committees, I would recommend you have a process for how committee members are appointed and who can serve on committees. Some governing board members do not find it effective to run committees, and some do. So it kind of depends how you operate. When you go to the training in May, if Kathleen is doing the training like she typically does for the governing board, she will tell you you definitely need committees because it takes the burden off of your governing board to do specific tasks, and then they bring back the completed product. My personal experience is that it was difficult to find people to serve on committees, and I as principal ended up having to go to 13 more meetings as a result of committees, and I didn't like it. But some schools have done it really well, and it works really well for them. So it's kind of just as dependent on your school and what works. You should have a policy on conflict of interest. This is the same policy I mentioned earlier for the CSP grant and also for your 501c3. Hopefully you already have adopted something, but if you haven't, you should search the IRS website for conflict of interest, and you'll find one you can copy and paste, which is the same as in the policy manual. Employer responsibilities, I recommend you have a conversation about who's making decisions for employment stuff. When you hire a teacher, does the principal hire the teacher, or does the principal recommend to the governing board to hire the teacher? When you fire a teacher, does the principal make that decision, or do they need to come to the governing board and ask permission to fire a teacher? The attorneys who I've spoken to on this issue recommend that the governing board appoint that authority to the principal and not leave it in the hands of the governing board. Reason being that if there is a lawsuit later on, and there's subpoenas and all of that kind of fun stuff that accompanies lawsuits, if your governing board made the decision, then all of the governing board members are involved in that lawsuit. Whereas if it was the principal, then the principal is involved in that lawsuit. So have a discussion in terms of how you want to handle that at your school and codify that within your policies. Questions about governing board policies? Those are the ones that I think are most important. Employee policies, the ones that I think are most important are equal opportunity employer, just to avoid any discrimination claims, and a non-discrimination policy just to way over cover that area. I think it's important to have compensation policies, and I'm going to go into that in a minute. Benefits, how many hours a week does an employee need to work before they get benefits? What benefits are offered? Does the employer pay all of the benefits, or is there an employee share in the benefits? Time off. Hourly employees, do they get paid time off? If so, how is that time accumulated? If your salaried teachers, salaried employees are getting time off, does that accumulate every month, or do they get it all up front? And then if they leave early, is there deductions for that? How are you going to handle those kinds of decisions? If you're a school with more than 50 employees, you need an FMLA policy. If you're not more than 50 employees, you can, if you wanted to, have a medical leave policy that doesn't necessarily called FMLA, and then you don't have to follow all the federal laws. So for example, if you wanted a policy where your teachers are allowed to take maternity leave, but you don't pay for their salary, but you'll pay for the benefits, or they have to pay for half their benefits or something, you can put in a policy in terms of how you want to handle that. If you are more than 50 employees, you need to follow FMLA, which is way more complicated. And I would talk to an employee HR specialist before you adopt anything for that. Again, not to make teachers sound degraded or anything, but you're probably going to want a behavior policy for your staff in terms of what you expect them to come, how you have dress code for teachers. That's a hugely controversial topic if you've not worked in schools before. If, you know, like the Facebook kind of stuff, if you have rules about that for behavior for staff, put that in writing. And then you also will want to have policies with regards to termination. How does that happen? If it's the principal's job or if it's the board's job. If it is the principal's job, does the principal have to consult with the, like if you're using ADP, do they have to consult with ADP beforehand? Do they have to consult with an employment attorney beforehand? Putting all of that into writing so that the requirements are very clear. Last month, we talked a bit more about HR, but we got rushed at the end, and I was getting flustered because I couldn't do math in my head. We talked a bit about an employee handbook, and what I recommend doing is finishing your policy manual and just taking section 3 of your policy manual and using that for your employee handbook. And the same reason for that is with the bylaws, is that you're not duplicating language and forgetting to change it in one place and having 2 separate sets of rules. Some people will disagree with me on that and say that your policy manual is not a user-friendly document that teachers can read and understand. I don't care. I want to avoid the duplicates. I don't want to answer that right now. Sorry, I thought I had do not disturb on. Try to have your employee policy manual in place before you hire your principal. Some cases that's not going to be possible, but if you can, that way your principal knows what the rules are for employment as well. And some schools have done a really nice job of having a separate handbook. Like they'll have their policies, but then they'll also have tips and tricks for teaching at our school or something, which kind of talks about the culture of teaching at the school. That talks about, you know, like this is how we're going to walk in the halls and this is how we're going to do that. It's not stuff that's policy, but it's stuff that the principal wants the teachers to know. that might be a good idea, but that really shouldn't be written by the board. That should be written by your principal. So that's not something that your board is going to need to do. We talked a little bit about outsourcing HR and payroll. I don't know of any schools that cut their own payroll checks anymore. Do you? So you're going to want to look at an HR payroll company. We talked a little bit about the benefits of doing employee leasing versus doing a payroll company last time. Were there any questions on that?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to try to get ADP to come do a presentation and pay for our lunch next time, so they'll give us a little bit more information on payroll stuff. Personnel records, we talked about this last time as well. Remember that personnel records are public documents. There are a few exceptions, but not very many. So be careful what you put into payroll into your employees' folders, because there are rules around those. And this statute that's listed here, 1012.31, is something that your principal and HR person should probably read through and understand. Salaries and compensation, required to have a salary schedule. We talked a little bit about that last time in terms of how it ramps up, and make sure that you think about how that's going to ramp up before you make any promises to teachers about future employment. As you're hiring teachers, don't tell them you're for sure going to get an X% raise, because that may end up putting yourself into a real bind the following year. Unless you really clearly know how much you're going to be able to pay the following year, don't give them any promises. Certified staff. So it would be your principal and your teachers. It would not be your office staff or educational assistants or things like that. I recommend that you have a compensation manual. You may want to include that as part of your policy document, or you may want to make it a separate document. There's a sample in your binder on tab 15. This is what we went through last time, where I was trying to do the math up on the tablet and saying if a teacher leaves in October versus January, all of that math, I think you should probably have in writing so that it's really clear. If you weren't here last time, see, I thought we'd be at this by like noon, and then we could review it again, but I'm late on time again, so I'm not going to do that. But if you wanted me to walk you through this with you, just let me know and I can walk through the math with you again. All right, student policies. You definitely need to have an admissions policy and your lottery policy, and the CSP office is going to want copies of that. So make sure you look at that CSP, the information in your binder, to make sure it meets the requirements. I am almost positive that the sample policy manual in there will not be approved by the CSP office, because it says in there that military preference and some of the preferences that are not allowed under CSP are in the sample policy manual. So upfront, that one will not get approved. I recommend you have a policy on attendance. Attendance was always a thorn in my side when I was a principal. I'd imagine other principals it's the same way. There is a statutory rule that if a kid is out 5 out of 30 or 10 out of 90 days, they need to be addressed as for truancy. In most cases, truancy has to go through the school district, and our school district refused to work with charter schools on truancy issues. So it was like between a rock and a hard place. The law said I needed to do something and I couldn't do anything. So it was not a comfortable position. Have a policy in terms of like when you're going to start addressing who is your, there's a term in law that's not coming to me right now. It's like student success team or something like that, that has to address and have a meeting if a kid is truant, and to provide support to the family to make sure the kid gets to school on time.
Attendance child study team.
Yeah, that sounds right. So you need to have a policy in place for how you're going to handle that. I have seen policies that say that if a kid misses X number of days of school, that they will not be promoted to the next grade level. Some districts may frown on that and not allow it. I have seen it in place in some places.
Curtis, if you do have a situation where the policy is allowed like that, but don't you also have to make sure that any kind of communication with the parent is followed before you can actually execute that last piece?
Yeah, I definitely would, yeah. You probably would want to have some policies on behavior unless you're forced to use completely the district's code of student conduct. If you have some flexibility or latitude, you're going to want to lay out, what your levels of consequences are and how you notify parents of suspensions and things like that. One of the things that I recommend schools do is to have an appeal process for behavior. and again, maybe it was just the parents who I was working with, but it seemed like they never believed me when I told them their child did wrong at school. And they would always contest the suspensions that I handed out and say that the facts of the case are not true. And so we ended up developing a behavior appeal process where the parent could appeal to our behavior committee, and then they would come in and tell the behavior committee their opinion, and I would tell them my opinion, and then the behavior committee would give me a recommendation about what to do next, and then I made that final decision. And that way the parent had a way of voicing their grievances. If they still had a complaint, the only thing they could complain to the board about was whether or not the policy was followed, not their specific behavioral situation with their kid. So it prevented parents from going to the governing board and complaining about Johnny did this and Susie did that and Billy then turned around and did this and my little angel never did anything. Because I've had those conversations with governing boards and they're not fun. Academic, you probably are going to want, this might be something you want to wait for your principal, but a grading policy in terms of like how you issue grades, when report cards are issued. If you have overachieving helicopter parents, put in writing how you get on honor roll and principals list, because you will be surprised by the number of parents who try to contest the fact that, well, just 1B, her average was still X, Y, and Z, so she should be on the principals list. I don't know why I'm not a principal anymore. If you have any policies about extracurricular activities, in here I would say things like if you have a sports team and kids need to have certain GPA before they can be on the sports team, that kind of stuff. The other thing I would recommend that you think long and hard about, or have your principal think long and hard about, is field trips. Field trips are a nightmare from an administrative point of view, because there's lots of kids running around unsupervised with parents who may or may not have been fingerprinted. I've had field trips come back to school where they left a kid at Busch Gardens.
That's not a bad place to be left, though.
For the kid. I hated field trips, and my teachers loved them and wanted to do them all the time. And I was the kind of principal who tried to accommodate my teachers as much as I could. But field trips were a constant thorn on my side. So I ended up instituting policies like real strict, like the teachers had to fill out all of these forms and give them to the parent chaperones that had their personal cell phone numbers on them and who they were responsible for and how often they had to check in. And I had it, you may have picked up, I'm kind of anal about stuff. So I had all of this in writing that the teachers were expected to do, and there was huge processes around it because we had so many problems. Oh, I had field trips in that slide.
I've also seen schools that have chaperone, like a chaperone policy. And that was something that the parents had to sign off on so they can be a chaperone. And
Yeah.
that might not be a bad idea.
Medical policies with regards to, if your kids have to be inoculated, you follow the state laws there. If you should have policies in regards to medication, it's going to be stored in a locked area in the school. Who has access to that? Who's allowed to hand out meds on your staff? Communicable diseases, are you or are you not kicking kids out if they come to school with little bugs in their hair? Releasing students. I've heard varying degrees of that. So it may be something you want to check with your district. Some districts are really nice and they have a health department, and the school's health nurse person will come out at your school and help you go through all of that and make sure you're in compliance. Some districts will say that's outside of their purview. But if they have that available to you, take advantage of it and spend a day with the school's health department, making sure you're in compliance.
So do we have to follow their policy as an example for head lice?
I don't think so, but don't hold me to that.
Just get some
Yes.
clippers.
I don't think you're required to follow any district policy unless in your contract you said you were willing to follow it. Releasing students is a big one. Are you requiring parents to come in with IDs, and you need to have something in writing before you release a kid? And this is a policy you don't want to just start enforcing without it being written down, because you will have angry people who come in to pick kids up, and if you don't release the kid, you will have yelling, screaming people in your school. Same thing with the car line. I talked about the little placards. We were really strict about that, so have that in as a written policy. Dress code, yes, ma'am.
I was also gonna say on the releasing student policy, something on there about any kind of legal documentation, like, a lot of times you'll have a divorce decree or some kind of court order that is on file, but somewhere down the line, one parent thinks it's been removed, and just something written that says, whatever the latest court document or direction we have to follow that piece, instead of the word of two parents who say we resolved the issue.
And be on the lookout. I had two parents who gave me court documents that were both dated and signed on the same day, which said two very different things. Because one of the parents had forged the court documents and changed it and given herself more permission than she was supposed to. And we ended up having to call the clerk of courts to find out which document was accurate. And then the other parent ended up suing the other parent for forgery and misrepresentation of the court opinion. Don't know why I'm not a principal anymore. Dress code is a controversial one. A lot of charter schools try to go the route of doing uniforms. If you're doing that, make sure you have it written out what is or is not allowed. Electronic devices is one that I personally have a disagreement with the ways a lot of schools deal with this, because you kind of picked up on them a bit techie. Are you going to allow cell phones in your school? Are you going to allow teachers to use cell phones in your school? What's your policy on that? Have it written out so it's real clear. If the policy is if the teacher sees the kid's cell phone, they take it away, then that has to be enforced. If the policy is if the teacher wants to use it as part of their curriculum, because there's like apps now where you can put the things up on the screen and the kids can text, and you can get like the student response systems that cost $3,000 for free. There's great things like that available, but if you have a policy that says the teachers are supposed to take the cell phones away if they see them, then your teacher shouldn't be using those things. So just have your policy clear. Questions on kid policies? Great. Management, banking policies. So you should have policy about how you choose bank, how you do your reconciliations. Those are really fun, boring policies that you may want to ask whoever you're using for back office to write for you. They're not boring, you said?
Yeah, they're okay.
That's what our company does, and I find them boring. So you're purchasing, this is something that the CSP office is going to look real carefully at in terms of getting multiple quotes. I think I mentioned before, but just in case you didn't hear me, don't just write down a link or save a bookmark to a quote, print it off as a PDF and save it in a file, or print off a hard copy if you like killing trees, and keep a hard copy of the printout because the websites change over time. Accounts payable, how are you paying your checks and bills that come out? You should probably be using an accrual system. Most educators, if they're anything like me, will get confused by the accrual system and not understand why the money in the bank is different than what I think it is because the check has already been processed or not processed. But you should have that system in place. You should have a policy about who signs checks. So if you have like $5,000 limit where the principal can sign anything up to $5,000 and over $5,000 a board member and a principal need to sign. With that, I recommend there being one person who's responsible for signing all checks. So if you have 4 people on the authorized to sign checks, you don't want the principal signing a bunch of them and then 2 board members signing a bunch of them that the principal never knew about. That was a situation when I walked into a school, when I first took over, that was happening a lot. So there wasn't one person who knew about every single check that was being written. So having a very clear process in terms of the signatures is important. Making sure that you have a segregation of duties. So the person signing the check is not the person doing the reconciliation. Even if that means you need to go hire an outside accountant just to do your reconciliations. We did that where I was because we didn't use a back office place. And we paid like $250 a month just to have the accountant do a quick reconciliation for us and then provide a quick report to the board. So it wasn't a huge expense, but it allowed us to have that extra layer of division of labor. Cash management is an important thing. When you get cash at the school, who's accepting it? How is the receipt written? Where does the cash go? And how often is it deposited at the bank? Or even better yet, if you're in a community that can support this, do not accept cash at your school. Because cash is the easiest way for money to grow legs and walk away. There are several schools now where they have like online portals where you go online and you make a payment and then you can distribute that payment to whatever account you need in the school. A lot of our back office clients are using that now. where they don't accept cash at the school at all. So that way you get rid of that theft issue, whether it be somebody breaking into the school to steal money or whether it be an employee theft, which you hope would never happen, but does. And you get rid of a lot of the receipt issues because everything's electronic and you don't have to do that paper trail. You should have a fixed asset control. It eludes me to understand this, but you have to have capitalized versus non-capitalized purchases. And in the world of business, that makes sense because capitalized items you like depreciate. Thank you. Depreciate it over time. But at a nonprofit agency, why do you need to do that? Because you don't pay taxes anyways, but they say it's important, I guess. So you need to have a policy about capitalizing. Usually it's somewhere around $500 to $750. Anything over that cost is capitalized. You need to have a system in place where you keep track of every purchase. If you buy an inventory system, great. If you use a spreadsheet, great, but make sure that you keep track of how each item was paid for. If it was paid for out of FTE money versus CSP money versus a donation, so that way you can clearly know what came from what source. If your auditors are any good, they should be asking you for that. If they're not, you may want to find a new auditor. Records management is another thing. It is in law that you need to have a fireproof file cabinet. If you haven't purchased one of them yet, they're really expensive. Use your CSP money. But you need to keep your student records in a fire safe cabinet, and you probably would also want to keep your business records in there so that you have them. If you're using electronic storage, make sure you have backups set up. Backups now are pretty easy to do off-site and not very expensive, but make sure you have it backed up. Because like Melissa was saying, these are all public records and you are accountable for giving those records when asked. Questions on management stuff?
So would you recommend the cloud?
I like cloud stuff. Some people will say that it's less secure, but I think it is more secure. I trust the people who work at Google way more than I trust my IT staff to make sure the computer's running. Joe, do you have anything to add on management that I might have missed?
No.
Okay. Do you want to tell me why I'm wrong on the capitalization thing?
You know, it's funny because I'm actually working on that right now for a client. It's an authorization. It's the authorizer who's insisting that items that have a certain that are over a dollar amount of, and this particular authorizer is $1,000 threshold. They want to capitalize those items. Anything below that, they don't capitalize. They're just expensive. And you know, it really doesn't change the balance sheet that much when you're looking at a couple $1 million budget. When the only thing that you're buying, it's really tough to find items, single items in a school that are over $1,000 per unit. You know, like the safe, that would be one, or the fireproof cabinet, the that projector and the board. But that's really bad unless you're buying a walk-in refrigerator, you're buying a bus or something like that. So it's like, okay, fine, here are the 8 or 9 items that you want capitalized just because the authorizer wants it. Compliance reporting, that's exactly what it is.
In the policy manual, there are some policies on transportation, but I will admit that they're not very good, so you might not want to use them. If you are doing transportation, even if you're hiring another company to bus your kids for you, and even if you don't like reading statutes, read statute 1012.45. There is a lot of information in there that you as a governing board are responsible for, even if you're hiring somebody else to do it. And you are responsible for that.
Can you
So,
repeat the statute one more time?
1012.45. And I wrote that policy when I think what's in the policy manual is from when I was a principal and we didn't do busing. And so it was pretty minor and I just stole a couple things from a couple other schools. Since then I've read 1012.45 and I rewrote, at that point we were still helping with charter applications. So I rewrote a charter section and I was shocked at all the stuff that schools are responsible for when they do transportation. So make sure you read that. And I can send you what I had written for the charter application if you want to read it, because it talks about all the things that schools are responsible for. Does it trying to touch all the bases?
Do you have any like examples or highlights on that?
Drug testing of your
like ahas for you.
Drug testing of the people who are driving, certification. There's continuing education credits that are required for the bus drivers. The bus needs to be certified and then inspected every 30 days or something like that. it's very detailed.
There's a webinar with
Yes, on the bottom here, there's a the link there, flcsu./transportation essentials. That was put on by somebody at the DOE talking about transportation needs. So he was very knowledgeable, and that was a good presentation.
Curtis, you know anything about this extra transportation funds for high volume areas or dangerous intersections that are available to schools that hazardous? One of our authorizers had a meeting on it, and so one of our charter schools went back to the authorizer and spoke to the head of transportation. Transportation said, no, we don't do anything like that. And then, so we're going back up to the DOE and transportation folks and trying to find out to get some of that extra. Apparently there's a pocket of federal money that's used for that.
I don't know anything about that, sorry.
Yeah, it's an interesting, because transportation can be a lot of money.
Yeah, and generally the amount that you get from the state only covers about 1/3 to 1/4 of what it actually costs to do transportation.
First, this is transportation to and from school that doesn't include things like field trips or extracurricular activities, like sports oriented. And then we think about if you have parents involved with transporting students.
If you're using a certified school bus to do their transportation, then you're probably required to follow those rules. But if you're using parents to transport to like an after-school sports thing, I would talk with your insurance agent and make sure you have all of the necessary paperwork done and waivers. But other than that, I don't think that law would apply.
And for transportation, one of the things that we learned is that the district will parents will sometimes write on the bus application form or request for transportation form, the address where they want the child picked up or dropped off, but it may not necessarily be their address of where they live on record. And they will only reimburse you if if it's the home address. And some districts are real picky where they will send you a list of, I don't remember the specifics, but they'll send you a list and they'll tell you these kids don't qualify for transportation. And if you've been transporting them, you won't get any money for those.
And to prove it, whether or not they can or not, you have to take like one of those walking wheels and it has to be at least 2 miles from your school. And I thought he was joking when he told me that, but he said he wasn't joking.
Can I ask just clarification? Did you say there's federal money available for
There's
certain hazardous?
grant money available.
Okay.
Hazardous something.
I'll send you the email. I was working on it a couple weeks ago with somebody. And
Okay.
we're following up on it, and then you can forward it out to everybody. I'll get the right language and everything, and where that money is hidden. And apparently it goes unused.
Really?
Yes, but the qualifications, I mean, you have to have a study done, a traffic study done. You have to work with your municipality that school, where the school is actually located, to make sure that it meets those requirements.
Is it only for unsafe situations or for concentration in an area? I think if there's X amount of students in a certain area, is there any way to tap into that kind of grant funding?
No, this would be more for if it's within the 2 mile radius and it's, the kids are walking across a 6-lane highway and you don't have crossing guards or you can't get that type of stuff. This is the extra supplemental transportation funds. Now, I don't know if it's federal through state or a state grant, but it comes through, and I'll send you that information on there. It's recent. It's a recent topic.
Crossing guards is not something that you'll get money for, and if you want them, you have to pay for them. If you want a temporary police officer to come stand outside and help with traffic out on the street near your school, that's something that's expensive. You have to pay for, you get no money for. Those are things you also need to think about too. School where I was, we had a very difficult time getting school signs put up because they didn't want to interrupt traffic in the busy intersections. So just arguing with the municipality about trying to get just school caution signs, not even slow down signs, was difficult. There was somebody's hand up.
You had mentioned a whistleblower policy. I was under the impression maybe that was an IRS or nonprofit.
This way we talk about employment.
I remember her mentioning it with regards to if you're letting somebody go, making sure that they don't have a whistleblower claim. I've never seen a whistleblower policy for charter schools. That was something I could look into, but I've never seen one.
I've been taught about that in nonprofit training because most irregularities or non-compliance issues, surprisingly enough, come up through whistleblowers as opposed to audits. And so there was a rule made that you have to figure out, and I can't quote where it comes from.
I don't know either.
just thought it was curious that it wasn't in something.
Any policy questions? Overwhelmed yet? So usually what I recommend with policies is pick a section and do one at each board meeting and just kind of work your way through them. Is kind of what I suggest there. But it's March now, so if you're meeting every month, March, April, May, June, July, August, you've got not very many months left before school starts. Budgeting. Your application budget was really just a guide. It wasn't your real budget. And most districts understand that and don't expect to hold you to it because they know that you were pie in the sky dreaming when you wrote that. As you're working on your budget, be extremely conservative. Plan your expenses on the high side and plan your revenue on the low side. It's much better to have money left over at the end of the year than to run out. The last newspaper article I saw said that the revenue for next year is going to be going up about 1%. Lots of newspaper articles a couple months ago were saying 2 or 3%. So I believe is Friday the last day of the session? I don't remember. The last day of the legislative session is coming up very soon. And once the legislative session is done, we'll have a pretty good idea because we'll have what they recommend, and then it's just whether or not the governor signs it. I can't think of a time in the past where the governor has vetoed money for charter school or for schools in general. So probably what the legislature approves is what we'll go through, hopefully. Once you know that number, plug it into your revenue budget estimator and start working with those numbers. Before you sign any contracts, especially lease, special education services, teacher contracts, etc., take your budget that you're currently working with and put it in your budget and make sure it works before you sign anything or before you agree to anything. And as soon as you do sign something, update your current operating budget, your working budget, to make sure that it's going correctly. There are going to be lots of revisions to your budget between now and August because you're going to assume something costs X and then it's going to come out that it costs X plus 500. And that's pretty much the way it's going to go between now and August. And you have to be really careful. There are some schools, there are schools that are fortunate in that they have financial backers behind them. And I actually think it can be dangerous to have that to be the case. Because what I've seen I can think of 3 examples of this, where there's a wealthy group or person behind a school because they believe in the mission, and they don't pay attention to the way they're spending. And they get to this time of the year, and they're like, how have we possibly spent so much money? And it was because when they were purchasing their textbooks, they thought, well, yeah, let's use that book, and that book looks good too. And there was no conservative thinking about how they were making these decisions. They just went out and made them. And when they bought their furniture, they just said, well, it's easier to buy it all from this one place. And yeah, we're paying a couple $1,000s more, but it's okay because we just need to get it in the school. But if you were to shop around and get your chairs from one place and desks from another place, you could save several thousands of dollars. When I ran a school, I did it very conservatively, and our surplus in our projected budget was generally about $12,000 to $15,000 a year. If you're spending an extra $12,000 on furniture in your planning year, that completely eats up that entire surplus. You need to be thinking conservatively. I don't think there's anybody from conversations that I've had, unless some of the newer people here have financial backers or management companies that are footing the bill up front. But if you do, start thinking conservatively, even if you don't have to. And if you have the resources to hire the principal early so they can start thinking about these decisions now and doing shopping and pricing and really spending time and purchasing things, it will pay off in the long run. But your budget basically is going to be shifting a lot between now and the year. I just said all of that. Your biggest pieces of your budget are your employees and payroll and your facilities. So before you sign any employee contracts, think about whether or not you can afford to make those decisions and whether or not the decisions that you're making are fair for your employees. I have seen schools that have hired teachers and they really want this one teacher, so they're going to pay this teacher $46,000. This teacher is kind of newer, but has pretty much the same experience, but just not as exciting. So I'm going to pay them $41,000. And even though you tell them not to talk about their salaries, they're going to talk about their salaries. And when they find out that a teacher down the hall is making $5,000 more than you do, you are going to have a revolt at your next board meeting. And that will be uncomfortable. And can you sustain the revolt, or are you going to take pay away from somebody, or are you going to bring somebody else's pay up, or how are you going to make that work? And if your budget can't sustain that, don't pay the extra person the extra money. That can be difficult because you want to get the best teachers you can in your school, because the best teachers are going to create the best results. But you need to make sure that the decisions that you're making are sustainable. And not just this year, but looking forward. How, you know, if you're saying you're going to give 2% raises, can you afford 2% raises? Because revenue, you know, this year, FTE is only going up 1%. So if all of your expenses are going up 2 or 3% and the money that you get from the state's only going up 1%, you're going to be out of business in a couple of years. So you have to think about all those decisions and how they play out in the long run. Does anybody want me to show you how to use the revenue estimator or the budget template tool? I think I asked you that last time and we didn't have enough time and I didn't do it.
Yeah.
You want me to go through it quickly?
Yeah.
Okay. So the link on the slide, it's in your handouts, you can download the budget development tool. I'm going to open it from my computer rather than downloading it, if I can remember where I put it. Documents, budget. Have not updated it yet this year, but it will be updated soon. And when I do update it, it goes on that link on the website. So that's where you can always find the most recent version. All right, so this is the budget development tool. This is something that we've created to help schools. And as we were building this, the people we had in mind were governing board members who don't know how to write a budget. So as we were writing this, we put in tips and tricks and things to help people who don't understand budgeting and charter school expenses to be able to write their budget. So the first thing you need to know is that anything that's yellow or places that you fill in, anything that's this color, has something that if you put your mouse over it, it'll pop up with more information. And anything is blue that is just information for you. So the first thing you need to do that is to put in your district. So we're in Polk, let's put in Polk. Each district has a different revenue estimator and there's different calculations for how the district, how money is in that district. So that's why you have to put in your district, otherwise you get the wrong estimates. So this is going to be testing charter school. Next thing you need to do then is you come to the enrollment and staff, and you basically are going to go through this big long questionnaire, answering all of the questions and filling in the blanks. So the first question that's your money is based on is how many kids do you expect to have? So you have to come in here and put in how many classes you're expecting. So let's say, for example, I want 2 classes in kindergarten through 3rd grade and 1 4th, 1 5th, and 1 6th. That would put our enrollment at about 210 kids. Remember how I talked about you're probably not going to have 210 kids show up on the first day of school? So I always put in less than that. So right here it says percentage of seats that are going to be full. You can say I'm only going to assume that 95% of my kids show up, or I'm only going to assume that 90% of my kids show up. And then that will adjust your revenue based on what you're assuming for how many kids are going to show up. You can also then put in your future years. So I'm going to do 3 kindergartners next year, and then 2 4th graders, and then I'm going to start 7th grade next year, but I think I can get 2 6th grade classes. So you can put in all of your numbers going forward as well. So that way, as you're starting to test your numbers to see if they work in future years, you can do that as well. All right, so here's just some fake numbers. When I'm full, I'm going to go up to 480 kids at my school. And then you scroll down and you guess at how many percentage of ESE kids you're going to have. in general, it's usually somewhere around 10%, but like Christy and Kim were saying earlier, you probably want to look at the schools that are in your neighborhood to see if it's higher or lower. If you have gifted kids, what percentage do you think they'll be? You do get paid a little bit more for ESOL kids, so you can put in your ESOL assumptions. No, I shouldn't say that. My experience is not a good sample. You can also put in your ESC, your free and reduced lunch kids, if you want to see how much that would come out to. And then I'm gonna scroll down, look for some more yellow boxes. This is all just information. If you wanted to read through it, you could. The way this calculates staff for your elementary levels is that you put in how many minutes you're anticipating per week for each one of these classes. So say, for example, I want my kindergartners to have 60 minutes of art per week, and I want them to have 30 minutes of music and 45 minutes of Spanish and 150 minutes of PE. You can go through each grade level and put in how many minutes per week you anticipate having, and then you can put in how many minutes a teacher can teach per week. So if your teachers teach 6 hours a day, 6 times 60 is 360 minutes a day times 5 is 1,800 minutes a week. So you put in however many minutes your teachers can teach per week here, and then it'll do a bunch of math based on the number of classes you said, based on the number of minutes you said, based on the number of minutes the teachers can teach. How many teachers do you need to fill all of those spots? And so then down here, when you come down, it'll actually have a little number in here saying I need 0.2 art teachers. 0.2 means 1 day a week, or maybe 2 mornings a week. So then you can put in how many teachers you're anticipating having. And you can go across over all 5 years and put in guesses all the way across. And then the next set of questions it asks is your beginning teacher salary, or your average teacher salary, not beginning, average. So if you're paying some teachers 45 and some teachers 40, your average is going to be somewhere around 43. And you can put in annual increases. Bear in mind that this does not take into account the new teacher salary schedule thing. It's just saying across the board, if we gave everybody 1.5%, so then you can give some people 3 and some people 1.5, whatever. But this will gradually increase your salaries, so you can see how it affects over time. There's questions in here about the number of substitutes and how you're going to pay for your substitutes. And you come to your principal salary, you put in your principal salary. I've seen a lot of schools that either underpay or ridiculously overpay their principal. My recommendation on that point is if your teachers are making 98% of what they made if they would work at the district, your principal should also be making about 98% of what the person would make if they worked at the district. I've seen, there's this one principal who's making like $130,000 a year. And I think that's ridiculous because it's way more than any district principal would make, but yet has the teachers at that school are making less than what they would make if they worked at the district. I don't think that's fair. On the same side, I don't think it's fair if you're only paying your principal $40,000 because to be a principal at a charter school is a lot of work. So that my general rule of thumb is to look at the percentages. And all of the districts or salary schedules are public.
You said about 98%?
That was just a off the cuff number, but generally charter schools, especially in the first year, pay less than the district does.
Okay, I got it.
It's almost impossible to balance a budget following the district salary schedule. Then you come down here to your hourly people. So you say how much per hour you're going to pay them, and then how many hours per week you anticipate they're going to work. How many people you need. So the way this works is the number of each per year. So we have one business manager, and then over here they're working 40 hours per week, 52 weeks a year, and they are getting benefits. So you put in all of that information, and it kind of calculates that all up for you. Scroll down a little bit more and it asks you what percentage for benefits you want to use. So you can put in a flat rate, like we're going to pay $3,300 per employee per year, which comes out to, well, I'm so bad at math in my head, $275 per month for an employee, or if you're going to do more, you put in whatever you're putting. And then an additional 2% for retirement benefits. Then you can put in your FICA and your unemployment. And if you're doing an employee leasing company, generally it's somewhere around 2% of your payroll. So you put that number in here. And all of this information in blue explains how you can come up with these numbers. So you're not just left to try to guess on your own. It gives you information. And then down here, if you're doing any kind of stipends. So basically the budget changes as you change this information. So up here, it says my estimated income is 1.3 million. My estimated expense is 1.4 million, which means it's upside down and we're in the hole $137,000. But I can come up here and I can change my teacher salary down to 41. And I can see that that is having a huge, we're only paying $41 a year. I save a lot of money. 41,000. I can see that it takes my deficit down to 105,000 as opposed to the 130 some thousand I was at before. So I can, as I change these numbers, it changes this automatically. So I can look up at the top here to see what my bottom line is. Right now I'm in the hole. So these decisions I'm making are not going to work. So I have to fix something. The staff list, if you don't already have teachers hired, ignore that one because it's based on the averages. Then you have your income decisions. So I mentioned that right now it looks like we're going to get a 1% increase in FTE. So I can come down here and I can put in a 1% increase. And I can see that that bumped my deficit down to only 94,000. Down here, if you're getting any kind of loans, if you have any kind of special like advanced degrees that your kids are getting, you can put all that information in. If you have kids who are getting advanced degrees, you don't get the money till the following year. So it's not going to help you in your first year. Financing, and if you have any loan payments or any grants, you can put your CSP grant money in here if you wanted to. But if you do that, you have to make sure all of your CSP expenses are in here as well. I've seen people who use this tool and they put up their $175,000 money for the CSP grant, but then they don't put all of their furniture and computers in here that they plan on purchasing with that 175. If you're going to count the income in here, you also have to count the expenses. Then facilities, you can either put, if you know what your lease is, you can tell it that I know my exact costs. I'm going to change this to number 1. And then you can actually put your actual lease amounts in here. So that way you're right on for your lease amounts. If you haven't signed a lease yet, you can guess on like a per student or per square foot basis. And just by changing this number, it lets you do that. Down here, it lets you choose your electricity. And again, if I put my mouse over here, it tells me that charter schools generally pay between $1 to $1.25 per square foot per year for electricity. So you can guess. If you have an older building where the electricity and the air conditioning are not going to be as effective, you want to go on the higher scale. If you have a more energy efficient building, then you can go on the lower side of the scale. You got your utilities, your supplies for your building, cleaning stuff, all that kind of fun stuff. Under services, you're going to find things like your management fees if you're paying a management company. If you're paying a management company, hopefully if you're paying a management company, hopefully they're helping you with all of this and doing the budgets for you because that's why you're paying them. But maybe you don't have a contract signed with them yet. You have your auditor's fees, your accounting fees if you're doing that outside of a management company. Legal fees, you're going to want to set some money aside for an attorney because even if you don't want to use one, you're probably going to need, especially the first year, going to need to call an attorney a couple times. And those fees add up quickly. Professional development, special education services, you're probably not going to hire a speech and language pathologist if you're a typical school. Instead, you're going to go out and find a company that offers speech and language as a service, and then you're going to hire that company to come in and do it rather than having somebody on your payroll. So this is where you can put in those kinds of services right here. Then you've got your insurance policies based on students and based on square footage. If you're paying your board travel reimbursements or anything like that. And then there's a whole bunch of different options here for calculating your transportation in terms of like how many kids you anticipate transporting and how much does a bus cost per day if you're leasing it, or how much would it cost to hire a company to do the bus. There's lots of different calculators in here. Just read the directions. Generally, most companies end up hiring another company to come and do their bus, and they pay somewhere around $200 to $275 a day per bus. So that's option is right here where you just put in the number of buses and the amount that you're paying per day. And in the bottom line for transportation, once you come down here, your income is going to be ridiculously lower than your expenses for transportation. And you're going to think you did something wrong, but you didn't. It's generally the income covers about 1/3 to 1/4 of what it actually costs to do transportation. Lunch service, if you're going through the district, you can just leave this all blank rather than put anything in here at all. But there are a bunch of options in here for lunch service if you want to try to figure out those costs. If you are using the lunch service, but you're hiring your own lunch cafeteria people to come in and help, then you would want to put those staff people in here. Even though you're not counting that as revenue, you need to count those expenses for those staff. Underneath other expenses is pretty much everything else. So you've got your textbooks, your computers, your software, copy machines, computers, IT support, furniture. So this furniture right now is built in here. By default, it says lease. So basically that means you're financing it over, it says in the description, financing it over 5 years at a 10% cost. If you can find somebody to finance it for you, great. But if you can't, then make sure you pay attention to that and change it to purchase. If you have to purchase your furniture outright, that's expensive and it will have a big impact on this calculator. So make sure you pay attention to that. And then down here, these are all just miscellaneous things that it calculates per student. So like academic supplies in here right now is $42 per student, 50 cents per student for academic fees. These are all pretty much relatively small amounts of money. The last question down here is a reserve fund. Most charter contracts do not have a specific reserve amount that you have to have. Some do, so make sure you know your contract. I would not recommend zeroing this money out, especially at this point in time, because expenses are going to go up higher than you think. So right now there's $39,000, 3% of the general money. That 39% is probably going to end up needing to go somewhere by the time that the year is done. So I would not zero this out and leave yourself in a lurch. I would leave that there as your rainy day, what something's going to come up before the end of the year fund. And if you're really good at Redbook accounting and you forgot something that you need to put in here, you can come in and choose your function and object code and put it in here as you'd like. Then here you'll have your complete budget, which will be broken down by function and object code, which the district should be asking for. Maybe they won't, but if they're following up, they should be. Then also there's options in here for your cash flow. So you can kind of look at your planning your cash flow as well as your year one cash flow and make sure that you don't dip below zero. Our budget right now is not balanced, so we are going to dip below zero. But if you come down to the bottom, you want to make sure that the cash on hand is always above zero. Unless you're going to get a loan or somebody to loan you money to make up that difference, you need to have cash on hand. Okay. The other thing is about this tool is there are buttons up here. If you push it, I'm not going to push it because it's slow. But like if I pushed this button right here, it would hide all of the rows that are not used. So that way it will only show you rows that have money amounts on them. So it makes it a little bit easier to read. And there are a bunch of summary documents over here if you wanted to have summary. What I generally recommend that governing boards get used to seeing is this summary number 3. And what this does is it breaks it down by the main function codes and object codes. So like here's all of the 5,000s, which are academics. And then here's all of the 100s, which are salaries, underneath 5,000s, which are academics. So here you have all of your academic salaries. Here you have all of your academic supplies. I would recommend that the governing board get used to seeing this type of a report, and that whatever financial reports you give to your governing board also follow the same format so they can see what are the 5,500s expenses and compare it to the budget that was approved. So those of you who wanted me to go through the budget template tool, did that answer questions? I'm losing my voice. If you have a specific question, I can answer. So that's on our website. You can download. The revenue estimating tool is also on the link there. This document right here is the revenue estimating tool. It's built into the budget template tool. So when you enter in your enrollment numbers on the first tab, it automatically puts them in here for you. So if you want to see if this is accurate based on the current revenue estimating worksheet, because hopefully soon, I'm not going to say when because I don't know, the state will release their new revenue estimating worksheet based on February counts. So if you don't want to wait for me to update the budget template tool, you can just take these enrollment numbers and put them on the state's tool because those enrollment numbers should stay the same. And that way you can see how the budget change has been affected. Usually it's around June that the state releases the revenue estimating worksheet for the following year. That's not always the case, depending on what the legislature does. If they really screw with the financial formulas or whatever, it sometimes takes longer. But usually May or June. Last year, I think it came out when we were doing, or no, 2 years ago, it came out while we were doing the May trainings. So that was helpful. But that new revenue estimating worksheet, as soon as that becomes available on the state's website, download that and start using that to generate your revenue for next year, because that'll be the most accurate. All right, ready to move on? It's almost 3. I'm almost done too. I'm talking fast to try to get through all my slides. I mentioned earlier that if you didn't say which textbooks you were using in your charter application, now is the time that you want to start requesting copies of sample textbooks. Most textbook companies will send you free samples where you can look at them and evaluate them and decide if they are what you want to use. Some textbook companies will require that you send them back or you'll have to pay for them. Some will require that you pay for the samples. So it kind of depends on the company. In your binders on tab 13, there's a sample document that we created for textbook evaluation matrix. You don't have to use this, but it'll give you some ideas on how you might want to evaluate textbooks and whether or not it would meet your needs as a school. And you can go through and kind of rank each textbook based on those criteria or come up with your own. I would recommend that by May, you have a list of all of the books that you're going to need ready to go, and you create your purchase order, just don't put a date on them. And that way, the day you get in the mail your CSP grant with your award letter, the very next day you hit send on that letter and get that out with your purchase order for your textbooks. The Florida School Book Depository is where many charter schools will buy their textbooks. If you do not have an account with them or credit history, you do need to prepay for your books, which means you need to figure out the cash flow for how you're going to do that, which is why often charters will wait until July to do it. And then if you wait till July, you may not get your books in time. My experience with the textbook depository is they are notoriously out of stock come beginning of the school year on most things. And I also find, unless it's changed in the last 4 years, their invoices and the paperwork that they send in the boxes makes it very difficult to figure out what you did and did not receive and what's on back order, and if you need to reorder the items that were on back order, if they're going to be ordering them automatically. So spend a lot of time looking at those packing slips and trying to figure them out because they're confusing. Other non-Florida School Book Depository places will be a little bit better about getting things in stock and on time, but they also tend to be more expensive and have less free stuff that comes with them. Most of the time, especially when you go through the Florida School Book Depository, when you open it up on the website and you just go to the grade levels you're looking at, it doesn't give you the key. There's all these little weird cross symbols and circles and asterisks and things, but it doesn't give you the key unless you open up the preliminary documents like the introduction to it. Make sure you look at those because all of those crosses and squiggly lines mean something. Like it might mean that you get free workbooks for 6 years if you buy this book, if you buy 25 of these books. They will not automatically send you those free workbooks the next year. You have to order them and then they just don't charge you for them. So you have to keep track of all of those purchases, what's free through when, because they're not going to do it for you. So make sure that when you're ordering, you're paying attention to all those little marks and what you can get for free. Don't let free stuff just slide by because you don't have a lot of money as a charter school. You can always ask for free stuff when you contact publishers. Sometimes they will give it to you, sometimes they will not. My favorite social studies series was History Alive because it was very hands-on and I loved it. But they would not give you anything for free. You paid for every single thing you got from them. But this was weird. One year, if you ordered the online textbook, they would give you the printed textbook for free. And since you were paying for the online one, you didn't have to pay for shipping. But if you bought the original books, you had to pay for shipping. It was ridiculous. So ask if there's any way to around those fees and things that you get them. Be a negotiator. I'm terrible at negotiating prices and trying to finagle things, but my office manager was really good at it. So anytime we needed to make purchases, I would have her call because she was much better at that kind of thing than I was. And then make sure you're always paying attention to your cash flow, especially with furniture and textbooks, getting those things on time. Furniture, there is no stockpile of furniture just waiting to be delivered. When you order furniture, they make it then for most of the school stuff that you'll be buying. So like if you order tables, they have to make the tables before they can send them to you, which means it takes a long time. So that's another purchase you want to make as very soon as you can, July 1 or as soon as your grant is approved.
Curtis, can you say a little bit more about the Florida School Book Depository? Is that all the surplus goods from the state? No.
Basically, they go to all of the publishers and they get like a contract price for all of the schools in Florida. And then you can buy the textbooks from them at the discounted rate instead of going through the publisher. Florida School Book Depository.
You're not going to get it for the start of the school year because they won't have it. We had that problem with our orders. We would order sometime in June and some in July, and we would still be getting stuff in September.
Do districts order from that as well?
Yes.
Yes.
It's
That's
fsbd.com. fsbd.com. And if you click right here, like if you're doing K5, here's the K5 catalog, and it'll open up a very long PDF. And you go through by subject area. So if you're looking for math, you scroll down until you find math. This is also a great resource when you're writing your CSP grants and you need to guess on how much books are going to cost. So here's everyday counts, calendar math. Kindergarten costs $304.70 for the complete print kit. And let's see if I can find any of those funny little squiggly marks I was talking about.
Some of the schools might say that if you buy a class set, then you get the teacher's editions for free.
Yeah.
And you get certain additional supplemental material for free. What I used to do when I would order extras and see what they would give me. And they'll call you and say, well, on this order, you ordered this and that doesn't come free unless you buy this. So what do you want to do? You want to pay for the extras or do you want to take them off? And you just say, take them off, and then they'll adjust it for you.
So this is like this triangle has a specific meaning. You have to look up in the key. And then there's these two asterisks mean something different than the one asterisk. And each one of these little symbols means something. So you want to make sure you find out what those symbols mean and don't just assume they're there as like bullet points.
And everything on there is state adopted. Yes, state adopted.
And closely monitor and inventory your teacher edition kits and stuff, because if one piece is missing from the teacher kit, some of those things you can't buy separately. And if you need to buy the entire kit, teacher kits can be anywhere like 500, 600, 700 each, and that's like dirt cheap. So keep that in mind, because there's a lot of little there's a lot of little pieces in those teacher edition kits that if something happens to disappear.
Another allowable expense on the CSP grant is library software for checking out library books. If you can get a system that would also be able to check out your textbooks, then you could put barcodes on all of your textbooks and know which kid has which books. I was really bad at doing that as a principal, and every year at the end of the year, we had a difficult time trying to get all of our textbooks together. It's one of those things that you don't think about until like the week before school starts, and then you don't have time to do it. But if you can get ahead of the game and get that organized, that would be helpful come the end of the year as well. Although I haven't figured out a way of doing that. Maybe there's somebody else who has better luck with that. So with regards to like your furniture purchases and things like that, I mentioned before, just kind of sit down, close your eyes, think about what your classrooms are going to look like. Everything that's, that you need to buy, think about like, okay, I need chairs, I need desks, I need cubbies to put the stuff in, I need coat hang, well, that's Wisconsin. I need a tray to put the whiteboard eraser things on. Whiteboards are ridiculously expensive. If you buy a nice whiteboard, it's like $400 for a 4x8 whiteboard. But if you go to Home Depot and buy shower board, it's pretty much the same stuff. It just doesn't wash off quite as nicely, and it's $12. But then how are you going to get hung up, and then you have to put border around it to make it look nice, and you have to figure out all that stuff. That was hanging up shower board was one of the things that was on my volunteer day. Had a couple parents who were really good at that. They had that level out, they got it all done. Shop around if you have time for all of that stuff. There are companies who you can give them the list of what you want, and they will give you a per classroom price. They will deliver it, they will set it up. It will be really nice, and it will save your back a lot of work, but it will not make your wallet any heavier. So you can do that if that's the way you want it to go. If you have the money to do it, that is certainly a lot easier. If you have the resources to be able to buy things individually and get things set up correctly and put into the right rooms, you will save money doing it that way. So you have to think about your cash flow.
Don't you recommend that we have a decent CSP award, and some schools you say a challenge with getting that money spent? Can we just go ahead and spend it on furniture, equipment, and supplies?
Many schools are not able to get their award letter until August. And if you wait till August to buy furniture, you're not going to have furniture.
I just don't understand why we would go a cheap route when we have CSP.
It depends on when you get it, that's the problem.
Yeah. that's why I highly recommend you stay as on top of that stuff. You know, start uploading those documents into FLCSP now. And then when they send it back to you saying that this need to be changed, get it changed as quickly as possible and pay very close attention to everything that they recommend and try to get it as closely to what they want as possible. Because the quicker you get those documents approved, the quicker you get your budget approved, the faster you get that award letter, then you have the money to spend. But if you don't get that award letter, you can't use, yeah. Yeah, and it's not only you, because I mean, the state has 30 schools that are submitting that paperwork right now. And I explained how closely they look at all of those documents. And they have piles of documents sitting on their desks that they have to review. There's 3 grant specialists. So there's about 50 open grants right now that are still in process. And then there's the 30 new schools coming on. I think I covered everything on here. I mentioned inventory management system. You're going to want to get 2 different sets of inventory labels, at least. One for your CSP grant, which meets the requirements that the CSP wants to see. I would hold off purchasing those until the state approves your policy about your labels. And then you also will need inventory labels for non-CSP stuff that you buy with FTE money. I recommend not just getting mailing labels from Office Depot and printing them out yourself, because they will fall off within a week and a half, and kids will peel them off if they don't fall off before then. You can get nice labels that are made for inventory where they stick on permanently, or you can get like the inventory system that I was talking about before, comes with a printer where you can print your own labels, and then you can print the barcodes and everything right on them that are specifically made for inventory. All right, those are my slides. So next time we get together is not going to be us alone. The state requires that you go through a mandatory training that they are conducting in May. They're going to have it in, these dates are tentative. They haven't sent out to the official dates yet, but they've asked me as one of the trainers if I'm available these dates, and I asked if I could share them, and they said yes. So that's pretty close to for sure, but they haven't sent them out yet. May 10th, the training is going to be in Orlando at the mall, International Mall, something like that. And in May 17th, it's going to be at a university in Miami. You can choose one or the other. You don't have to go to both. So pick whichever one's closer for you. They used to do 3, but not enough people showed up at the one in Tallahassee, so they stopped doing that one now.
This is separate from the mandatory board training.
Correct. Yeah. You need to have your principal, if you have a principal hired, and a governing board member, or whoever is like your CFO type person, attend this training. The state will be sending out information to you about it so that you know about it. But if you do not send somebody to this training, the district can say you do not open in August. So make sure you have somebody at these trainings, one or the other, not both. So there will be an attorney who's going to talk a lot about governance and a lot of the kind of stuff that we've talked about already, but it'll be a good refresher. There's going to be a few people like Melissa who will be there, who will talk about, not Melissa, Melissa, sorry. I'm getting really tired. There's going to be sponsors there who will talk about the relationships between charter schools and authorizers and why authorizers do the things they do and how you can work together. There will be somebody from Fiddlers who will talk more about special education. There's going to be my boss there who is going to be talking about charter school funding and finance and kind of hit home some of the finance pieces. I'm going to be talking about my operations stuff, kind of like a summary of the stuff that we've talked about so far. And then the federal funds and CSP office are going to talk a little bit about what they do up in Tallahassee and how they can support schools. That training usually goes from about like 9 or 10 until 2 or 3. It's supposed to be an all day long thing, but it's usually pretty quick. Do we want to get together at all during that, or just do we feel we as a group, since we've been meeting more often, want to get together at all simultaneously, or just like eat lunch together? Or I don't see anything other outside of what they need to talk about that we would need to talk about in May, because we've covered a lot already. Okay. Yeah. We won't be secluded. Tools. What do you mean by tools? Oh, who knows? Last time we met, I never would have guessed I was spending so much time on CSP stuff in the last 2 months. But as of right now, I don't have it, except for maybe the state compliance tool. I haven't talked to the authorizers about that yet. And then, according to our contract for the New Schools Institute for the CSU, we said we were also going to meet in July as kind of like a, oh my God, school opens next month kind of a meeting. Basically, we're going to see if we can bring in some hair transplant people, because you're going to be pulling it all out, and just covering last minute things. My hope is that in addition to those of you who've been at these trainings, you'll have your principals with you. And I really want to talk a lot about, let's think through the first day of school. Let's think through your car circle. Let's think through how are you doing your professional development with your staff the first week of school. What kind of things do you need to talk about during that first week with your staff? So that's kind of what I'm hoping that we're going to be covering in July. So it's going to be less governance stuff and more operational, administrative kind of stuff. When in July would be good, and do we have do we like this location? Should I ask Polk if we can borrow their facility again, or do we want to look at a different, something more central? We got Brevard, Polk, Miami, Manatee. I'm sorry? Hillsborough. Where's that?
Orlando.
Orlando. So this is pretty central, except for the Miami too. Okay, I'll ask. Marcia secured the training for us these 2 times, but she has now retired, in case you didn't know. But we can ask if we could use this place again, because this has worked out really well. And then end of July, what works best? Middle of July? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we'll look after the 4th week and then before the last couple weeks. So maybe like the 2nd week of July. Okay, so I'll see what they have available for training in this space and see if we can get that scheduled. So with that, now I'm just going to open it up to questions and things we didn't cover. I said we were going to be done at 3, it's 3:07. So if you need to leave and we'll get up and walk away, feel free. But I'm open to questions and pick my brain if you'd like. Or the brains of the experts in the room who know a lot.
Are we off the record or on the record?
Are you recording or not?
I want the inventory.
The inventory system.
Oh.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Does it start with a
This
W?
concludes.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so yeah, okay. It's a very good system.
When I was a principal, we used WASP barcode scanners.
Yeah.
And so the other day I was,
WASP.
yeah.
Yeah.
The other day I was looking for a school who was writing their CSP grant, and I looked at their website and I saw that they have this whole inventory system now. And it looked really nice, but I've not personally used the system. I've only used the scanners.
Yeah, I've started using the system. It's a bear to set up, but once you have it set up, it's a piece of cake.
Does it generate the labels too?
You can actually, when he was talking about CSP and FTE labels, you can create them yourselves. You can actually make it, so it says, because the CSP label has to have certain information, FTE has to have certain information. And then if you have labels that are donated, those also have to have certain labels. And you can make all 3 labels yourself there. And it makes the barcode for you.
This is the management inventory system.
Correct.
So this is their website.
When you do inventory, do you have to inventory every item in your school or just like capital items?
Check your contract.
Yeah.
It's different in each district.
For the CSP, but for CSP, it's everything.
Okay.
Right.
From experience.
And then everything else with that FTE and all that stuff, the district will tell you.
So what I found was I came to their website and I went to applications and then education. And it was listed here under complete asset tracking system. That's how I found it when I was looking.
It's pretty petty to start up, but it's a one-time shot and it works forever.
What you're gonna order. And if you decide to get a 3rd grade classroom.
Any other questions?
Yes, because you can put different locations.
So we, at the school that I was in Texas for 2 years, I went into these different rooms. So what is this room? Because we need
Easy ways to go about becoming an expert.
There's a lot of stuff online. You can just search and find it. If you haven't set up a Google Apps account yet and you want help with that, I have helped other schools do that, and it's just a quick phone call. Like, we can do it over online. I don't have to meet in person. So I can walk you through it online. The thing that you would need is access to your registrar. So that might be whoever registered your domain name. We would need access to the registrar in order to get it done. The company. So like if you use GoDaddy, you need the username and password for GoDaddy in order to finish getting it set up. I don't like GoDaddy, but that's the one that most people know. You were going to ask something?
So when I was in school, and I worked in warehousing as well. So the idea would be, if you're looking at big dollar items to purchase,
Expense? It's free for schools.